The 398-yard par 4 opening hole at Heatherwoode is a downhill dogleg right. The tee shot is blind. Out of bounds lurks around the right corner of the dogleg, while water on the left may collect long drives that roll through the fairway. For those who find the short grass, only a downhill short iron will be left for the approach to a large two-tiered green. The 491-yard par 4 second hole favors a right-to-left ball flight off the tee, as a large pond lines the right side, narrowing the fairway, which also slopes towards the water. The demanding second shot will be with a mid to long iron to a green surrounded by trouble. The water wraps around the back of the green. 3 bunkers protect the right, and swales, mounds, and rough on the left put pressure on a player's short game. The long and beautiful 200-yard par 3 third has a water hazard on the right that shouldn't come into play. The elevated green is shaped at a 45-degree angle with an opening on the right side, allowing for right-to-left shots to be ran up to the putting surface. The winding 531-yard par 5 fourth hole has water everywhere. The drive must avoid the pond on the right and a bunker on the left. Another pond comes into play for the second shot, whether players decide to lay up to the right or carry over the water to try to reach this green in 2 shots. The 420-yard par 4 fifth hole requires a precise tee shot through a chute of dense trees and short of a creek that crosses the fairway diagonally. Those missing the fairway will face a difficult second shot from the rough, as more trees block a clear path to the green, which is small and surrounded by mounds and rough. The 399-yard par 4 sixth hole is lined on either side by out of bounds. A good strategy and precision is required off the tee, as mature trees narrow the landing area. For the approach shot, distance control is key in order to find this small green guarded by 2 bunkers. The 377-yard par 4 seventh hole is one of the shortest par 4s at Heatherwoode, but it is uphill and lined by out of bounds on both sides. The winding fairway and a cross bunker make club selection off the tee more important than usual in order to find the short grass. The approach shot will be with a short iron to a shallow, kidney-shaped green protected by deep bunkers. The 168-yard par 3 eighth hole may not be the longest, but it is situated at the highest point in the entire golf course, making wind a very important factor. Player success begins on the tee at the 513-yard par 5 ninth. The severe downhill fairway allows players to hit the longest drive of the day with a hope to reach the green in 2 shots. Those laying up their second must navigate through 2 grass bunkers that narrow the fairway at about 100 yards from the green, which is surrounded by 4 large and deep bunkers. An opening in the front allows for long shots to be ran up to the green. The 440-yard par 4 10th is a sharp dogleg left. A solid drive with a right-to-left spin will leave only a wedge to the green, but it could also end up out of bounds if overdone. The uphill approach shot is to a large green unprotected by bunkers, but its convex shape will make slight misses roll off the putting surface. The winding 546-yard par 5 11th hole requires both accuracy and thoughtful shot making. The tee shot must avoid a creek that runs along the left side of the entire hole, mature trees on the right, and 2 pot fairway bunkers. The second shot favors a right-to-left ball flight, and it also requires distance control to avoid overshooting the fairway. The small green is dangerously close to the creek on the left, and it slopes from right to left towards the water. As the shortest hole in the golf course, the 140-yard par 3 12 provides an opportunity for anyone to make birdie. Golfers must avoid overshooting the green, as it is built on a small plateau that falls away in the back. The 348-yard par 4 13th hole provides very little margin for error. The tee shot must combine both accurate direction and distance control in order to find the left to right sloping fairway. Only a wedge will be left for the approach to this shallow green that puts, once again, a premium on distance control. The demanding 421-yard par 4 14th hole is a beautiful dogleg right. The tee shot must avoid a water hazard on the right and a small bunker on the left to find the undulating fairway. The green is protected by a pot bunker in the front left and another in the back. The 394-yard par 4 15th hole is yet another example of the shot-making demands at Heatherwoode Golf Club. A right-to-left ball flight off the tee will leave players with the best angle to attack the green. The second shot must carry over a creek to reach this shallow green placed at an angle. The 451-yard par 4 16th is the longest par 4 on the golf course. The tee shot must be threaded between dense trees on either side of the fairway, as well as a creek that runs along the right all the way to the green. The second shot will be with a long iron to this large green, protected only by a bunker short right. Shots missed too far to the right will find the water. 229-yard par 3 17th has no bunkers to protect one of the largest greens at Heatherwoode Golf Club. Many pin placements allow the superintendent to change the difficulty of the hole. The 484-yard par 4 finishing hole puts pressure on every facet of a player's game. An accurate drive is a must in order to avoid mature trees on either side and a creek lining the right. From the fairway, most players will choose a long iron for the approach to the large convex green. A series of sand and grass bunkers surround the green, as well as rough, mounds, and swales.
Weibel Energy Systems is a full-service mechanical contractor and building services company focused on making buildings work better. You can rely on us for all of your building's operational needs, including HVAC installation, service and preventative maintenance, building automation and controls, energy services and monitoring, healthy building consultations, and commercial plumbing, as well as security cameras and door access controls. Weibel Energy Systems serves Dayton, Cincinnati, and Columbus. Learn more at goweibel.com.
And I ain't even need your help. I put the work in. 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 I heard you looking for results. Put the work in.
The 398-yard par 4 opening hole at Heatherwoode is a downhill dogleg right. The tee shot is blind. Out of bounds lurks around the right corner of the dogleg, while water on the left may collect long drives that roll through the fairway. For those who find the short grass, only a downhill short iron will be left for the approach to a large two-tiered green. The 491-yard par 4 second hole favors a right-to-left ball flight off the tee, as a large pond lines the right side, narrowing the fairway, which also slopes towards the water. The demanding second shot will be with a mid to long iron to a green surrounded by trouble. The water wraps around the back of the green. 3 bunkers protect the right, and swales, mounds, and rough on the left put pressure on a player's short game. The long and beautiful 200-yard par 3 third has a water hazard on the right that shouldn't come into play. The elevated green is shaped at a 45-degree angle with an opening on the right side, allowing for right-to-left shots to be ran up to the putting surface. The winding 531-yard par 5 fourth hole has water everywhere. The drive must avoid the pond on the right and a bunker on the left. Another pond comes into play for the second shot, whether players decide to lay up to the right or carry over the water to try to reach this green in 2 shots.
Weibel Energy Systems is a full-service mechanical contractor and building services company focused on making buildings work better. You can rely on us for all of your building's operational needs, including HVAC installation, service and preventative maintenance, building automation and controls, energy services and monitoring, healthy building consultations, and commercial plumbing, as well as security cameras and door access controls. Weibel Energy Systems serves Dayton, Cincinnati, and Columbus. Learn more at goweibel.com.
And I ain't even need your help. I put the work in. 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 I heard you looking for results. Put the work in.
City of Springboro and the Ohio High School Athletic Association would like to welcome you to today's coverage of the 2022 Southwest District Division I Boys Golf Championships, live from Heatherwoode Golf Club in Springboro, Ohio. I'm Neil Ambergy here with Austin Schoonmaker. We're going to bring you coverage of today's event, try to show you as much live golf as possible, and take you through the whole day here for about 8 hours. Austin, welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. Looking forward to another exciting day. Got lots of good golf ahead of us, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, for those of you who hasn't been following us, we have covered the first, we've covered 4 days already. We did Boys Division II and Division III last week, along with Girls Division II last week. And then yesterday we covered Girls Division I. All 4 days we've had a playoff of some sort to determine who was going to move forward to the state championship next week. Hopefully we get some exciting action like that today. You are now looking live at a drone shot of the driving range as players prepare for their rounds. First tee time will be at 10 o'clock this morning. We'll be going off both tees, 1 at 10 and 10 at 10:05. So we're staggering tee times in the hopes of being able to show you everyone's tee shot at least off their first hole this morning. We will be playing in foursomes. It's a little bit different than what we've been doing to this point. We've been playing in threesomes up until now, but play today will be in foursomes. A little larger field than what we've had earlier on our broadcasts. There is 16 teams here today and 16 individuals who are not on those teams, and they'll be battling for those 3 qualifying spots, for 3 team qualifying spots, and then 3 individuals not on those teams. Austin, as we're looking at the driving range and players are going through their pre-round prep, kind of give us an idea what they're looking to do here and what they're looking to get done before their tee time. About how long have they been working out there this morning? I know when I got here there was already some guys there. So kind of what's the normal prep, pre-round prep, I guess?
Yeah, I would say it's pretty typical to see players arrive, I don't know, anywhere from 30 minutes to and a little over an hour before their tee time, start getting loose, stretch out on the driving range, kind of get a feel for how far the ball is going today. Obviously wind, temperature, all that can play a factor in how far their ball is going to go. Also go over to the putting green and get a feel for how the greens are rolling and the speed at which they're rolling. So just trying to prepare yourself both physically and mentally for the day ahead of you.
Yeah, and here we're taking a look at the putting green as they're, like you say, trying to get a feel for speed of the greens and working on their stroke a little bit this morning. Really, again, what you're saying here, looking to kind of see how the greens are rolling and kind of get an idea of pace as they get ready to head out on the golf course.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the greens should quicken up a little bit as the day goes on, as they dry out a little bit. We did have a little rain overnight, so still a little bit wet from that, but the course is still in fantastic shape. Greens are still rolling really well, and they'll just keep getting better and better as the day goes on. Yeah,
and yesterday I did put you in charge of weather today. You did an outstanding job. We have a beautiful sunny day here. A little bit cool this morning, a little bit breezy, but the rain that we had overnight has moved through, and looks like we're going to have a beautiful day to play golf. Again, a little cool this morning. Temperatures in the 50s, I would say, with a little breeze. Probably a good day for a pullover to start, but by the time the end of the day, we'll probably be in shirt sleeves as we're moving forward. Again, looking at first tee time here this morning, 10 o'clock off on number 1. So here in a couple minutes, we'll be starting play. The first 2 times on each side are individuals who have qualified, and then once we get past those first 2 tee times on each side, we'll get into some team play and kind of fill you in, for those of you who aren't familiar with team golf, how that's going to work. But there are 5 players on each team, and the best 4 scores count. So 4 counting scores of the 5 will determine their score. Again, looking for 3 teams, top 3 teams, to move forward to next week's and who are so forward. Again, we should be ready. I think, Austin, off of number 10 tee. Again, we're live look here today. We're gonna have on the golf course. 18 greens. We'll have cameras there to bring you the action as we're get to determine who's going to the state championship. Again, let's talk about nerves a little bit here, Austin. Obviously, everyone's going to have a little bit of nerves. This is a pretty big event. Chance to go to the state championship. All these guys have kind of been setting this as a goal. So I'm sure everyone's feeling a little bit of nerves. How would you handle nerves, and what would you do in this situation?
Yeah, we've talked about it quite a bit this week and last week as well. But for anyone that's just joining in, I like to view the nerves as channeling them into a form of excitement. You're preparing all year, all fall to try to make it to the district tournament, to have an opportunity to qualify for the Ohio State Championship. So if you can kind of just view those nerves as that you're excited to have this opportunity, that can help. Also just trusting in all the hard work that you've put in to get yourself to this point. Take some deep breaths and then just go out there and have some fun. That's the biggest thing, is just all these kids out here today, just go out there and have fun.
All right, looks like we do have someone teeing it up on number 1, so I'm sure we're going to go to that view right now. All right, being told we have some technical difficulties with our camera on number 1, so looks like we may be missing those tee shots over here this morning. Gives us a chance, Austin, to talk a little bit more about nerves and what these players will be feeling this morning.
Yeah.
Again, the easiest, everyone's going to have some nerves of some sort. Again, the fastest you can work through them, whatever that may be. It may be just hitting a good solid shot off of number 1 will help you breathe a little easier. But quick as you can get to, let's say, a normal feeling, the better off you're going to be. And like you said, everyone's going to have them. Just how you deal with them and how quick you can get through them and get into your round and your normal, like I said, feeling, I guess.
Yeah, you made a good point there, Neil. Everyone's going to have nerves, no matter whether you're the best player in the field or just happy that you made it here to districts today. So everyone's going to be feeling those nerves. So just trying to trust the hard work, like I said, that got you here to this point. Try to hit the best shot you can off number 1 and get back into your mojo. And again, have fun, have a good day out there and have fun.
Yeah, again, 10 o'clock tee time. They are teeing off right now. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, but that group teeing off right now, Connor Schulte from Talawanda, Jake Wittenauer from Little Miami, Aiden Stanifer from Franklin, and Wyatt Caldry from Xenia. They're all individual qualifiers, so they made it through sectionals as individuals to earn their right to play here today. Hopefully we get this little technical difficulty straightened out here pretty quick so we can continue to show you tee shots. Again, our goal is to get at least one shot from everyone on camera today, and we'll definitely try to make sure we get to show you these guys a little bit later on as they're making their turn to 10, and also as they're coming to 9 green and 18 green, so we'll do get them a little bit of camera time. And again, they should be off and running. As I look over there, I can kind of see the tee in the distance, and looks like looks like they're getting ready to maybe hit their last shot here. Again, we're going to be teeing off a number 10 tee in a couple minutes, so hopefully we get over there to you and we can at least show you some golf today so you don't have to look at Austin and I much longer. Again, we will be bringing you coverage all day long. It tends to be about 8 hours today, so we'll be here all day and showing you as much golf from these young men as we can. We do have a view here of number 10. If you've been with us all week or last weekend yesterday, this tee is the first time you've seen this tee in use. They've moved it back to the back tee here on number 10, which actually makes this hole quite a bit more difficult. This is a little dog leg from right to left, and carry to that fairway from that tee is right around 200 yards. So you definitely have to strike your shot well to carry the fairway there. And it's playing at 440 yards today. So quite a difficult hole to start on if you're starting on number 10. And again, we will show tee shots on this all morning until we get everybody on the golf course and we get somebody coming down 9 and 18. Then we'll be jumping around and going to the 4 cameras. So again, this group coming on 10:05 is going to be Brady Compton from Fairfield, Garrett Hogan from Kings, Vince Hammond from Miamisburg, and Ryan Bennett from Sydney. Again, these are all individual qualifiers who are here individually through their play at the sectionals. Coming in cam review now, that's Bob Rice. He's going to be starting the groups on number 10.
Welcome, everyone. This is the Division I Boys District Qualifier for the Southwest from the Ohio High School Athletic Association. It's a great day to play golf. Glad to have you here. Playing first from Fairfield, Brady Compton.
And as you could hear there by Bob, Brady Compton, first to play for the 10:05 tee time off number 10. Brady's from Fairfield High School.
Playing second from Kings, Garrett Hogan.
Yeah, next to play here, Garrett Hogan from Kings High School. Second player in the 10:05 group here on number 10 tee.
And there's some out of bounds there along the right. And
Play next from Miamisburg, Vince Hammond.
Yeah, we'll dive deeper into number 1 and 10 tee shot as the day goes on, but definitely a very difficult tee shot from this back tee on number 10. But next to play here, Vince Hammond from Miamisburg.
Vince is a sophomore for the Vikings. Looks like he's going with a fairway wood here.
Thank you.
Austin, you know what that was? That was our first quick tee pickup of the day.
Next
Yes,
play
it was. Good
from
swing there by
Sydney,
Vince.
Ryan Bennett.
And last to play in the 10:05 tee time here on number 10, Ryan Bennett from Sydney. Ryan advanced here today through Reed Park, and he won in a playoff. Also going with Leston Driver here on number 10.
Play well, gentlemen.
Sounds like he may have caught some timber there off to the left of that hole.
Yeah, certainly just shows how much that moving back that one tee box really does for this starting hole on number 10. From up there, you can see the tee box that they're about to cross. We saw, I believe, the Division II boys play from that tee box. Certainly a much easier and much more pleasant-looking tee shot than playing this back tee box on number 10. Like you said, Neil, OB down the right, and those trees come into play very quickly down the left side. So definitely want to have a ball that turns from right to left, and there is some room out there over the corner of those trees to bend one around. but you certainly have to hit it really well or take it over the trees and hit it very high. So,
Yeah, in fact, we may see Ryan's ball there on that tee. It looks like it hit the tree and bounced right out there to give him, really, for hitting a tree, he's in a great spot right there on the tee box. And if he can just get this one back out in play, he's going to be okay on this hole for the starting hole. Maybe go ahead, knock it on the green, and have a par putt from where he's hit his shot here. Again, pretty lucky break for him there. That ball could have went anywhere when it hit that tree. Or on the tee box for a perfect lie.
yeah, definitely a fortunate break. Box definitely just have to hit it. You can hit pretty much anything from there, but hit it 200 to 240 yards. You have a much better angle to look around the corner. So it looked like he had a pretty good shot there to get himself back in play.
Again, you're seeing spectators following the groups here. Quite a few spectators for the girls yesterday here at Heatherwood, and I'm assuming we'll have even more here today for the boys. Again, largest field we've had in the district championships here. There are 96 players from the 16 teams and 16 individuals. All right, we're kind of working the best we can here. Looks like we are jumping over to number 1 now from a different camera angle. This should be Gabe Logan teeing off here on number 1. Gabe is, I'm sorry, yes, Gabe Logan. He's from LaSalle. And he's getting his round underway. They were there with an iron. Again, image of number 1. 1 is a dog leg from the left to right, as 10's the dog leg from right. From that tee that they're playing this hole today, they'll be playing just under 400 yards. I think 394 is the yardage here. So depending on what you want to do, you can take on the right side of this hole with a driver, get it down there a little closer to the green, or you can lay back with an iron, or it looks like a hybrid for Michael Fickle here, as he's taking a hybrid off this tee to get it in position about the 150 marker. Michael's from Lakota West, and looks like he's got his round underway, watching his tee shot anxiously. Looks like he was looking a little bit to the left, but again, a lot of room out there on this opening hole on the front side. From Wilmington will be next to play. Tommy's a junior for the Hurricanes. Looks like he's going with a fairway wood to start his day. We'll get a better view from this hole. In fact, we might get a flyby here soon if we get time to kind of show you exactly how this hole plays.
This is Tim on 18.
Luke Grillett from Beaver Creek will be the last person in this foursome to get his round started. Again, all 3 players in this group electing to go with something less than driver just to get it in play. And again, depending on how far you hit it, a 220-yard tee shot or so is going to leave you with a nice approach into a well-bunkered green. He seems happy with that because he did a little quick tee pickup also. All right, 10-10 group is off, and again, we're working on technical difficulties over there on number 1, but we'll hopefully get those worked out and get some little better views of these guys' tee shots. Obviously, we can see it's hoodie weather here today as we look at those players there on number 10 getting ready to hit their shots in. I think that was the view that we were going to there. That looks like that would be Vince Hammond getting ready to play his second shot into number 10. Vince, well positioned. He's probably 180 yards or so at that position, though, from the green. So, again, tough opening hole on number 10.
Yeah, like we talked about, Neil, with those trees that kind of come in on the left off number 10, it is rather difficult to try to commit to a shot that's going to turn from right to left or at least take it over those trees. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of players out there right of that 150 post, hitting maybe a 3-wood or driver out there down the right side. And like you said, we'll leave closer to 170 to 180 in. But not that these guys can't handle that distance in as an approach shot, but
That's right.
certainly takes away a better birdie opportunity than if you can get it around that corner and get it inside 150.
Yeah, you can see that white and black 150-yard stake there. Hugging that tree line down the left side on number 10 is going to get you that angle to where you're going to be closer to the green. Again, this morning, but 10 minutes intervals off 1 and 10. We've got boys District Golf Championships here at Heatherwoode Golf Club this morning. Again, beautiful day for golf. Shine and like we'll be number 10 very short. Going to be start on here. We'll bring you to young men as I get in here. Let's jump back
This is the
to
9:15 starting time.
10.
Playing first from Fairfield, Spencer Curran.
Yep, and first to play for then from Fairfield senior.
with that one.
Yeah, it looked like it hit that last tree out there on the left. But Williams
Playing second from Kings, Jake Williams.
good swing.
Playing next from Stebbins, Braden Powers.
From Mason from my
Pin.
finishing teeing off is Parker Finley from Oakwood. And number 1 is Maxwell Gustafson from Tippecanoe.
Playing second from Lakota East, Ben Isom. playing third from Lebanon, Sam Strasser. And next playing from Troy, Braden Swartz. This is the 9:35 tee time. Playing first from Oak Hills, Anthony Weinman. If you're comfortable, you see where they last were?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
Playing second from Lakota East, Griffin Paree. Playing third from Lebanon, Tom Carroll. And playing fourth from Troy, John Nicely. This is the 10:45 tee time. Playing first from Oak Hills, Will Kadekia. Playing second from Lakota East, Walker Wood. Playing third from Lebanon, Brogan Lugers. Playing fourth from Troy, Bryce Massengill. tee time. Playing first from Oak Hills, Will Steihoff. Yeah, I realize that. Will's not going to play until he's out of the way. We're trying to get back on time, so he may have fallen asleep. I can understand. For everybody who's back here, who sees this, what we need to do is make sure that if you're in a cart or you're watching, make sure that you move ahead so we can get back on time. Thank you very much. Playing second from Lakota East, Nick Collins.
From Nick.
Playing third from Lebanon, Jackson Rochelle. Playing fourth from Troy, Luke Huber.
Jackson not too happy with that one. Will Styoff looks going to be the next to play here, I believe. Will's just got it in the, I guess, intermediate cut of rough there. You can see his ball, so it looks like his lie's pretty good. Again, a little closer than those two. This is probably 175 yards or so to the green from that position.
Yeah, like you said, Neil, he's got a pretty solid lie in that first cut, so should have a pretty good shot to be able to spin it and get it on that green.
Yeah, I'm Neil Amberg again here with Austin Schoonmaker, bringing you coverage of today's Southwest District Boys Division I Golf Championship. We're live from Heatherwood Golf Club in Springboro, Ohio, and we're going to go quickly to number 10 tee.
Yeah, first to play here on number 10, Ryan Williamson from Oak Hills. Ryan is a senior for the Highlanders. You can see there, he might have that one going a little bit right, but we do have a spotter out there, it looks like, so should be able to signal whether that one's in play or not. And second to play here, Bobby Horseman from Lakota East. Looks like Bobby's got either a high lofted fairway wood or a hybrid here. Just looking to get it in that first part of the fairway. Good swing for Bobby. And third to play, Peyton Lawley for the Lebanon Warriors. Peyton is a sophomore.
Definitely, I think, the first time we've seen a hybrid off that tee from anyone.
Yeah, most often we're going to see drivers off number 10 here. Definitely a 3-wood. If you're a longer hitter, you can definitely hit 3-wood, but hybrid might be the only one we see today by Bobby there. But this is Peyton. Peyton going with a fairway wood. Yeah, really good swing there.
Quick tee pickup with a club twirl.
And a club twirl.
That's the good shot combo.
Yes, it is. And last to play for the 11:05 tee time, Mitchell Sargent from Troy.
Again, these players playing the one position for their team, so once they're off this tee, all players from their teams are going to be on the golf course.
Yeah, Mitchell, just a freshman for the Trojans, but playing in the anchor spot for them, so in his first time here at Districts. Didn't look like Mitchell loved that one, but it looked like it avoided those trees and cut back into the fairway for him.
Actually, his response here is he doesn't really know where it ended up. I think he's trying to figure that out looking at the spotter. I will say, kind of usual for tournament golf to have another ball in your pocket, which Mitchell seems like he pulled one right out ready to go.
But we'll jump back over to number 1.
Charlie Fish is going to be the first person we've seen from the St. X Bombers. Charlie's a junior for St. Xavier. Again, first players from these teams that we've seen today, so you're going to get an idea of who the other 8 teams are here. Next to play Luke Attal. Luke is a member of the Mason Comets. Again, Mason would have to be one of the favorite teams here. Luke shot 76 as qualifying at the Grizzly. Something less than driver there. Couldn't tell if that was a hybrid or a fairway wood, but next to play is going to be Kyler Alvey. Kyler's from Springboro, a member of the Panthers, and Heatherwood is Springboro's home course, so very familiar with this tee shot. Not only him, but all his teammates have played the shots hundreds of times. Again, he's also going with looks like a hybrid or a fairway metal. Kyler is a senior for the Panthers, and I believe the only senior on their team this year. Kyler looks happy with that one. Final person in this foursome would be Brody Miller. Brody is a Bellbrook Eagle and also a freshman for the Eagles.
Looking to make lots of eagles today.
Yes, appropriate name, right? And there are a couple eagle opportunities out there. Once you get out on the golf course, we're going to show you one too. Number 9 playing downwind today, which we'll get to once play reaches there, is definitely an eagle opportunity. That will be a short par 5 on camera downwind, so we'll probably see some eagle putts on number 9 for sure. Brody's off and running, doesn't seem to be too pleased with that shot, but again, short par 4, hopefully he can advance it down by the green and still make par. Okay, that was the 11-10 group, off and rolling on number 1. Again, first players from those 4 teams are now on the golf course. Next to play off of number 10 and are going to be players from the Elder Panthers, Anderson Raptors, and the Centerville Elks and Butler Aviators. So once we get players on the golf course over there, you're going to at least see one player from all 16 teams here start their rounds and kind of get an idea of who is here, so you'll know the teams playing here. Again, all these teams have qualified. There were 3 qualifying teams out of 4 sites. 4 qualifying teams out of 4 sites to get our 16 teams here today. Again, sites were City of Mason's Grizzly Golf Course, Reed Park in Springfield, Miami Whitewater, and Yankee Trace were the 4 courses that they qualified out of to be eligible to play here today. And again, looking to send 3 teams and 3 individuals not on those teams out to the state championship next week at the Scarlet Golf Course at the Ohio State University Golf Club in Columbus. So that's the goal, and kind of the goal of all these teams when their season started was to obviously make it to districts and then move on to state. So we're going to do that for 3 teams today and 3 individuals. Again, once we get a little more players on the golf course, we'll talk about scoring. We'll see some live scoring here today, and we'll get an idea of what's happening, where teams stand once we get more players on the course. And again, scoring is going to be done in 3-hole segments here, so until you've actually played your first 3 holes, there's no score to be posted even at that point. So again, as we're just getting players on the golf course this morning, really not a whole lot to show you on the leaderboard yet, but once we do get some scores, we will definitely update you on that. And Austin and I, once we get into the afternoon, we'll definitely be keeping you up on kind of what's happening as far as team competition goes and those spots looking to move forward. Looks like players here in 10 fairway are calling for a rules official. Looks like something is, they're not sure about something right here, so looks like play may have to get a rules official out there. Again, Steve Jurek and the Miami Valley Golf Association are administering the golf tournament today, so one of the officials, obviously you see pulling up in the golf cart there. I don't know if that's an official or if it's a coach. There's a cooler in the back. That might be one of his coaches. But here comes the official in there to give this young man a ruling or answer his question about play here.
Yeah, it looks like his ball might have drifted a little right, and just trying to see if maybe if his ball's in bounds or.
And as they go through that, we can see Peyton Lawley taking practice swings there. This is Bobby Horseman in the white hat and hoodie getting ready to play. Bobby from Lakota East. Again, quite a long shot in here. I think Bobby's the one that took the hybrid off the tee, and he's left himself probably 200 yards, at least in that range, to this green. Nice move at it there, and watching it like it's a nice shot.
Yeah, I looked really happy with that one.
Peyton Lawley from Lebanon, next player to play here. Again, got his tee shot in a nice position, but it is a long approach from there into the green, and again, fairly flat green with no sand traps or sand bunkers protecting it.
Yeah, leaning a little left. Maybe that one's going a little right on him.
And again, ruling on someone in this group, so don't really know what the ruling was being made on. But these players are heading down the fairway, assuming as they're walking that there's no one left behind them there. They're not really acting like there is. So it looks like everything's been sorted out there, and I don't know. As I say that, Peyton stops and turns around, so maybe not. But those players were making their way toward number 10 green. And as they're doing that, we are back on the tee and looking there, but shouldn't have anybody ready to play there. Well, I don't know. 11-15 group should be up as soon as they're out of the way there, I guess. So 11-15 group would be next to play there. Obviously waiting for the landing area to clear before they can hit their tee shot. So running a couple minutes behind on the tee there on number 10. But as soon as that landing area clears, we'll get this group underway. Again, this group consists of Luke Mead, Cole Brandon, Barrett LeMaster, and Luke Holub. And these 4 young men, first players out for their teams and looking to get their day started on a very tough starting hole, number 10. Just waiting for some action here. And again, beautiful day here, as you can see, not a cloud in the sky. Temperature starting to warm up pretty quickly. Again, kind of breezy conditions right now. I wouldn't say it's too terribly bad, probably in the 15 to 20 mile an hour range. Austin checks the weather quite every once in a while. He's been giving me the weather updates all week, so I must not be blowing too hard, or Austin would have informed me of that already.
Well, you put me in charge of the weather, so I
did.
figured that I better keep an eye on it.
That's right. You need to know, make you Jim Cantori of the Weather Channel, giving me all pertinent information as far as barometric pressure and all of that such.
But we are back underway here on number 10. It looks like this would be Luke Mead, for a junior for the Elder Panthers.
Definitely something smaller than driver there. That actually could be a larger hybrid himself.
Yeah, I thought it might be a hybrid. I think it was. But again, it's only 200, 210 to the beginning of the fairway. So
Yeah.
if you can hit that hybrid 230, 240, you can certainly get that into the fairway. Just leaves you a little bit longer approach into the green. Second to play here on number 10, Cole Brandon.
Looks like we actually have the camera up and running on number 1 finally now, so we've worked through that technical difficulty. Again, Cole Brandon on the bottom left of your screen from Anderson getting ready to tee off.
Beauty, Luke. Ball. Good ball.
Again, that's Luke Kale.
Teeing
on the
off
top right
second
from
for
St.
Mason High
Xavier.
School, AJ Wilhelm.
Again, we're finally getting a good look at number 1 tee from the camera that we've been having difficulties with all morning. That's Mark Robart, the starter. So you're getting to hear Mark's voice there. As they're going in number 1, number 10, I have Barrett Lemaster from Centerville getting ready to start his round.
Yeah, and that's AJ Wilhelm from Mason in the top right.
That'd be fine.
A good ball there by AJ in the top right.
Barrett
Teeing off
also
third
seems
from
happy with
Springboro High
his.
School, Jack Rott.
Finally, McCullough from Butler's going to be going on number 10 here.
Yeah, and in the top right we have Jack Rott, a junior for the Springboro Panthers. A really good swing for Jack in the top right.
And teeing
Luke
off
seems
fourth
happy with his
from
also
Bellbrook
in
High
split
School,
screen there on number
David
10.
Gregory.
That would be all players from number 10 are off and running. So the 11:15 time is on the golf course.
Yep, and this is David Gregory from Bellbrook. David is a freshman.
Again, first look we've had here is we've been having difficulties with this camera all morning of the tee shot these guys are facing here on number 1. Again, this hole a little dog leg left to right. Ball started on a nice line and a quick tee pickup.
Yeah, I think we'll see more quick tee pickups on number 1 than on number 10.
As you can see, quite a different tee shot here. Fairly flat tee shot here, and again, quite shorter. So again, we're obviously have been working through some technical difficulties this morning, and we're still having a little bit there. But again, Miami Valley Communications Council is going to go ahead and work through the difficulties that we've had. We did have quite a bit of rain last night, and I think that's causing some issues as far as some moisture in this sensitive equipment that we're using. Again, but we'll do the best we can to work through that and bring you pictures and sound. I'm being told that we've been having some sound issues this morning also, but Austin and I are just going to keep talking whether you can hear us or not.
I think I was told that we are back on the stream. We are being able to be heard now.
Okay.
So
I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing or not, but you know, they may be wishing that those guys would just shut up. It might have been more enjoyable for them just watching the pictures, but
might be.
Hopefully we do have everything back up and running now, and again, apologize for the difficulties, but when you're trying to do what we're trying to do here on this scale, every once in a while there's some bugs that creep into the system, and again, doing our best to work through those this morning and bring you live coverage of the Southwest District Division I Boys Golf Championship here at Heatherwoode Golf Club. Again, looking to send 3 teams to the state championship next week in Columbus. and also 3 individuals not on those teams next week. They will be playing the Ohio State University Golf Club for the state championship next week. All right, again, shot here from number 10 tee, looking down the toward the fairway. This would be Luke Hollop from Butler. Didn't quite reach the fairway on his tee shot here, so he's left himself quite a distance into this green on an uphill slope in the rough, and it would be really an outstanding shot if he was to even get it up close to that green from there. He's probably, Austin, what do you think he is there, 225 or so in the rough, uphill, and with an iron in his hand. A very difficult shot, depending on his lie, even to know if he can advance it that far.
Yeah, he's far enough up the hill where he probably has a view at least of where the flag is, maybe not the surface of the green, but still more than likely probably just going to hit some sort of iron down there, just short of the green, maybe 50, 60, maybe even 100 yards out, just to give him a chance to wedge that one on the green and maybe try to save his par, but probably not looking to get it on the green from this far out.
Yeah, it'd be an outstanding shot if he was to get it on the green. Again, might be the best play actually to try to get it there just 100 yards, 80 yards, 75 yards short of the green in the fairway and give yourself an opportunity to get it up and in from that position. Doesn't look like he can see the green there as he jumps in the air to see if he can maybe see the top of the flagstick. So he's trying to get a line to play this on, and maybe also making sure that the green's clear in front of him before he plays. It looks like he's got a spotter or someone there that's going to tell him when he's able to go there in the golf cart, and as that person pulls away, I'm assuming that they've given him the go-ahead to take a rip at it, and that's what he looks like he's getting ready to do.
And just to let you know, Neil, we are going to get back up in the 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts later this afternoon, so
Okay.
It'll certainly get breezy for the boys out here today. But right now, certainly a little bit more calm than it was yesterday for the girls at this point in time.
Again, it is an outstanding day for golf, especially mid-October weather here. We're going to have temperatures in the 70s today with a little breeze. Again, you could have a lot worse weather than this to play today, so I'm sure everyone's pretty happy with the sunny conditions and pullovers instead of jackets and winter gear. We're looking at Luke Mead here from Elder. Again, kind of the same situation as Luke Hollop from Butler. Didn't quite reach the fairway. So had quite a long shot in there, and looks like maybe he was just doing what we talked about, getting it back in play just short of the green to give himself an opportunity to get up and down from there. This is going to be Cole Brandon from Anderson next to play here. And again, in the fairway, so definitely will be attacking the green from there, but still quite a long distance away. In the 200-yard range, I would think.
Yeah, definitely in that 200-yard range, depending on where the pin is located. We haven't been able to get a view of number 10 or number 1 with the drone yet today, but I'm sure we might get that up later.
Yeah. This is Barrett Lemaster. Barrett from Centerville.
Which tee time was that again? That's George. Belay with a D.
All right, and the 11-15 group heads toward number 10 green after hitting their approach shots in there. Again, going off of 1 and 10 tees this morning on 10-minute intervals, and tried to stagger that but I think now we've had a little bit of delay and stuff, and they're actually kind of pretty close running. I think they're still running on time on number 1 and maybe a little behind on number 10. So we're going to try to bring you the action the best we can from both tees, and if we have to split screen, Austin and I will do dual coverage of the tees as we move forward here. Again, I'm Neil Amberg with Austin Schoonmaker, and I guess you are hearing our voices now, which we may have not been before. And, We are
Owen
bringing
Horvath.
you coverage all day of the event here at Heatherwood. Again, we're on 10T here. This is Owen Horvath from Elder getting ready to play.
Yeah, Owen, a junior for the Elder Panthers, taking driver here off number 1. Or number 10, sorry.
That started on a good line.
Yeah, it looked like it might have been fading a little bit, but should be left of that cart that you can see out there on the right.
Next on the tee from Anderson, George Lake.
Yeah, as you could hear there, George Lake from Anderson next to play here. We do have an iron on number 10.
And again, if you're a long player, iron could be a play of choice. But again, it's 200, 215 yards to carry that fairway, so he's going to have to strike it solidly.
Club twirl. It's a good pass on it for George there.
Playing next from Centerville, Jacob Lehman.
Next to play Jacob Lehman from Centerville.
Jacob going with the stocking cap, or beanie as I would call it.
Fun fact, I'm neighbors with his grandfather.
Okay.
Played golf with him the other day.
All right. So how did he play the other day?
Well, his grandfather played pretty good. I didn't play with Jacob.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant you were playing with him.
Yeah, really good shot there for Jacob.
Next playing from Butler, Hunter D'Angelo.
We'll go split screen there.
Teeing
I
off
think
third from Springboro High School, Ian Cambria.
we missed maybe the first 2 tee shots on number 1 in the top right. But this is Ian Cambria from Springboro.
Hunter D'Angelo on number 10 tee in your bottom left.
Yeah, really good swing there for Ian on the top right. Quick tee pickup.
And teeing off fourth from Bellbrook High School, Hayden Caswell.
And top right, Aiden Caswell.
Looks like Hunter D'Angelo is going to hit another ball down there on number 10, so we saw that shot there. Looks like, again, as Austin was saying, we missed the first couple shots there on number 1, so we'll try to get you some coverage of those guys here later in the day as they come down 9 and head to 10, and also come to 18 green to finish their round. We're looking at a live shot there of number 10T here.
Yeah, we got Bob there filling.
Yeah, repairing divots there.
Yeah, repairing the divots. Good to see.
Yep. Again, not too many divots on 1 typically. Don't see too many irons off of there. I'm sorry, on 10. Don't see too many irons off there. Mostly if you're on that tee, you're trying to hit a driver or at least sweep a 3-wood off that tee. But we've seen is that 1 or 2 irons today for sure.
I think we've seen 2 irons, a couple hybrids. Definitely could make some divots back there.
Yeah.
Intentionally or unintentionally.
Well, that's true. Yep. All right. Again, we are bringing you coverage of today's Southwest District Division I Boys Golf Championships. Again, trying to determine the 3 qualifying teams for next week's state championship, along with the 3 individuals who are going to qualify who are not on those teams. Just getting our round underway today. Tee times off 1 and 10 started at 10 o'clock. Got a few groups left to go out. Tee times will be going until about 11:55 or so. Here, a little bit behind on 10, so probably 12 o'clock or so before we get all the golfers on the golf course. So here in another half hour-ish, we'll have all players on the course and they'll have their rounds underway. Again, we've got a couple groups left to go off of number 1, and looks like we've got about 3 groups left to go off of number 10. Again, 10 obviously a more difficult tee shot if you've been here before playing that back tee. So naturally, they've played a little bit slower off there. They've run into a little bit of trouble with some balls and some hazards and so on, and some rollings, and just a more difficult hole. Takes a little longer to play, and that's why the 10 tees is backed up just a little bit more than number 1 tee. Here we're looking at players again, looking and sizing up their approach shots on number 10. And again, 4 cameras out there today, cameras behind 1 and 10. And again, we had some difficulties with that camera behind number 1, but I think we've got all that worked out now, so you'll see that camera for the rest of the day until play clears there. And also, once play gets to 9 and 18, we have cameras behind those greens, so we'll get to see we'll see a lot of putts made hopefully today, Austin, and
Yes, we will.
get to see some exciting action as things come down to the end of the day and trying to determine who's moving forward. Or at least hopefully we are. We have the first 4 days we've covered. We've covered boys Division II and Division III here at Heatherwood last week, along with girls Division II. That was also last week. Playoffs in all of those, and yesterday had a real exciting finish in the girls Division I with the qualifying spot, qualifying team winning by 1 stroke, and then actually had a 6-hole playoff following that for some individual seedings. So had playoffs every day so far. I don't know if we'll have one today, but I would say chances are pretty good. All right, looking here down number 10 fairway, that would be George Lake from Anderson, moving his ball forward toward the green again. As we've talked about earlier, quite a long shot in there. Probably the smartest play is just to get it in the fairway, just short of that green, where you can attack it with something that you can control. Whatever your favorite yardage is, you might want to play to that. If you've got a stock 75-yard shot or something like that, you may want to factor that in and try to get your ball in that 75-yard range. Would be a smart play, but what you should do if you're thinking properly this morning and not too disappointed with your shot, sometimes you let your disappointment get into your thought process and it affects your play. Again, looking down number 10 fairway, that is Hunter D'Angelo from Butler there. Got his tee shot well positioned, probably 175 yards or so from the flag stick.
Yeah, good shot there off number 10. Just happy to get this one in the fairway inside 180 yards, and he's done that really well.
It looks like he may be waiting for one of his playing partners to play that's not on camera. Again, going through his pre-shot routine, Austin, let's talk a little bit about a pre-shot routine right here as he's waiting to do his. I think it's always a good idea to try to get yourself into a position where you're doing the same thing over and over and over, which leads to good shots and something that you can repeat, which would let muscle memory take over and kind of put yourself on autopilot per se.
Yeah, definitely important to stick to that pre-shot routine, especially on the first tee when you might be feeling a little first tee jitters, a little nervous, especially at the district tournament today. But you touched on it and you hit home there. It's all about getting your mind and body ready to have your muscles go into that muscle memory type state. So if you do the same thing over and over before you hit a shot, you can allow your body to be prepared and your mind be prepared to hit the best shot that you can.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things, and as you've played college golf and moved in professional golf, more and more techniques can be brought into that. As far as I know, there's breathing techniques and things like that that you actually would try to do into your pre-shot routines. I know a lot of these young men are just kind of working on their games and probably haven't got to that point yet, but it's a good idea to do a breathing routine to help clear your mind and get your body ready to go also in your pre-shot routine and factor all that in. All right, going over to number 1 tee here, 1140 group. This will be Robert Gerwin from St. X waiting to get the okay to play. Again, this is the 1140 group. He should, they may still be waiting for somebody there. Obviously he is still waiting, but going with looks like a fairway wood here again. Haven't really seen this view from the hole today too much yet because we just got this camera up and running, but this hole, dog legs left to right. If you're taking a 3-wood or you could actually take driver if you want to take on more of this hole, take it down the right side over the cart path and hug that tree line and get it down in the neck just short of the green, or play back with an iron or something to the 150 mark, which we've seen most people do all day long. As Robert gets ready to go on number 1, Mikey Schutte is getting ready to play on number 10. Mikey's a member of the Elder Panthers and getting ready to get his round started on the 10th tee.
Again, Robert Gerwin in the top right on number 1. Looks like it started down the left side, probably cutting back into a good position for him.
From Mason High School, second up, Nate Vonderhaar.
Next to play on number 10 will be Charlie Straubel. Charlie's from Anderson and a freshman.
Yeah, next to play on number 1, Nate Vonderhaar from Mason. Nate just taking iron off number 1. Looked like a really good swing.
From Springboro High School, Bradley Hinkle.
Next to play on the top right, your screen on number 1, Bradley Hinkle from Springboro.
Should be Zach Hartley from Centerville getting ready to go on number 10.
Good swing by Bradley there.
Teeing off 4th from Bellbrook High School, Andrew McGill.
And Zach Hartley off and running, looking a little bit to the right there on number 10, but seems like he's okay. Final player in this group is going to be Seth Jones.
Next on the tee from Butler, Seth Jones.
Yes, Seth Jr. Oh. Sorry, that was Andrew McGill on the top right of your screen on number 1.
And back to Seth Jones on number 10. Seth's a member of the Butler Aviators. Tried to hoist that one up over the corner there.
Didn't look too happy with it.
Well, not quite what he was looking for. Let's see if he's hits a provisional there or if he thinks his ball's all right. Again, looks like he tried to start it up over the left side there over those trees, which you can definitely do with driver and get it down there and shorten this hole. But you obviously have to hit it solid if you want to do that. Again, it's 200-yard carry past those trees. So again, if you want to hit it high and up over the trees with the driver, you can definitely do that. Fairway actually opens up a little bit more if you do take it on the left side there with the driver and hit it solid. I mean, you can really get it in there 120 yards or so from the green if you want to take the risk of doing that, which Seth did. Again, Seth didn't look real happy with it, so we're going to maybe see where he ended up here as they walk toward their balls. If we get a shot from the camera here later, we'll see if Seth Ball ended up.
Or Seth Ball's
Yeah.
ball went.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, but like you said, Neil, if you're a longer hitter and you can hit the ball high, you can definitely take it over the corner of those trees and shorten up the hole significantly on number 10.
Yeah, and again, it's not even necessary to take driver there too. You can hit 3-wood and kind of turn it around the corner there a little bit and still get it out there if you're a long hitter. We see Seth walking down the fairway there, and he's walking kind of straight down the fairway, so again, looks like he's going to be fine. Again, there's that's the 11:35 group we're watching walk down 10 fairway now, so running a few minutes behind on 10T. And one group left to play on number 1T and 2 groups left to head out on number 10.
Yeah, might be a little behind on 10 to start out, but should space it out a little bit.
Yeah.
After they get on their way.
Yeah, we're looking at Zach Hartley there from Centerville, getting to his ball, his tee shot. Charlie Straubel's the other one in your picture there in the fairway and a little bit closer to the green than Zach. Again, both shots though will be long approaches into 10. Again, is a very difficult starting hole for these young men starting out. 440 yards, 215 yard carry to the fairway off that back tee, and tough hole to get your day going on, but the good news is they can get it out of the way early and hopefully make par and get their round off to a good start. What kind of scores with this condition also you think we'll see today? I know we've got a lot of really good players out there today. I think even with the wind blowing, with the overnight rains, I think we're definitely going to see some under par scores here today.
Yeah, I agree. Nothing crazy. I don't know. Definitely depends on how much wind we get going in this afternoon, but I know we had a 66 shot by Timmy Hollenbeck by the one player for the Mason Comets in sectionals, so certainly could have a round in the 60s out here today. Not just by him, a lot of good players in the field. But certainly likely to have an under par score today, at least individually. I'd say as far as team scores go, you're probably still looking in that mid to upper 290s, maybe low 300s for a winning score. Again, just depends a lot on how much wind picks up in this early afternoon.
Yeah, I would agree. And again, we have had some overnight rain, so we softened the golf course up a little bit. Conditions were real firm before the overnight rain, so Dan Walter and his staff have done an outstanding job getting the golf course ready. They had it playing exactly how I think they wanted it to play, firm and fast, but these overnight rains have softened it up a little bit, which actually will help scoring conditions for these young men today. Won't see balls running through fairways into the rough or things like that, at least not first thing out this morning. With the wind blowing, we may get it to dry out a little bit by the afternoon, but again, a softer golf course leads to lower scores. Again, looking at number 1T again here, looks like we may be again having a little camera issues on the behind the number 1 green, so we're going to try to give you the shot from this camera here. This is actually the camera behind number 18 green, giving you the footage there as they've turned that direction. Again, working through some technical difficulties here. And again, oh, no, here we go. We're good here. This is number 1. Again, Mark Robart there being the starter for Miami Valley Golf Association on number 1 tee. Mark's waiting again here. This will be 1150 group and last group to get their round underplay off the front 9. Again, as we talked about here, once we saw this shot, a little dog leg left to right. If you want to take fairway, you're just going to, or a fairway or wood or an iron, you're just going to play it down, straight down through the tree line there. If you want to pull a driver out and take on a little more of the right side, you can take it kind of over that cart path area right there and actually get it down 100 yards or so from the green if you want to take that in. There is out of bounds that's running down that total right side by the tree line there that actually creeps in a little bit more past that tree line. So by taking driver and getting it down there 100 yards from the green or so, you're actually bringing in a little more risk with the out of bounds. It just becomes closer to the line of play.
Yeah, I would say most kids today are trying to look at that cart path that you see and trying to hit something 230 to 250, just to leave themselves inside 150, but don't want to take the risk of hitting driver and bringing in that OB and possibly even the water, bringing that into play too. But certainly a pretty good starting hole for these guys. Much easier than number 10.
Yep, as we jump back over to number 10, Charlie Straubel there looks like he's played his shot into the green, and we're looking Seth Jones there. I'm assuming that's Seth's tee shot. He was disappointed with that because he was trying to cut the corner a little bit more. Looked like it might have just faded back into the middle of the fairway again. So he's 100. You can see the 150 post, 170 yards or so from that tee. Again, looking at 10T or 1T, waiting for the 1150 group to get the okay to play. Again, 4 cameras bringing you play today. We will be covering the action behind 1 and 10 tees, and then also behind 9 and 18 green. Again, looks like
Teeing
we're
off
seeing
first
Eric
at 11:50
Braun
starting time
and
from
camera
St.
view
Xavier.
here on number 1.
Eric Braun.
Eric is a member of the St. Xavier Bombers and a senior for them.
Again, Eric just going with iron here on number 1. Still probably looking right of that 150 post. Not sure if you can see it on this screen from this far back, but just maybe 10 yards left of the cart path that you can see down the right side.
Yeah, come on in. We'll get you.
Teeing off second from Mason High School, Timmy Hollenbeck.
And second to play here, Timmy Hollenbeck from Mason High School.
Timmy Hollenbeck fired a fantastic 66 to lead the Comets into district play. Again, Mason will be one of the favorites. I think Austin definitely moving forward. Probably one of the better teams in the state as far as depth goes. And Timmy obviously played fantastic in the sectional qualifier.
Yeah, they've got 5 seniors in the lineup who all have a ton of experience playing in this tournament, playing
Teeing
in
off
state.
third
So
from Springboro High School,
certainly
Gavin
one of the favorites.
Augustine.
And this Gavin Augustine from Springboro, Gavin Jr.
And all the young men in this group playing in the number 1 position for their teams. And also these teams would have qualified in the
And teeing off
number 1
fourth
spot
from
in the
Bellbrook High
sectional
School,
locations that they were at.
CJ
So
Scully.
these teams are typically going to be, at least they played the best to get here, or the best at their
Sectional.
site.
Yeah.
And CJ looks like he's hit that solidly. And the 1150 group is off on number 1. And that will conclude all the tee times on number 1 for this morning. So we do have a couple left to go on number 10. But as we're waiting for those groups on number 10, we're going to bring in a guest to our broadcast location here. We've got Steve Jurek here. Steve Jurek is the... Steve, I don't know what your actual title is. Are you the director of the Miami Valley?
Executive director of Miami Valley Golf.
Yeah, Steve's the executive director of the Miami Valley Golf Association. They're actually administering the tournaments, all the districts here at Heatherwood, and also quite a number of tournaments throughout the summer and spring and summer, fall months. So we asked Steve to come in here this morning and kind of ask him a few questions and let everyone know kind of what the mission of the Miami Valley Golf Association would be. So I guess the first question would be, what is the mission of the Miami Valley Golf Association? How many people are you dealing with as far as volunteers and staff and so on and so forth? And really kind of tell us a little bit about what you do.
Okay. Well, you know, golf is a very community-based sport. And so Miami Valley Golf is really about building community through golf. And you know, obviously in this situation, we're playing it forward so that we continue to have a nice feeder system for our next generation of golf. Miami Valley Golf's not quite 30 years old yet. We filled a void in an area in the state of Ohio that frankly was not serviced before. And so we formed in 1994, and I came on board shortly after that.
Yeah, and I don't know what it says about us, but I think I've known you since the very beginning, right?
Yes.
We've been doing things for a long time together.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, you think about what you do as far as a golf facility and what a organization can do to support that.
Sure.
The reason that we met is because of the software that's provided and you needing support for that type of software. And so it's turning around here in the fact that you guys are bringing the camera work to us. So it's amazing how our world has become so IT driven, but yet it's because we knew each other that we're in this situation 25 years later.
Sure. And again, when we met each other, again, kind of says how old we are, right?
Yeah,
but,
well, you're not young, Neil. I'm just telling you.
Well, you know, you are though, right?
always.
Again, yeah, we've been involved in a number of ventures together from different facilities that I've been at and the times that we've worked with you, and obviously it's been a pleasure to do that. So as we're moving forward here.
Yeah, so obviously you and the Miami Valley Golf Association run and help out with a ton of golf tournaments all throughout the year. But how does the road to the state championship come together?
Well, first off, I'm going to give you some props. You won our Metropolitan Championship 2 years in a row, our 100th anniversary at Dayton Country Club, and I believe the year after as well. Or was it the year before?
It was the year after at Piqua. Yeah.
During the COVID year.
Yeah.
So what's really interesting about the COVID conversation is we really didn't know what 2019 was going to bring when it came to 2020, 2019?
It does all run together, right?
Was it 2020?
Yeah, I think it was 2020.
So it's 2020. So it feels like it's been a decade in the last 2 or 3. But because of that, that fall of 2020, the Southwest District of the OHSAA, and I believe there's 6 districts. Sometimes that may be adjusted based on sport, but I believe there's 6 districts from a golf standpoint. The Southwest District had a lot of tournament managers that were concerned about being put in a situation where COVID would be a threat to them simply because they were not young people. Mm-hmm. And so as an organization, we knew that once we started down this path, that we wanted to make a difference that was just more than picking up a couple things. So in 2020, we ran 3 sectionals. And then in 2021, we put together 2 more, 1 more sectional, 1 more district. So, and then how this got to this point was we put together a proposal. But essentially, there's 5 divisions of play. This is our biggest boys, D1. And so essentially there's 16 sectionals, which then feed into these 5 districts. All told, there's probably a couple thousand high school golfers that are in the Southwest District. We ultimately end up with about 350, 360 players that reach the district level. And this all happens within 2.5, 3 months because they don't start playing until that first Monday in August. So it's a very tight window. and we've been very fortunate from a weather standpoint to get to this point.
No question.
So,
and again,
yes.
we're I kind of know, and we kind of know the process that's
Yeah.
got everything here. And I think this is the first time they've done the districts at one site. And, you know, I know what everything that's had to come together to make this work. Kind of let everybody know that's watching and wouldn't know the process, how long we've been going back and doing this, and really kind of everything that's involved in the pulling, not only what you see on our broadcast, but actually the event itself here, and logistically, wouldn't call it a nightmare, but it is a difficult process to work through, and a lot of work involved in getting us to where we are here today.
Well, we're here because it's a labor of love. I mean,
Sure.
people have to understand that that's why we're here. This is not an economical thing for any of us. But the way this all comes together is, frankly, Tim Tilton, who has been basically running most of these district championships for over 40 years, is also not a young man. And so we had to decide what that transition looks like. And probably 5 or 6 years ago, I would say, Tim had come to Heatherwoode, and I think Tom was here, and you were here, Matt was here at that time, or still is, and you basically tried to put something together, and for whatever reason it didn't work, and who knows? I mean, because everything has ramifications that you just don't see.
Sure.
So then after we got through this past sectional, we knew that, in 2021, we knew that there were going to be challenges really when it came to the districts and some other things. So collectively, we basically came together as 4 different organizations, Tim Tilton, Greater Cincinnati, Heatherwoode Golf Course, and Miami Valley Golf. And we basically put a proposal together in front of the Southwest District Board that basically we would push everything here. Heatherwoode has been extraordinarily accommodating on this because of all the practice rounds and everything that it takes. It's really you can't say enough about Heatherwoode's commitment, and frankly, the city of Springboro's to take this on, because this, again, is a labor of love. It's not something that they're making, but they're investing in the next generation.
Sure.
And that's terribly important.
Yeah,
So
we're big proponents of junior golf here, and this is really the culmination of that for moving forward and bringing all these young men here.
Yeah. So we put the proposal in front of the Southwest District Board. We heard a little after January that they had accepted it. I'm not sure what the future looks like. We've talked about multiple years, and we'll come back to that conversation because it came together so quickly, which really doesn't feel like it's that quickly, but in reality it really does, because a lot of us work on schedules that are 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road. So if you don't have those kind of schedules worked out, there's going to be some issues. Like we had some issues this year. They weren't bad issues, but practice around accessibility, kind of a number of things that could be better. And we've already started a nice long list as to what our post-action review would be. So we've been very fortunate, though, from a weather standpoint, because that can really mess us up this time of year.
Yeah, we all had our fingers crossed for sure as far as what a plan would be if we did have something totally washed out, what our next process was. We did have some rain dates blocked out, but that was going to be difficult to fill those in. And we are looking here, number 10 here real quick, as play still continues. They didn't stop for you, Steve. They kept right on going.
If I had paid attention to I just can't look at myself on this TV.
From Anderson, Coleman Miller.
This is going to be Coleman Miller next to play for the Anderson Raptors off number 10. Again, this is going to be the last group going off of number 10. When this group leaves the tee, everyone will be on the golf course at that point. So all players will be have their round started. Coleman here going with a fairway medal off of number 10.
Yeah, good swing there by Coleman.
Next on the tee from Anderson, from Centerville rather, Aaron Toby.
And then Aaron Toby next to play from Centerville. Aaron, a senior for the Elks, shot 78 at Yankee Trace to help his team get here today. It's a really good swing there for Aaron. Started on the right side and was drawing back nicely.
Austin,
And
it's
playing fourth
kind of hard to get a quick tee
from
pickup when your tee
Butler,
flies in front of the tee there.
Quentin Stahl.
So
Quentin Stahl, last to play for the 11:55 tee time, and actually the last player to tee off and get on the golf course for today's action. Quentin is a sophomore for the Butler Aviators.
all right, so that's the 11:55 group all on the golf course. Again, we've got Steve Jurek from the Miami Valley Golf Association here with us at the broadcast location. Steve, I know you got to get back to doing some stuff, but you know, a couple more things before we let you go. How many kids you think have actually been through here this fall because of what we've been doing here at Heatherwood?
Well, assuming we don't have any more WDs or anybody doesn't finish, we had 384 players tee off. So that's a very nice contingent there. As a blower,
that's all right. We
he's
can
on
still
18.
hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Yeah, so we've had 384 players. I think we've probably had in excess of 300 volunteers if you start counting sectionals or volunteer days, I should say. Our starters, who you're hearing from Bob Rice, is actually one of our executive committee members. Mark Robart over on one is a retired golf professional from the community. So them, and today I think we had 26 lunches to volunteers that are connected with Miami Valley Golf. And not just Miami Valley Golf, but Greater Cincinnati Golf Association. They've had people in here throughout the week as well. So it is definitely a community that comes together, and that's what we're here to do.
Exactly.
That's awesome. And I know you touched on it a little bit earlier about being here at Heatherwood.
Yeah.
And I know everyone here at Heatherwood, myself included, an employee here, just loves having the district tournament out here. What does the future look like for districts at Heatherwood Golf Club, and what can we do better to provide even a better experience for these golfers?
Well, I can tell you that we worked a little bit, or at least from what I heard in the grapevine, we had talked a little bit about a TrackMan and a track tracer and all that kind of stuff, which clearly would help on 10 as to know whether we want to have that tee back there again or not for next year.
Yeah, we weren't able to work out and we tried to do it real quick here the last couple of days. Didn't get some of the bugs worked out of it, but it's definitely something that we'd like to bring in. And it's like, anything, your first attempt at doing something and what can you improve on, and we'll go through and have conversations about that moving forward.
There's not very many golf associations, let alone golf facilities, that do a top tracer to host an event.
That's right. I think we may definitely push the limits a little bit.
Yes,
but,
we do.
That's kind of what we do.
And you know what, though? But we're not afraid of failure, right?
That's right.
So that's really all you got to do in life is if you're not afraid to fail and you live through it, you're coming out better, right?
And again, just a perfect example is this morning we're having a little issue with the camera on number 1 tee, and we just work through it and do the best we can. And really the goal is to show these young men playing golf on TV and for their families and everyone to see them that aren't able to be here, and give them a little experience of let's call it tour level experience, right?
Yeah,
and give them something that they can remember and create a memory for them.
Yeah, exactly. And this has been a wonderful experience for us. Next year, the year after that, I think the potential is to have a long-term scenario here. There's a lot of things that need to come together, both from a municipality standpoint, the golf facility. I know that there's an irrigation project that's in the works for the fall of 2024, I believe. So all these kind of things kind of have to be looked at from a long-term scheduling standpoint. But I have not heard anything from anyone that says we don't want to do this again. And so it's always nice to hear when we put in this labor of love. I look at all this research that you guys done. It's fantastic. What their sectional scores are, and I think we're only going to get better. And thank you very much for asking me to come in.
Again, I will say that we are very proud of what we presented on air, especially for our first opportunity at it. And I know we talked about it way back about what we would be capable of doing.
Sure.
And I know you had doubts that we were going to pull it off like we have, right? But we've come across pretty well, at least on our end, I think.
So remember when we went to so we had the Women's Senior Open here this summer, and Neil and Joe and Carl and the other Neil, I believe.
And Jared was with us.
And Jared with us as well. They had a nice visit. I can't remember the big fellow's name. At NBC. That
Yeah, was it Tim? I can't.
Yeah,
I
maybe
can't
it was
remember his
Tim.
name. Again, but they were nice enough to invite us into their facility and show us their setup.
Right, which was quite overwhelming. And then I look at my Valley Cable Councils, and it's basically a third to a quarter of the size, but it's got all the bells and whistles.
Yeah, we're.
So we'll have to send him an email because I got to and see what he thinks.
Yeah, that'd be awesome to get their feedback
take
on what we've done, and again, they've got some kind of setup. Again, we did make it out to the Senior Women's Open that was held at NCR, and they invited us in the truck. They actually had the Notre Dame football truck there that they do the Notre Dame football broadcast with. So a full semi-trailer full of cameras and monitors. There had to have been 50 monitors in that truck, and that truck was broadcast. They had another semi-trailer to do graphics and everything in that had another 40 monitors in it, and stocked full of probably 25 to 30 people in each truck. I mean, their operation is obviously major operation,
Yes.
and we walked out of there, and I told Carl, well, here we go, right? Let's see what we can do. And to be honest, they've done a fantastic job, and what they're doing at NBC is obviously a larger scale. We're a smaller scale, but we're doing some of the same stuff that they're doing, and we're doing it pretty well.
We are definitely punching above our weight. So everyone involved has a lot to be proud of. And thank you again for making some time to have a conversation.
Sure. Again, thanks for stopping by. We are going to get back to some golf, and again, appreciate you as always.
All right.
Well, actually, what we're going to do now, we've got a little break. We're waiting for play to come up 9 and 18 to start here. So this is kind of the time where we'll, Austin and I will take a little break, and then we'll show some videos and some instructional tips from Brad Smith and some videos from the clubhouse and the facilities here, as Austin and I are going to take about 20 minutes to a half hour here before we come back to live golf. So we're going to take a break here till, let's say, 12:35 or 12:40. And as we're taking a break, like I said, if you want to stick around, we're going to show you some golf pointers and some of the facilities here at Austin. Or at Heatherwood, and Austin and I are going to take a little break. So we'll be back with you shortly.
Thanks, Steve.
Weibel Energy Systems is a full-service mechanical contractor and building services company focused on making buildings work better. You can rely on us for all of your building's operational needs, including HVAC installation, service and preventative maintenance, building automation and controls, energy services and monitoring, healthy building consultations, and commercial plumbing, as well as security cameras and door access controls. Weibel Energy Systems serves Dayton, Cincinnati, and Columbus. Learn more at goweibel.com.
And I ain't even need your help. I put the work in. 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 I heard you looking for results.
Welcome to Heatherwoode Golf Club, City of Springboro's municipal course, where you can host the wedding or the special event of your dreams. From small, intimate functions such as rehearsal dinners and baby showers to larger events like weddings, graduation parties, or corporate events. Join us to experience our exceptional service, high-end facilities, and breathtaking views. Check us out on Facebook, Twitter, or online at golfheatherwood.com, or just stop by to play a round of golf or check out the clubhouse. You may also contact me by phone directly at 937-748-3222.
Hello everyone, I'm Matt Cole, the head golf professional and director of club fitting here at Heatherwood. One thing we put a really big emphasis on is club fitting. Most players don't know just how important it is to their game until they can actually see it. And we utilize technology made by Foresight Sports called the Foresight GC Quad. What it does, it has 4 cameras, so it takes 200 high-speed photos at 10,000 frames per second. So basically we can know everything that's going on with that club and how we need to build the best set for you to improve your game. I got my friend Chase here. I'm gonna have him hit a ball so that we can show you just a little bit of the technology we offer here at Heatherwood. Go ahead, Chase. Pretty good one. Okay folks, if you look on the screen, what's going to come up is basically going to show us everything that's going on with that golf club. So as you can see here, it's even able to give us the point of contact, which is the red dot on the face. It's giving us the path, where the face was, and tells us the lie angle of that club, which is extremely important. Anytime the lie angle of that club is too far down, the toe's going to grab the ground and flip open, so you're going to miss more shots to the right. And there's a lot of golfers out there that miss a lot of shots to the right. So anytime, just come in, give us a call. We'll set you up with a fitting appointment. Find out why we're one of the best fitters in the state of Ohio.
So I first got interested into golf mainly through my brothers, actually. So I have a middle brother, Josh. He also played at Kent State. He's 4 years older than me, and then my oldest brother, Jake, also played at University of Dayton, and he's 6 years older than me. So I got into golf. I was really into all sports growing up. I played soccer, baseball, basketball, and golf. I think I started playing when I was 4. And you know, we live out here. We're pretty much out here every day, so just being around Jake and Josh, my 2 brothers, watching them hit, it got me into the game, and it seemed like as I got older, I realized that I was pretty good at it. So yeah, just learning from them, learning from my dad too. He was big into golf. He played in college. We're just a big golfing family, so that's kind of how I got into the game. The state championship's a big tournament. Definitely a lot of preparation that goes into every tournament I play in, but definitely more focus was put into that one. The course they play it at's pretty long, and you got to hit it straight off the tee, so definitely put a lot of emphasis on kind of like the driver and stuff like that. But then you also got to be good around the greens, so pretty much all the facilities they have here help prep me. That's where I prepare for all my tournaments. Yeah, just play as much golf as you can is how I like to prepare. Playing in the state championship was definitely a great experience. I would say it's probably one of the best experiences I've had, just playing against all my peers. I know a lot of the guys just from other high school tournaments, and it's definitely pretty nerve-wracking, especially like I knew I had a pretty good chance to win, so kind of everyone's rooting for you. And I had a lot of my friends from high school came up to watch me. That was just, it was awesome. My parents were there, people from Heatherwood. It was great. Yeah, winning the state tournament actually kind of jump-started my college career, because at the time I think I committed to Kent State earlier that year, so I kind of played my whole senior year knowing where I was going to college. But I mean, I had a pretty good high school season. It's just like the competition at the state tournament's obviously really good, and knowing that I could win that tournament against the players that were in it just like gives you a ton of confidence, which is what you need on the golf course because it's as much a mental game as it is a physical sport. So yeah, winning the state tournament was a huge boost of confidence for me, mentally and physically. Tips I would give for the players who are looking to make it to the state championship. I know a lot of the guys on the Springboro team, but just in general, I would say stick with it. Like I said earlier, golf's as much mental as it is physical, so being able to get your mind right and know that you have the game to make it there is a big part of it. And then kind of just trusting the training you put in, because obviously you got to put the time in, but just a lot of trust goes into golf, I think, and being able to commit to your shots under pressure and kind of knowing what is the best part of your game and kind of using that to help you succeed. Heatherwoode's definitely, it's a challenge tee to green. There's some intimidating tee shots out here, like I know 2's pretty intimidating, and then coming down the stretch 16 through 18, you got to hit some good shots. So figuring out what your option is off the tee that's going to give you the most success, committing to that. And then around the greens, I feel like you can make a lot of putts out here. The greens are always good, so as long as you're reading the greens right, you can definitely play well here. This summer at least, I played a lot of amateur golf tournaments. This is my first summer as an amateur instead of a junior golfer, so it's been a bit of a change with like the type of tournaments I play in and the competition, because some tournaments I'm playing against like 30 and 40-year-olds now, which is kind of cool actually. But during my school season, I'm playing for Kent State. We had a pretty good season my freshman year. I think we got up to 30th in the country at one point, which is obviously pretty good. And then just I work here this summer actually, and that's kind of been most of what I'm doing now, just working and golfing. Next week actually I'm going to play the US Amateur, which is pretty much known as like the biggest amateur event in the world, I guess. It's kind of like the US Open but for amateurs. So that'll be, I'm looking forward to that. That's a huge accomplishment in my career, probably the biggest tournament I've ever played in. It'll be a long week. Hopefully I can get my game right and everything will be going well with that. So yeah, I'm excited. So after graduation, as of right now, my plans are to turn professional, play professional golf. My brother actually, Josh, he just graduated college and he's turning professional. He'll probably be playing somewhere on one of the tours in the spring. He's battling a shoulder issue right now, but yeah, that's my plan, to play professional golf and see where it can take me. My parents grew them just as much as the people around here, you know, Neil, Tom, Matt. I've known them for a long time and they've helped me grow my game, and just everyone at Heatherwoode has helped me, my parents, my brothers, just practicing a lot, and my parents come watch me in every tournament, which is nice, and just have learned a lot. Yeah, I would say if you're preparing for the district tournament, definitely been there. It's nerve-wracking. You want to make it as a team. That's the most fun part, but in terms of your own game, because that's all you can control, I would say to just stick to your routine, visualize your shots, and just, like I said earlier, commit to everything and let the chips fall how they may. If I were to describe Heatherwoode, I would say it's probably like, it's just my happy place. Like I come here if I'm bored, I come hit balls, I practice, or I can even, like all the people I met out here that I play golf with, just come talk with them because they're always here. Heatherwoode's such a good spot. Great golf course, great practice facilities, great people. All around, just 10 out of 10.
My dad's always been interested in golf. He's played since he was a very young kid. And when I was young, he wanted me to get into it a little bit. My interest in that sport wasn't like super high. I was interested in other sports. I raced go-karts around the country for about 6 or 7 years. And then starting in middle school, I started really liking golf. So my dad really was the one that got me interested in it. And then it just took some time for me to pick that one as what I was going to do throughout high school and college. I started playing golf at the junior high level. It was really awesome that they had a junior high team at Springboro. So I went out for that, made the team my 8th grade year, and then that translated into high school golf. played 4 years at Springboro High School, got recruited by a couple teams, nothing big, but some small Division I schools, some other Division II and III schools. Chose Wright State to play. I really wanted to play D1 and ended up at Wright State and loved it. Played 5 years there, took an extra year with the COVID situation and enjoyed every minute of it. So I played on the JV level my freshman year and then played varsity sophomore, junior, and senior year. So I played in the district tournament 3 years. I was fortunate enough that the team and I made it out those 3 years. So I was able to play in the state tournament those 3 years as well. So love the district atmosphere. It's so good, very competitive, lots of good teams, lots of good players, and just a really good achievement to make it out as a team those 3 years. I think a big thing is just to be very excited for the tournament. I know there's going to be some nerves involved with playing at the district level, but if you just translate those nerves into excitement and that you're excited to be here on this stage, you can use that as kind of like all right, let's go, let's get after it, and let's see where we can go from here. First off, I would recommend playing in college to anyone. I think the time that I had there, meeting people, meeting other athletes on other sports teams was just awesome. It just creates like a whole different sort of family atmosphere in college. As far as determining whether you would like to do it or not, I mean, that's kind of going to rest on the individual shoulders, but there's so many opportunities out there as far as schools needing players and all different skill sets too, with the different divisions of college and stuff like that. So just be very open-minded if you're wanting to play golf in college, to all the different kinds of levels and places where you can play. The state tournament's definitely going to be up there. All 3 years, it was very awesome. We had a great group of guys that I played with on Springboro's team when I was in high school, so that helped. I mean, pretty much every tournament had its own fun memories involved, but going to state those 3 years was just absolutely incredible. And obviously that starts with sectionals and into districts, and obviously those district memories are always going to be awesome. Waiting on the last hole for whoever's coming in last, like, you know, seeing if you guys are going to make it out or not. I mean, that's very special, and some of the memories I'm never ever going to forget. I thought to myself, if I keep on this path, that I can be pretty solid at this game. And all it really takes is a couple of good opportunities and some good weeks strung together in the professional circuit, and you can take off. So as I continued to improve throughout high school and college, it just kind of made sense to me that I should at least try it, because I don't want to, everyone always talks about it, you know, as they get older, they're like, oh, I wish I went and tried it. So like, I didn't want to have those regrets later down the road for sure. I'm super competitive, and whatever I want to do with the rest of my life, I want to be there, some sort of competitive nature to what I'm doing. So I obviously am going to try to do competitive golf for as long as I can and see where that takes me. My experiences in professional golf so far have been absolutely awesome. There's just the same sort of grind that I've always been in with high school golf too, and college golf as well. There's always a grind, and my favorite part probably so far is just traveling. I mean, I love to travel, as well as just like I love to play competitively. It's taken me so many different places. I've been west, I've been to Colorado, I'm going to Sweden in a month in September to do the European Tour Q School. So it's just taken me so many different places where I probably wouldn't have gone if I were just starting a job right out of college. So that's definitely one of my favorite parts of doing it, for sure. That's the biggest thing about golf at any level, is just to have fun doing what you love to do. Take a couple deep breaths that morning, but remember that this is a game and we're out here to have fun with your teammates. And then just trust that you've put into the work all season, all summer, all winter. I mean, all the kids have put in so much work to get to this point. Just trust that work that you put in, and then have fun. I mean, that's the biggest thing about golf at any level, is just to have fun doing what you love to do. So just take a couple deep breaths, trust the work that you've put in, and go out there and have fun. I would just like to wish all the teams just the best of luck. I mean, really, I mean, it's just what an awesome experience to be out here at the district tournament, and I just wish them all the best of luck, and I hope they all, like I said earlier, have fun, enjoy the day, and enjoy the beautiful golf course that we have here, because it's pretty awesome out here. So best of luck to all you guys. What separates Heatherwoode from the rest is that the course condition is just going to be completely spectacular compared to some of the other ones. When I played in high school, we played at Weatherwax. Pretty solid course, but the condition was always up in the air. So Heatherwoode's going to provide an opportunity to to showcase maybe a little bit better at the district level, just because it is in tip-top shape all the time. Having Heatherwood host this tournament means a lot to everyone here. I know it means a lot to Tom and Matt and all the people involved in the pro shop that work here every day. I think it also means a lot to all of just the seasonal workers, like the guys in the cart barn, the guys in the maintenance crew. It means a lot to have this tournament here because we get to showcase what spectacular golf course we have. And it means a lot to the community as well. I think we're going to take great pride in hosting it here. I know I work here in the pro shop, and I'm going to take great pride in having this tournament here. And I think it'll be good for all the teams and all the players to be able to come out here and hopefully have it here further in the future. My time at Wright State was pretty awesome. I think it was different than other schools. I'm not really sure because I didn't play at other schools, obviously, but the camaraderie between the athletic department, all the other teams at Wright State, and our team was just absolutely special. I felt so connected to the athletic director and all the other department heads at that school. It was really awesome. It really meant a lot to me, and like I said, I wouldn't change it for anything in the world. Going to a bigger school obviously could have been cool, but like I said, I loved my time at Wright State. It meant the world to me, and I would not change it for anything. I do run into some guys from my high school days and college days still currently. One of the kids that I played Springboro golf with, Josh Gilkison, he's actually turning pro this fall, so we're going to play in some tournaments together, hopefully travel together as well. I still run into some guys from Wright State. A couple of them have turned pro as well. So I see them all the time, and I see other kids that I played just college against at other schools all the time. So it's a pretty big network. It's almost like a family, so it's a lot of fun. To turn pro in golf as a playing professional, you really don't have to pass a test. You don't have to do anything. You just kind of declare professional. Maybe a better way to put it would be to just rescind your amateur status as a golfer, and then you can basically just start playing for money, and that just kind of opens the door for other tournaments, and hopefully you can continue playing well and make a living in golf. So there is no really like test or anything. You just kind of declare it yourself.
Weibel Energy Systems is a full-service mechanical contractor and building services company focused on making buildings work better. You can rely on us for all of your building's operational needs, including HVAC installation, service and preventative maintenance, building automation and controls, energy services and monitoring, healthy building consultations, and commercial plumbing, as well as security cameras and door access controls. Weibel Energy Systems serves Dayton, Cincinnati, and Columbus. Learn more at goweibel.com.
And I ain't even need your help. I put the work in. 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 I heard you looking for results. Put the work in.
Welcome back to the action here at the Boys Southwest District Division I Golf Championships here at Heatherwoode Golf Club. We are showing tee shots here on number 1 tee. This is the group of Spencer Kerr and Jake Williams and Braden Powers. This is going to be Jake Williams from Kings on the tee here. Just completed their first 9 holes and getting ready to start their back 9. These are individual qualifiers who've qualified to play in today's event individually and looking for their opportunities to also move forward to the state championship. This is Braden Powers from Stebbins next to play. Nice swing there by Braden. And they're off and running on their start for the back 9. Again, I'm going to show you tee shots on 1 and 10 tees. We have cameras located there, also 9 and 18 green. I believe we should have some young men kind of heading toward 10T that we would have missed this morning because we had some camera difficulties on number 1. I think if we have a camera over there on 10T, at least let's try to get these young men on camera so we can see at least one of their shots today on number 10T. And right here we're looking at a young man that looks like he's out of bounds on number 9. I guess he's not, but our camera angle sure makes it look like it. This is the group of Gabe Logan, Mitchell Fickle, Tommy Halloran, and Luke Grillett. A couple nice shots there, and that's a nice shot, well played from that position. Again, this is number 9 green, and again, I was hoping to see number 10T and kind of get some guys on camera that we missed this morning because our camera on number 1 was down. Here we're going to go ahead and continue with play here. This is Michael Fickle, I believe, with a nice little shot in there. Again, number 9, first chance we're getting to see it today is a short par 5 straight downwind and downhill. Definitely a birdie opportunity for these young men. Gabe Logan from LaSalle next to play. And Gabe's probably got in that position in 2, I would assume, and looking to flip this shot up in the air and get it stopped quickly. This green's running away from Gabe, and so it's going to be tough to get it real close to the hole, as you've seen shots before roll down through there. Again, as you can see, it hits and runs away from Gabe, so got it on the fringe. All right, again, number 10 tee. Again, we missed these young men this morning teeing off. So first look at this group: Connor Schuchte, Jake Winauer, Aiden Stanford, and Wyatt Caldry. I believe this is going to be Wyatt Caldry from Xenia on the tee. Again, these guys starting their back 9 are got a little better feel for their golf swings this morning than the guys that had to start cold on number 10. So a little easier tee shot once you've got a feel of how things are going on the golf course. Next to play here, I believe this is Aiden Standifer. Aiden's from Franklin and a freshman, and qualified individually as a freshman at Yankee Trace. I'm sorry, this could be Connor Schulte from Talawanda. Looks like he's got a blue hat on, and Talawanda's colors red and blue. And again, we're recognizing players by what they're wearing today and getting those off of number 1 tee. We missed this group, so not quite sure exactly who these guys are, but that was either Aiden or Connor, one of the two. So we did get him on there, but I'm not quite sure who it was exactly. Again, Austin Schoonmaker and myself, Neil Ambergy, here bringing you coverage today. We missed a couple groups this morning because of technical difficulties, so kind of tough to identify some people we haven't seen to go with names, and we're going to try to do that with school colors and stuff moving forward. Again, here we are on number 9. It's going to be Gabe Logan from LaSalle. We saw Gabe's approach shot in there, so that was probably a birdie opportunity for him there. He's got that left for par. Again, number 9 is a short par 5 down the hill. 2 solid shots are definitely either going to get you on this green or around this green today.
Yeah, with this back left hole location, it might be a little tough to get the ball close to the hole. The green does slope a little bit away from you when you're playing your approach into the green, but still, short par 5,
Sure.
still a really good chance for birdie.
And that was Michael Fickle with his putt there. Next to play, Luke Grillett from Beaver Creek. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Tommy Halloran there, coming down the hill there. We're going to move a little bit from his right to left. We're going to go split screen with the action now as we've got some more people coming to 9 and 18 greens. First look at 18 here in the upper right-hand corner. A very difficult pin on number 18 today, tucked over a bunker that you're not seeing there. This is the group of Spencer Koffenberger, Ben Eisem, Sam Strauser, and Braden Schwartz. Gonna look here and see who's next to play here.
Yeah, on the bottom left, Luke Grilliot has got about 10 feet here for his attempt. Oh, just left it right in the heart, short.
Almost looks like Sam Strauser on number 18 that had just tapped in. Ball rolling into the screen now. I don't know who that was. Spencer Koffenberger is the ball that rolled down there.
Yeah, next to play on your bottom left part of your screen, Gabe Logan. Really good putt there.
Braden Schwartz next to play on number 18. Braden's from Troy.
Yeah, bottom left part of your screen, that would be Michael Fickle finishing off his front 9. Those golfers will head over to number 10. Looking back on number 9, this is the group of Gavin Stark, Kevin Quinn, Parker Finney, and
Yep, this is Spencer Koffenberger here finishing up on 18. Looks like he burned the lip there from his reaction. They got their golf bags there, so we can't actually see the hole. We need to let these young men understand the importance of camera location and their bags. So again, hole being blocked here, but by Spencer's reaction, he ran that by just by the hole pretty close. Looking to tap in here. And again, Spencer's from Oak Hills. They're finishing out their front 9 here. And they will be heading short distance over to number 1 tee. And we will hopefully see some tee shots from them here soon. Again, we are now covering play with 4 cameras behind 1 and 10 tee, 9 and 18 green. Here we are looking at an approach shot from number 9. I believe that's Kevin Quinn from Moeller.
yeah, Kevin Quinn's got about 160 yards there from the right rough, I think. Got a pretty good angle, though, to that back left hole location. That's Gavin Stark over there on the right part of your screen. It's got about the same distance. Just over 150 yards left.
Can we have some flybys that we'll show you here shortly of number 9 and 18 and even maybe 1 and 10 here that we haven't got to this morning because of our technical difficulties. So we'll get you a better look here shortly after these young men hit their shots in here and kind of give you an idea of what the hole looks like a little better than just Austin and I describing it. I know we do that beautifully, Austin, and everyone has a beautiful picture of what the holes look like in their mind, but You know, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and we may have used 1,000 words today to describe these holes as we were telling everybody how things were going this morning.
I think that our 1,000 words go a pretty long way, though, too.
The 398-yard par 4 opening hole at Heatherwood is a downhill dogleg right. The tee shot is blind. Out of bounds lurks around the right corner of the dogleg, while water on the left may collect long drives that roll through the fairway. For those who find the short grass, only a downhill short iron will be left for the approach to a large 2-tiered green. The long and beautiful 200-yard par 3 third has a water hazard on the right that shouldn't come into play. The elevated green is
from number 3, but we're looking at tee shots on number 1. Again, still having a little bit of issue with that camera there, but still trying to broadcast from that camera. This is either Ben Isom or Sam Strawser.
The 484-yard par 4 finishing hole puts pressure on every facet of a player's game. An accurate drive is a must in order to avoid mature trees on either side and a creek lining the right. From the fairway, most players will choose a long iron for the approach to the large convex green. A series of sand and grass bunkers surround the green, as well as rough, mounds, and swales.
Number 18, as we come back to that, and you can see that pin's tucked on the far, well, as we're looking at the picture, it'd be on the far left side of that. Very difficult pin location to get at. I was just thinking as we saw that fly by, that back bunker on number 18. I don't think I've ever seen a ball in that back bunker on number 18.
Well, I have hit it in that back bunker.
Have you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Once.
Okay.
I think once.
All right, number 10 tee. Here again, we had some issues with that this morning, so this might be the first time we've actually seen these young men. I believe this Michael Fickle on the tee from Lakota West.
Yeah, Michael going with less than driver here on number 10. Watching it carefully there down the right side, I believe.
This is going to be Luke Grillett from Beaver Creek. Looks like he has switched his beanie to a white hat, Austin.
Yes, he has. I figured that would be the case at some point for today. And then Tommy Holleran next to play from Wilmington.
Again, switching from the beanie to the white hat would tell you conditions are warming up a little bit. Again, beautiful day, a little bit breezy. Temperatures, I think, are going to get into the 70s. It's still a breeze. It's kind of got a little bite to it, so still kind of cool out there.
All right.
Looks like that might have drifted a little bit right on him, as you could hear. And we got Gabe Logan next to play here, the lefty from LaSalle.
Gabe's got a little thing to keep his hands warm there that he can swing around in front there on his back.
Yes, he does. Hopefully he's got a couple hand warmers in there. Although it is, like you said, warming up a little bit, so I wouldn't be surprised if that came off here, unless he's playing well and a superstitious type.
Yeah, Gabe's coach, Dave Miller, actually works for Steve Jurek and actually did all the marking of the golf course here. So I'm going to say that Gabe's coach gave him the hand warmer pack. That seems like a thing that a coach would do for a young man to keep his hands warm.
Yes, it does. Back over to number 9. This would be Parker Finney from Oakwood. Oh, wow.
Bangs it right off the stick there. There's an example, and we've talked about it quite a bit, of whether to leave the stick in or take the stick out. Again, can't anticipate that from that distance, and leaving the flag stick in is probably okay there, but I think that might have went in if the flag stick had been pulled right there. It looked like it was dead center, and the flag stick actually may have kept that ball out.
Especially you can see those trees blowing in the background. The wind is starting to pick up.
Yeah, we're starting to feel that at our broadcast location here with the tent that we're in, starting to be blown pretty severely right here, and you can see the pants and the shirts starting to blow. It's going to be an interesting afternoon if this wind picks up like this. Again, we haven't done too much as far as checking scoreboards or anything yet, so we'll look at that here. We'll get some scores in here soon to see how everybody's doing early on.
Yeah, this is Maxwell Gustafson. Yeah, I knew that. Just running that one by a little bit. He'll have about 8 feet coming back. This would be Gavin Stark from Harrison.
Gavin with the hood up at this point as the temperatures seem to be, well, the wind's causing it to feel a little bit cooler than what it was earlier.
Yeah, without a doubt. The temperature's in the low to mid 60s now, but certainly going to feel a lot cooler than that. This would be Kevin Quinn from Moeller. He's got about 10 feet. Should be breaking a little bit right to left. Now just pretty straight. Just left that a little short. Again, back to Maxwell Gustafson. And then Parker Finney left here from just about a foot left to finish off his first 9 holes.
This group, first group of team players or individuals that have qualified through the teams that is making the turn and on to the back 9 that started on number 1. A little early to make a call team-wise, but looking at scores real quick, we've got 6 players tied at even par, again just recording their first 3 scores. So still early on here, no one under par right at this point. Again, that would definitely have, the breeze would definitely have something to do with that, as we're going ahead and calling the action here. Looking at number 9, fairway.
Yeah, looking back at number 9, this is the group of Tucker Ward, Max Kearns, Eli Rhodes, and Hayden Heiser. I believe that's Eli Rhodes there in the khaki shorts, the right side of the fairway. That would be Hayden Heiser from Tippecanoe in the right rough.
Again, 9 short par 5. Obviously left his tee shot out to the right on this hole, but still, I mean, looks like he's got a fairway wood of some sort there also. I can't really tell, at least a hybrid.
He's got an iron there.
Is that an iron?
Yeah.
We can still get it down there near the green with that.
Yeah, this, again, Eli Rhodes here in the khaki shorts. Probably around 200 yards. Looks like he's got some sort of short club. Maybe you're just trying to lay up just short of the green. Or maybe he's a little bit closer than 200, so might still be trying to go for the green. This here, Max Kearns from Moeller.
Again, number 9, par 5, playing 509 yards, so short par 5, and also probably 50 feet drop from tee to green. So really for these guys, should be playing like a long par 4. Defense for this hole is really kind of a small green protected by some bunkers. So, and that pin location today is tucked on the left side as the players are playing the hole. Right side as you're going to see it from the camera. And there's a bunker that you're not going to see in front of that to protect it. So it's going to be difficult to get it close to that green on your second, or close to that pin on your second shot. But definitely going to be a birdie opportunity. You should definitely get your shots down there. If you played at the center of the green, you'd have an uphill putt at that pin for eagle. So we should see quite a few birdies on number 9 today, especially with this wind blowing straight downhill. I mean, you could get tee shots down there, Austin. I mean, 150-yard range or something then, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Especially, you know, we did get a little bit of rain last night, but it still should be pretty firm out there for those guys, especially with the wind just going to keep firming out the course even more. So definitely reachable in 2.
See Tucker Ward marking his ball there, and assuming that's his second shot in there. Again, exactly what we talked about. Played to the middle of the green there between the 2 bunkers and left himself a uphill eagle putt that you can be pretty aggressive with. Looks like this is going to be
Eli Rhodes from Oakwood there. Looks like he might have just found one of the right bunkers here on number 9 green. He plays very quickly. Bunker shot playing.
Well done.
Back into the wind a little bit. Really good shot there.
And these players just concluding their first 9. Started 10:30, so been on the golf course this morning. Almost 2.5 hours, so pace not zipping around there, a little slower than what we would like, but still a difficult wind condition, and playing in foursomes will cause pace to be a little bit slower. Again, getting a good look at this hole early on in the coverage right now. You can see kind of a small green there on number 9, but we're going to jump over to number 10 now. Be Gavin Stark from Harrison here on the tee. Gavin is a junior.
Yeah, Gavin going with driver here. Again, the wind primarily out of the west, which would be pushing this ball from left to right. So not the ideal wind for the number 10 tee shot here.
Kevin Quinn from Moeller is going to be next to play. And Kevin going with an iron. Again, going to have to strike this solidly to get it to the fairway. But it is playing downwind, so definitely a doable task. Sounded good.
Yes, it did. Again, hard to have the quick tee pick up when it goes so far forward.
I was thinking the same thing.
We'll classify that as an attempt.
He wanted to pick it up,
yeah.
but tee kind of jumped forward on him there a little bit.
Again, Maxwell, oh gosh, that was bad. Gustafson next to play here. Really solid swing there.
Parker Finney from Oakwood will be the last person to play in this group, going with a fairway medal. Looks like started out to the right, way right. Again, there is out of bounds over there.
And the wind will push it even farther right, so likely to see Parker probably hit a provisional ball here.
Again, Parker from Oakwood. Oakwood is the smallest school here in this Division I district championship. Again, there's big schools here divided into 3 divisions in boys golf, and Oakwood's got 284 boys to give you an idea of how many boys are in their 4 grades there. pass at it there.
Yeah, much better swing there for Parker.
Back to school size a little bit. Like I said, Oakwood 284, and they are also competing against Mason, who has the most number of boys. Mason actually has, I believe, the most number of boys in Ohio, 1,300 boys in their 4 classes. So quite a difference in school size. And again, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, Austin, but really you need 4 scores to count. So 4 good players, and you can compete with anyone there.
That's
As
right.
we're looking at
Tucker Ward there, just burning the edge on his first putt there. Eli Rhodes here from just about a foot or two, tapping in. And then Tucker Ward here from about 2 feet just to finish off number 9. Back over on hole number 18. This would be John
nicely.
Neasley.
I'm going to go nicely.
Nicely.
Nicely. I'm going nicely. So
Yeah, I think nicely sounds, he's a nice guy, so.
yeah, there we go. Again, you can see there, probably his second shot in that position right there. And again, very difficult flag stick to get at today. He's hit a pretty nice shot in there, actually controlled the distance really well. Again, John's from Troy and playing in this group with, looks like Anthony Weineman there in the red hat just walking off the back of the green. Trying to
I believe that's Tom Carroll.
Could be Tom Carroll there. We're going to have to figure out for sure which is which here. But right now we know this is an Anthony Weineman from Oak Hills here. A little long. Again, ticklish little shot here. Going to flip this up in the air, get it to land just kind of right on the green or in the fringe and run down to the hole. This will be a little downhill for him and probably going to move a little bit from his right to left.
Really well played there for Anthony.
Yeah, executed really well. Just didn't break as much as he was anticipating. We've got Griffin Pari there in the white hoodie, walking toward the green, and that would be Tom Carroll pacing to get his distance that he has left there. Again, we see that happen every once in a while to give you an idea of how far your putt is. Actually pace it off, so he knows. Looks like he took 4 big steps. I'd say that means he's got a 12-footer coming down the hill.
That would be correct. And it looks like Griffin Pari is right of the screen there. He's got about 40 feet for his attempt there. But Tom Carroll going first here.
He races that one by a little more aggressive than what he was hoping for sure. Again, the ball kind of jumped out of that fringe or first cut of rough there a lot quicker than he had hoped. Again, Griffin Pari is going to be quite a distance away here as we're panning to get to him with a long putt. Again, this green, if you want to play the safe shot and run it up there through the opening, you definitely can do that, but you're going to leave yourself with this putt. We had a pin position like this, Austin, for I think the Division II girls last week, and actually saw someone make something about this distance.
Yes,
so
we did.
We may see one right here.
Oh, my goodness.
What an outstanding putt by Griffin.
That would have been quite a call there for you, Neil.
Yeah, it's been a good start to my day calling putts, which typically
Still
not that good.
Still a really good putt for
Yeah.
Griffin there. It's definitely one you're just looking to get down in 2.
Again, John Nicely here from Troy next to play.
Yeah, he's got about 15 feet. Coming down the hill, breaking a little bit. Maybe a little bit right to left, actually.
Yeah, I think there'd be a little movement to the left for sure.
Excellent putt for
Very
John.
nicely
That's a great
done.
up and down.
Yes, he took advantage of the situation there, shortened 2, chipped it on, and made a nice putt there to presumably save his par.
Yeah.
It's Tom Carroll next to play. Tom's a senior from Lebanon.
Yeah, Tom's got right around 10 feet did watch his putt go past the hole, so she had a pretty good idea of how this one's going to break. Didn't quite give it enough pace there, though. Jumping over to number 10, tee.
This is going to be Max Kearns from Moeller next to play. Or it could be first to play. We don't really know the position they're playing in here, but this is definitely Max. Again, Max is a senior for the Crusaders. Started that over the tree line there, and looks like he's happy with it because of the quick tee pickup.
Very quick tee pickup there. Good shot for Max. This will be Tucker Ward next to play.
Looks like Tucker's going with the fairway medal here.
Thank you.
Yeah, good shot there for Tucker. Eli Rhodes. Another fairway wood, looks like, off number 10. Yeah, three.
Went for the quick tee pickup, but didn't really see where his tee was, so.
That leaves Hayden Heiser last to play on number 10 here. Going with driver. So high ball over the corner of the tree line should be really good.
Again, he's really happy with that. Again, all four of the players here looks like they've hit good tee shots on that hole. And again, a little easier to hit a tee shot on 10 after you've got 9 holes under your belt than coming out the first thing in the morning and looking at that. So definitely a little advantage going to 10 after getting 9 holes in. All right, looking at number 9 green now, and this will be the 1040 group coming down 9. And let's see if we can't make out who's who here.
Yeah, that looks like it should be Landon Harris for Moeller. And that white hat that looks like he's going to be playing next. Behind him, Austin Seafring from Tippecanoe walking up in the red hat there that just went out of the screen. Landon here has got probably about 60 so yards from the left rough here on number 9. Really difficult shot. He's going to have to carry it over the bunker and stop it pretty quickly. That'll be a pretty popular spot to play from on
Yeah,
number
not
9.
a bad shot there, just really difficult from that close to get enough spin on it to stop it. Looking at that flag stick, I mean, that I'm anticipating that hole's playing downwind. That looks like a crosswind from that flag, so.
Yeah, the wind should be coming out of the west more today, so more of a left to right wind on number 9. And same thing on number 10 tee and 1 tee.
Yeah, as we're looking here down at Eric Neal, looks like Eric is pretty close to an out of bounds position there. That road would be out of bounds. And as you can see, quite a large crowd here at Heatherwood today as overflow parking has taken both sides of the streets down there. And, you know, as you're watching golf on TV, tour golf, and someone hits one crooked and it goes into the crowd and bounces off someone back into the fairway. Eric could have actually played it off that GMC truck right there and bounced it back into play. He might have saved him from going out of bounds, that vehicle right there.
That's right. I'm sure the owner of that GMC is happy that he didn't, but that's very true.
And again, cars lining both sides of the street. As quite a few spectators here watching the play today. And grandstands are almost to capacity.
That is correct. So you can see Henry Mullen there from Oakwood in the khaki pants sizing up his putt there from just off the green. Not sure if he's going to bring his ball up or wait and see on the ruling with Eric Neal over there, long left of number 9.
Yeah, I was going to point out there before we pan back to Eric is the flag stick's actually blowing a different direction on there on number 9, so you can see how it's gusting and swirling. It was almost blowing the opposite direction of what we had talked about just a minute earlier. So again, we're getting some different gusts hitting us here, which makes judging the wind extremely difficult, and it is strong enough to definitely affect your golf ball in a negative way, I guess.
Oh, for sure. I think they're trying to determine whether, I think his ball, it's safe to say that it is.
I'd always say it's
not
in the grass. It's not on the
yeah.
street or not on the road, but there's an out-of-bounds stake, I think you can see by the light pole kind of right there. And there's going to be another out-of-bounds stake on the far side over there on the road, and they're trying to determine if those out-of-bounds stakes are determining the out-of-bounds line there, or if the road determines the out-of-bounds line there, and that should be in their local rules. In fact, looks like Eric is pulling his local rules sheet out of his pocket. They would have been given that on the first tee to try to determine what the out-of-bounds line is there, or what's determining out-of-bounds there. And again, it's probably just a little confusion on whether it's stake to stake at that point, or if it is the road that is the boundary behind number 9 green. So again, they're going to wait for a rules official here to clarify the questions. And truthfully, I don't have that rules sheet in front of me, so I don't know for sure which is which. But he's going to get a determination here, and that'll determine actually what his next move's going to be. If it is determined to be out of bounds, he's going to have to return to his previous position and play a shot from there. And again, I'm sure coming down the hill there, he wasn't anticipating that being out of bounds, so there would have been no need to play a provisional on his part because he thought he was going to be fine. He's addressing it now. Looks like that the rules has been determined that the street is the out of bounds boundary there. So, although I'm in question here, there is a cart path there, so he could be taking relief from the cart path also. Again, you can see those white lines on the street there. That's where the cart path crosses the road there from number 9 to the other side of the golf course there behind 18 green. So there's a cart path there. So I would say at this point he's been determined to be in bounds. And since he's been determined to be in bounds, he's going to go ahead and take relief, whether his ball is on the cart path or his stance is on the cart path. He's going to get relief, nearest point of relief, and then gets a club length from there. Again, he has to take complete relief. So if he drops that ball, say that ball was on the cart path, and he drops that ball in the rough and his stance is in the cart path, he would have to redraw for that golf ball. Again, looks like he had some help there with that decision, and looks like his ball will be in play right now.
Yeah, I was starting to think that he might have been in that little flower bed too, which you would get free relief as long as your ball is in bounds as well. So, but we'll go split screen here as Eric is sizing up his shot from over the green. We're gonna go split screen top right. Who do we got on 18 up there, Neil?
Yeah, it looks like looking here real quick at what we've got. The gentleman in the white pants is Bryce Massengale. I'm going to say that this is Will Kadakia going to play his shot here from Oak Hills. Will is a sophomore, and again, tough position here. Kind of saw it early already. Just flip it up on there, and has played it beautifully.
Yeah, really well played there.
You can see how quick it is and how fast that rolls away past the hole on that side of the green. Pretty severe slope on that side of the green once you get past the hole. This is Brogan Loggers from Lebanon here, who just placed his ball down. Not sure who's going to play next, but I'm sure we'll cut right back there. Yeah, and again, Bryce Massengill from Troy here with about a 10-footer. This should be moving, maybe a little closer than 10 feet, but should be moving from right to left. Just didn't quite play enough break in that.
Very short putter Bryce has.
Yes, it is. It's his arms extended fully to swing that putter, obviously. That's what his thought process is there, I would think. Again, Will Kadakia from Oak Hills.
Yeah, he's got about 8 feet here, breaking from his left to right. Just didn't quite give that one enough pace, but he'll tap that one in. This would be Brogan Loggers from Lebanon, or Lugers, sorry. He's got about 5 feet here, pretty much straight up the hill. Might have had a little bit of right to left in it, and he just didn't play for that. That'd be Walker Wood. Left to play here on number 18 from Lakota East. Just about 3 feet left to finish up for Walker. Good putt.
Quickly back over to 9. Looks like where Eric Neal's shot ended up.
Yeah, really not too bad of a spot. He had pretty much no green to work with from where he was, so you know, obviously he would have hoped to get that on the green, but he's got a lot of green to work with there. As you could see, just left that second chip shot just a little short.
Again, would make the assumption that his shot we saw where he's taking the drop would have been his second shot, being on that. So third shot over the green a little bit. He's chipped up there in 4 and still has that left for his par.
Here we have Austin Seafring from Tippecanoe. Again, lots of green to work with here. We'll be playing what should be back into the wind here. Uphill as well.
Yeah, position you can be pretty aggressive with, I would think, Austin.
Yeah, I would agree. Be hoping to get this inside 5-6 feet or so. That just took off on him. I hope he...
A little more aggressive than what he was hoping for. He was definitely aggressive with it.
He did listen to us.
Yeah, he's not too far from us, really. So
here's Landon Harris. We saw him play his shot from just short left of this green, about 50, 60 yards or so to this point. So would have to imagine that this could be a birdie attempt here from just off the green.
I really haven't seen a lot of people in our short coverage of the greens seen very many putts drop in the hole from any distance so far yet this morning. And again, wind is breezy enough and gusting enough that it will affect putts on the green, so we're going to kind of have to factor that in a little bit. And again, this is just the opposite, straight downhill and downwind. This one could be pretty quick as it gets by the hole here.
Yeah, definitely could. It's got about 15 feet breaking. It should actually be pretty straight. A little bit of a mound that comes off that bunker that you can't see. Did try to break a little bit from his right to left. Back over here with Henry Mullen from Oakwood. We saw he had a putt from just over the middle of the green. I'm sure he played that one to here. And pours that one in. Good putt there for Henry. Again here with Eric Neal with a probable par putt after getting his free relief from the cart path.
Again, should be straight up the hill. Again, disappointing to make bogey on number 9, being that it's definitely a reachable par 5.
Austin Seafring here. Just over 4 feet. Good putt.
Finally, Landon Harris to finish out here. Landon again, a sophomore from Moeller. Landon shot 73 in the sectionals to help the Crusaders qualify for today's action here at Heatherwood. As he taps in here, and Austin and I are talking about hole number 9, we're going to give you a flyby so you can kind of see the hole again. This hole is a short par 5, and again downhill about 50 feet from tee to green. We'll give you a look, give you a bird's eye view of this hole right now.
Player success begins on the tee at the 513-yard par 5 ninth. The severe downhill fairway allows players to hit the longest drive of the day with a hope to reach the green in 2 shots. Those laying up their second must navigate through 2 grass bunkers that narrow the fairway at about 100 yards from the green, which is surrounded by 4 large and deep bunkers. An opening in the front allows for long shots to be ran up to the green.
Coming back to action, we are back on number 18. The group of Will Styeoff, Nick Collins, Jackson Rashal, and Luke Huber. You can see Nick Collins there from Lakota East in the white shirt, white hat, and I believe that would be Will Styeoff behind him.
Again, you kind of see them coming uphill a little bit in that camera area and get the feel for, as number 9's actually kind of opposite of this hole across the road. So this is kind of coming up the slope where 9's going down the slope. And again, this is playing 416 yards today uphill into the wind and crosswind a little bit. Yeah, but definitely as much as number 9 is a birdie hole, number 18 is a difficult hole to make par on today, especially with that pin tucked. Again, as the players are walking up on the far right behind a bunker, definitely getting to that pin is difficult today.
Oh, for sure. You can see the other 2 players in the group there. Jackson Rashal there for Lebanon, and Luke Huber in the all white there. Can't miss him.
We like all white. Easy to pick out who's from Troy playing today. White pants. It helps Austin and I out as we're trying to differentiate between which player's which. Again, this is definitely Jackson Rashal from Lebanon, only lefty in the group, so he's pretty easy to pick out him. Again, there is a bunker there. He doesn't look like he's in the bunker. He looks like he's in there's a grass swale there also, or on the face of the bunker, and just the way he played that, you could tell that it wasn't in the sand. Played it okay.
Yeah, pretty good shot there. He's got a bit 6 or 8 feet left for his up and down.
Yeah, from that camera angle right there, you can't really tell, but as we're looking at the pin here, to the left of that pin, maybe 3 or 4 feet, pretty severe slope going down and to the fringe there. So if you get it too far, as you're looking at this from the left, you definitely run the risk of running down quite a little bit there.
And this would be Will Styeoff here. Playing a pretty good shot there. Definitely lofted it up in the air. He's got about 4 or 5 feet left. Looks like
Chris.
Looks like Luke Huber is going to be next to play. Actually, sorry, this is going to be Nick Collins next to play from Lakota East. Looks like he's played this really well. Just again, it's not going to break too much from right to left there on that line. We'll jump over to number 10. We've got Landon Harris from Moeller here taking driver.
Looks like he struck that one pretty well, asking for it to sit.
Yeah, you can. If you're a longer hitter with driver on number 10 tee here, you can definitely drive it through the fairway. Especially there is a little finger of rough that sticks out there that's right of the 150 pole, so he could have easily have driven it into that. This would be Henry Mullen from Oakwood. First time seeing Oakwood shirts today.
Yes, we've had pullovers on all day. They blue and white stripe, if they would all pull their pullovers off, would obviously help us identify them from quite a distance away.
I'm trying to do my best with the weather, so it will allow for that.
Yeah. Again, it should tell us, though, the temperatures are warming for them out there.
Oh, wow.
heeled that a little bit. Typically those are going to go to the left, and again, looking at that tree line, not a good play to start that unless you've struck it solidly and carried it over those trees. Again, here's Eric Neal. Again, Eric was a young man that took the drop back on number 9, going with a hybrid off this tee.
Yeah, again, probably just looking at the center to right center of this fairway. Trying to get something out there in that 160 to 180 range. Minimize the risk off this tee shot. I would leave Austin Seafring here last to play.
Nice swing there.
Looks like Henry from Oakwood here is going to hit another one. Like that started on a much better line.
All right, once again, I'm Neil Lamberger here with Austin Schoonmaker, bringing you coverage of today's Ohio High School Athletic Association 2022 Southwest District Division I Boys Golf Championship. We're looking at a live shot here now from behind number 9 green. Looks like we're getting another rolling here. This is the group: Aiden Walls, Aiden Kennedy, Joey Martin, and Eli Voisard. Looks like they may be getting relief from a sprinkler head or something there also, is what I'm anticipating there. No other reason to be giving someone relief. There wouldn't be any. Of course, it's an outstanding condition. There's no unplayable condition there or ground under repair there. So must be just a sprinkler head there that he's going to get relief from.
Yeah, got to be either a sprinkler head or there's this part of 9 does kind of funnel down into a lower spot. So it could have collected some rain overnight, so it could have been a little bit wet, and this ball might have been slightly embedded there in the rough, but I would guess that is just not the case. It would probably be a sprinkler head if I had to bet on it. But we have a second, still real early, but just for those curious, actually we'll have someone putting here. This looks to be Joey Martin from Oakwood. Just leaving that one out to the right a little bit. But St. X in the lead right now, atop the team leaderboard. They're at 4 over par. Mason's in second place at 5 over par. Elder third place at 6 over par. Springboro in fourth place at 7 over par. And Bellbrook in fifth place at 8 over par. So really a tight leaderboard right now. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 over par, actually in order. There's 1 through 5 there. So again, still really early, but definitely tight across the board. The first top 5 teams all in contention, not only to move the state in the top 3, but in contention to win. And this would be Aiden Kennedy here for Moeller. I was taking the drop there. He's lofted his shot up in the air. Just didn't quite get that one to grab as much as he probably had imagined.
Again, closer you get to the green, the harder it is to control your golf ball with spin, just because of the fact that you can't generate enough speed to spin the golf ball. So actually, as you get closer, if you're not on a good angle and playing over a bunker or something, it becomes a more difficult shot than if you were back a little bit further and could control it with, get your ball to stop a little quicker with a little more spin on it.
believe I saw a T on his hat, so that could have been Eli Voizard. Yeah, I think that was Eli there from Tippecanoe. He did have a red jacket on once, so just throwing Neil and I for a loop. But this is Aiden Walls here from Harrison. He's got about 20 feet here coming across the top of the green there. Maybe a little bit of a double breaker, breaking from right to left and back left to right at the end.
Again, as you can see, Austin and I trying to identify people by what they're wearing. Black pants, white hoodies, white hats. Doesn't a couple kids walking around in that there makes it kind of difficult for us.
Yeah, this is definitely Aiden Kennedy here from Moeller. He's got about 15 feet from the fringe. Just looked like they started left on him.
And again, we're going to have a little bit of technical difficulties this morning. You actually saw our first shot from the blimp there, that we've had a blimp shot today, so I haven't had the blimp up until this point.
Yeah, do we have the Goodyear blimp today?
Yeah, it could be. Snoopy. Could be Snoopy 1 or Snoopy 2.
That was Joey Martin from Oakwood. Not going to be too happy with that attempt. It looks like he's ran that one by a little bit even farther than he had originally, so he'll continue to finish out here. And pours that one in nicely. Aiden Kennedy now to finish out here. He's about 4 feet breaking from his left to right. Nicely done. Eli Voizard, last to play here. Well, next to play. Looks like Aiden still has about 2 feet to finish up there, but good putt by Eli. Well holed by Aiden there.
Fist bump there, so also if you've been looking at the leaderboard here, I know I saw you there, so can you give us a little update on what's going on the leaderboard?
Yeah, so still remains the same for the team leaderboard. St. X in the lead by 1 shot over Mason in second. Elder 6 over par in third place. Springboro in fourth place at 7 over par, and Bellbrook in fifth place at 8 over par. We still have 4 people atop the individual leaderboard at even. That's Eddie Stout from Centerville, Eric Braun from St. X, CJ Scoey from Bellbrook, and Case Morgan from Elder, with a slew of players tied at 1 over, 1 back.
Like we're in for an exciting afternoon to determine the individual spots for sure. Again, we're looking for 3 teams to qualify and 3 individuals not on those teams. As we're watching the groups come up, number 18 here, group of Ryan Williamson, Bobby Horseman, Peyton Lawley, and Mitchell Sargent. Mitchell Sargent right there in the white pants from Troy. Good in here we have Ryan Williamson was in the red hat in that group. Again, getting a blimp shot down here. You can see the green complex around number 18 and how there's that bunker protecting that pin location there in the grass swale. And again, playing uphill today into the wind a little bit. We've got it's going to be Bobby Horseman quite a bit over this green with a very difficult shot. Green running away from him down to that pin. I mean, anything within 5 or 6 feet would be outstanding, and he's played that beautifully.
Yeah.
It hit fairly softly, and actually, I didn't think he's going to be able to keep that short of the hole, and
No.
it grabbed as it landed right there.
Yeah.
So nice shot by him.
Yeah, that's really well played by Bobby there. Got to imagine that Mitchell Sargent will be next to play. Not in camera view here, but he's probably about 30 or 40 yards short of the green there, short of the bunker.
It actually looks like Ryan Williamson's walking in the red hat to address his shots. It looks like he's going to come up a little closer to the green than Peyton was there, but still a very difficult shot.
Looks like he ran his by. Actually looked like Mitchell Sargent might have already played. Just didn't get that one quite on the surface. But not a bad shot there from over the green.
That was kind of what I was expecting, the result I was expecting from Peyton, but Peyton somehow got his ball to hit softly and actually didn't release down the hill at all. So kind of probably affected Ryan's shot selection a little bit. When he saw that ball land soft, he actually played it there, and it jumped and ran away from him down the hill.
Yeah, for sure. This would be Peyton Lawley in the black.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That would have been Bobby Horseman, I believe, that would hit the shot that stopped in there softly. And this is Peyton Lawley here.
Yeah, he's got a pretty long putt there from the back left portion of number 18 green, just on the fringe. But he's got about 60 feet or so. Putting back into the wind, I guess, downhill towards the end.
Again, just behind this hole on this angle is a pretty severe downslope, so it becomes very difficult to get it to the hole because you're afraid of it catching that downslope and actually running all the way off the green there. So a predictable result, knowing that 2 or 3 feet past that hole is going to cause you to be 10 or 12 feet away.
Yeah, going split screen here on the bottom left, you'll see the group of Jack Ward, Nolan Kreckler, Wright Chen, and Will Riley.
Again, as you're watching those guys on 9, on number 18, this is Michael Sargent, getting ready to hit his putt from quite a distance away. Looking to get this inside 3 to 5 foot circle around the hole would be his goal right here.
Jump over to number 10 really quick. This would be Aiden Walls.
Hey Joe, just give me tee shots when we don't have action on greens, but keep us on the greens.
Yeah, actually jumping back split screen on number 9 and 18. You see Bobby in the top right, sizing up his putt, but I believe Mitchell Sargent will be. No, Mitchell Sargent just played his shot from across the green and ran that one by 4 or 5 feet. In the bottom left, that would be Will Riley in the red hat there, red shirt.
And then Ryan Williamson coming up and making a
Boom.
nice putt from the just on the fringe there. So
up and down there for him.
Yeah, great up and down from his position there.
Yep, and then shifting back down to the bottom left part of your screen again, Will Riley from Tippecanoe. Actually, they're throwing us for curveballs here. This is going to be Wright Chen from Oakwood here, playing first from about 50 feet or so up the green.
And Bobby Horseman here to make his up and down also, again about 5 feet.
Boom.
And 2 great up and downs from behind that green there. And as we move forward in the day, I'm sure people over that green would love to have those 2 up and downs from that position.
Yeah, without a doubt. This is Nolan Kreckler from Moeller there, just scaring the hole. He's going to roll by 10 or 12 feet. But Not going to be super thrilled with that one. And again, here we go for Will Riley. He's got about a 25-foot chip shot. Looks like he's got a pretty good lie. Definitely looking to scare the hole on this one. Just came out a little dead on him.
Michael Sargent on 18, looking to finish off here with this. Looks like to be a 4 or 5 footer. Mitchell taps in. Peyton Lawley last to finish here, just a couple feet right up the hill, and should just bang this one right off the back.
Looks
almost
like
quick step that one, but it did get it to fall.
Yeah, we got Nolan here from Moeller on the number 9th green. He's got, yeah, we saw him chip earlier and it just chased by. Didn't look too happy with that, but he's got about 20 feet, maybe 15 feet here on number 9. Should have, hopefully he was paying attention to it rolling by the hole. Should get a pretty good idea of how it was going to break. Didn't quite get the right to left break that he was looking for.
And you make a good point there, right as your ball's rolling by the hole. If you do kind of pay attention, you can get a pretty good idea of the break, which can help you factor everything in that you need to take in coming back up at it. So again, looks like he may have not paid the attention and read a little more in it than what was there, which if he would have paid attention a little bit better, he might have been able to realize that it wasn't going to break that much.
Mm-hmm. Again, back with Will Riley here. Should have got a pretty good idea of how it's going to break, especially after watching Nolan putt there, and he pours that one in.
Yeah, outstanding putt there by Will.
And this would be Jack Ward in the white pullover and the beanie. Again, from a very similar line. So,
yeah,
shouldn't be any secret in what this putt's going to do.
Yeah, this would be down to just should know the line, just needs to execute the speed and put a nice stroke on it, get it started on the right line, and then go ahead and take it out of the hole.
That's right.
In fact, I'm feeling pretty comfortable calling this one, Austin.
I like it.
I haven't called. I sort of called along with it, but this will be my first real call today, and Jack's going to run this one in.
I hope he does. Can't win them all, Neil.
I can win the first one. Again, Jack looks more disappointed than I, and well should he be on that. I'm sure he was thinking that he had a real good opportunity to make that one also. And here left to finish up.
This would be Wright Chen from Oakwood here. You gonna call this one too?
Well, you'd think this is closer, but I don't know that he's seen the line, so a little more difficult for me to say he's going to make it. But he did catch the edge there, and it dropped in. And if I would have called that one, I'd have been 1 for 2. But
he gave a little bit of a fist pump, so that could have been a birdie.
Yeah, I would think that there's
putt.
a good chance. Again, as we've talked about, 9 is a birdie opportunity for these young men.
And we've got Nolan here just to finish up here. And they will head over to number 10.
As we pan back up the fairway, we can see the next group there already.
That'll be the group of Charlie Fish, Luke Attal, Kyler Alvey, and Brody Miller. It looks like that would be Brody Miller. But we're going to cut over to number 1 first.
Brian Williamson here on number 1, going with iron off his tee.
Yeah, really well struck there. You got both of your things. Quick tee pickup.
That's
and
the dual response to a good golf shot. Club spin, quick tee pickup. doesn't get much better than that. You know that is perfectly placed. I'd be willing to say you couldn't go out there and drop that one better with the club spin and quick tee pickup.
Would definitely agree. Mitchell Sargent here next to play. Going with what looks like to be a fairway metal here on number 1. Started it right at that 150 pole. Not sure if you're able to see that, but we know where it is.
And we did see a quick tee pickup there also. So again, a nice shot there as they head down one fairway to get their back 9 started.
Looks like we got a couple balls, at least one ball pretty close on number 18. But we've got
This will be Luke Mead from Elder. Again, we're starting to see the first players in the second wave of teams make it to their 9th hole of the day, and right now with the group just going off of 1 and the group on 10T, all the players from the first wave have now played 9 holes and they've made it to their back 9. I guess we can talk a little bit about scoring a bit here as we're looking at I'm not sure exactly who that was there. Possibly Cole Brandon. But again, let's talk about scoring and how that happens here today. There are scoring stations for these players every 3 holes. So every 3 holes they're going to report their score to someone. That score is going to get entered into the live scoring portion of what you're going to see on the leaderboards here. They will be keeping an official paper scorecard, just like you would have in the past. So that is their official card. The scores they're giving to the scorers on the golf course are unofficial, but they're going to give us an idea of how play's going today and how everything stands. Again, the thing with that to remember is those are scores reported every 3 holes. So you're going to see a little bit more movement than what you would normally from hole to hole. Someone might jump up 3, 4, 5 strokes or something, depending on if they had a few bad holes in their 3-hole span. And so those will be recorded to us. We'll be able to update you on how we think things stand and at least get an idea of how things are going as we move on throughout the afternoon. And once those scores become posted and you see a final beside those scores, that means that they, well, for the most part, I guess it doesn't mean it still has to be signed and be signed off on. But we'll start to get an idea of final scores, and once those scores get turned into the scoring area here at Heatherwood, then they'll be verified and those will become final scores. We are looking at the blimp shot from Snoopy 1, and this is Luke Mead from Elder behind the green.
Yeah, pretty awesome that we have one of only 25 blimps in the world.
Are there only 25 blimps in the world?
There are only 25 blimps in the world.
Is that some knowledge that you have in that large brain of yours there? Because I did not realize there were only 25 blimps in the world. I might have lost a bet if you had asked me if there were more or less than 25 blimps.
Yeah, there are very few. I was told that a couple of years ago. I will confess I did have to look that up.
All right, now we're being told the truth.
About 20 minutes ago when you started talking about blimps, just to confirm, I thought actually that it was closer to 10 in the world.
Really?
Yeah,
oh, no,
yeah.
I would think, and as blimps go and we're sending people into space, seems like left and right there would be more than 25 blimps. I would be willing to say there are more than 25 like spaceships that can take you into space. So wouldn't you think there'd be more blimps than those? As we're talking about this, we saw a good example of Luke Mead and how that putt rolls away from the green. Let's get back to the golf a little bit. We'll definitely get back to blimp and spaceship coverage here at some point.
Yes,
but,
we will.
That ball got by the hole like what we were talking about and got on that downslope and got away from him there a little bit.
And this would be Barrett Lemaster here from Centerville. Again, just...
And you can see it kind of starts to run downhill there, and that ball's still trickling a little bit on that downslope right there. So it can get away from you if you get it past that hole, moving with a little bit of pace and be gone pretty quickly.
Yeah, and the wind is coming across back into the wind from where Barrett was just putting from. So if it was downwind, I can't imagine how quick that putt would be.
Yeah, this is Cole Brandon from Anderson here, and again, he takes a good run at it, and you'll see this ball just continue to trickle. It stopped a little bit quicker than the two before him, but again, still ran a good 3.5 feet past. Luke Mead again next to play. Coming up that slope we're talking about, so this is going to be a slow putt. And pretty good pace, just didn't factor in the break there. Again, tough pin position today on number 18.
Yeah, very tough pin. Oh, just rims out that right side.
And that was Barrett Lemaster.
Got Cole Brandon here from Anderson from just about 4 or 5 feet. Again, just back up the hill. Just tug that one a little bit.
It looks like Luke Holub left to finish out here with his relatively short putt. Couple feet. Not much in this, kind of straight up the hill. Oh, first lip out of the day we've seen. Austin catches the edge there and lips out.
Got Luke Mead here. Again, just about 2 feet just to clean up here. Does so nicely. Those guys will head over to number 1.
Again, kind of short walk from 18 to 1, just right across here, just basically across the cart path. You'll be on number 1 tee. Quite a lot longer walk. In fact, they're getting shuttled from number 9 green to 10 because of the distance. All right, here we are on number 9.
This would be Luke Attal from Mason. Could very well be a birdie putt.
Yeah, I would assume that it's not an eagle putt, being that'd be a tough position to get your second shot to stop in, but yeah, very well could be birdie.
Looks like he's ran that one by quite a ways. Definitely not going to be happy with that one.
Again, that is downhill, but that was definitely misjudged by Luke.
This is Kyler Alvey from Springboro. Looks like he's got about 20 feet or so coming back up the hill. Good run there by Kyler.
Again, early on, looking at the leaderboard as Kyler taps in, Springboro would be in the number 3 and last qualifying position. Mason, like we talked about before, are in the first place spot. St. X would be in the second place spot. Mason at 3 over, St. X at 5 over. And Springboro at 8 over. Bellbrook and Elder are 4th and 5th at 10 over and 11 over. Again, very early in the action today. We have a birdie putt here. Again, this putt by Luke Tall. So maybe, no, is that Luke Austin? I can't tell.
Yeah, that's Luke Attal there.
Again, so maybe he did have that there where we told this was a birdie putt. So maybe he did get it to stop there in 2. And
yeah, he could have landed one short in the rough and it just kicked up there for him.
Yeah, outstanding 2 putt there as that just catches the side and drops in. And leaves us with Owen Horvath from Elder left to finish up. No, I'm sorry.
Brody Miller here.
Yeah, Brody Miller. Looking at the wrong group there.
We got Charlie Fish here from St. X from just about 3 feet or so. Cleans up there. Jumping back over to number 1. That would be Barrett Lemaster there from Centerville, who's already struck his tee shot. This is Luke Hollup from Butler. Starting on the left side, but looked like it was cutting nicely.
All right, as play continues, once again, we are bringing you coverage of the 2022 Southwest District Division I Boys Golf Championships, live from Heatherwoode Golf Club in Springboro, Ohio. If those of you out there who are not familiar where Heatherwoode or Springboro is, we are between Dayton and Cincinnati, just off of I-75. So this is a public facility, so if you'd like to come out and play and test your skills on what you're seeing these young men do today, then feel free to do so. You can make tee times at golfheatherwood.com.
Yeah, looking back, number 9, back in the fairway, you can see that's A.J. Wilhelm. That looks like he's already played his shot, just picked up his bag. That would be Luke K from St. X, and Jack Rott there in the blue that looks like he's getting ready to play.
Jack looks like he's quite a way back there, Austin, and obviously not happy with that shot either.
Yeah, definitely didn't look too happy with that one.
Again, from that tee there, and those guys short of the grass mound there, almost makes me think they laid up intentionally to keep it in the flat area on the green, because taking driver down there brings that into play. And again, good chance that most of those young men didn't hit driver off that tee just to be in that spot, because a solidly struck driver definitely would get down through there. As you can kind of see how the fairway narrows there in that area, it looks like they've laid back or either misstruck their drives at that point.
Yeah, not your typical downwind. Normally would play downwind, but still not hurting. So I definitely would think that they probably laid up, because if these guys all hit the ball pretty far, they would be down there pretty close to about where they're walking right now.
I would agree. Again, or could be in the rough if they pushed it out a little bit. But yeah, definitely in that area, not 100 yards or 75 yards back behind them without intentionally playing to the long, wider area of the fairway. Again, kind of strategic drive there if you're going to do that. If you're, as you saw, as the camera above showed you, the fairway does narrow there a little bit and becomes a little more difficult to hit. Again, I personally would take on the risk. Laying back, you're not getting home in 2. If you do happen to not hit the narrow part of the fairway, you're still in a good position to get it down there in a spot where you can attack the pin on your 3rd shot. But if you do happen to hit a good drive and get it down there, you can definitely get a little more rewarded being able to get it around the green or on the green in 2.
Yeah, for sure. I'm obviously a big proponent of hitting driver there, no matter what.
Yes. Yeah.
But there is some OB down both sides. Pretty wide landing area, but
yeah, rewards quite a bit more than the risk you're taking there, I would think would be a safe way to say that.
Yeah. Again, this is Jack Rott. I believe those names are from the previous group here on number 9, but that would be Jack Rott from Springboro.
Yeah, and again, Jack, that's going to be Jack's 3rd shot from 150 yards or so.
Again. Yeah, it's tough angle from the left rough there to that pin location, so hopefully he was able to avoid that front left bunker and get himself in a good chance to get up and down if he didn't get that one on the green. Again, this is A.J. Wilhelm here from Mason. Again, we came here to Number 9, he had already hit his second shot from well back in the fairway, so this is definitely his third shot.
And you can see the 150 post behind him there, so probably 125 yards-ish to this pin. And we talked about it. Got a club in his hand that he can spin, so good shot here, can and should stop close to the hole.
Yeah, pretty good shot there. It just came up a little bit short of the pin, but still on the green.
Yeah, and again, wind starting to gust here and affecting ball flight definitely, and could have just basically caught him or caught a gust there and had it come up a little bit short.
Yeah, wind definitely picking up here. Not sure if you're catching any of the feedback from our tent, but
yeah, the tent is blowing pretty good, and we're getting a lot of sound from the tent banging into the sides of things here. This is an interesting shot here. This is on number 18. This would be Hunter D'Angelo from Butler, I believe, and a high level of difficulty here, playing to a green, running away from him with a 25-yard carry to a green. Looks like he's actually elected to play away from the hole to make sure he got on the green, which might not be a bad decision on his part. Go ahead and make sure you get it on there. Attacking that pin would have been tough to get that ball to stay on the green with the slope running away past the pin, and to get it close, he'd had to bump it into the rough there and had it trickle through. So
yeah,
probably a good decision on his part, taking his medicine, so to speak, and
yeah, it takes quite a lot of discipline to play away from a hole, especially from that close to the green. But I think that was definitely the smart play. If he tried to attack the flag there, he could have very easily missed the green and had another chip still.
All right, here again's number 9.
Yeah, it looks like Luke from St. X we saw him hit his second shot, and it looks like he's got it down here pretty far. This would definitely be his third.
Pretty good angle, actually. If this flag stick, he's on the, as we're looking at him here, he's on the left side of the fairway going to a pin that's going to be on the right side of the screen as we're looking at it. And you can see he's hit a really good shot there. He left himself, again, as that ball blows away, I said, they can see how it just kept trickling there and a little downhill, but as you see the flag stick blowing in the wind there, the wind definitely was causing that a little bit. Looks like Jack Rott's troubles continue here on number 9 as he's in a back bunker.
Oh, he hit the ball. I think that actually helped him out.
I think it did too.
Yeah.
He used the other player's ball to stop his shot.
Yeah, he's got about 8 or so feet now for his par.
Yeah, this would be almost a miracle par for Jack after he's hit 3 bad shots and used the ball to stop something that was going to be well past the hole. And
yeah, I still think his shot probably would have stayed on the green, but it definitely would have been a lot farther than what he has.
It looks like David Gregory from Bellbrook would be next to play in the purple on the far edge of the green there. Again, straight uphill putt here. Again, one we've seen a couple times today, chipping and both putting from that distance. Again, straight uphill into the breeze, so can be pretty aggressive with it. Not sure.
It looks like AJ is also lining up his ball, but
Yeah.
I have to imagine that David Gregory there in the purple is.
Looks like no AJ's going to play first.
Again, this is a birdie attempt here for AJ. Likely birdie attempt.
Do a quick look at the scoreboard while AJ's running this one up.
Oh, just burned the left edge. Ran that one by a couple feet further than he probably would have liked, but still a good run from there.
Yeah, not much change on Liberal. Mason still leading by a few strokes. St. X in second, Springboro in third, Bellbrook in fourth, with Elder in fifth.
Yeah, this is David Gregory for the Bellbrook Eagles here. So they're in fourth place right now, and I would have to imagine that this could potentially be at least a birdie putt. So if he could manage to run that one in, but just ran it by a little bit.
Luke Haley next to play.
Oh my. I thought that one was going to drop for him.
I did too.
Jack Rout here for his par save. Again, got pretty fortunate. His ball from that back bunker hit Luke's ball. See if he can.
Oh, and another one.
Jeez.
Hanging on the lip.
Definitely be a little disappointed with making a bogey here, but hopefully he can get past that and move on to his back nine.
AJ Wilhelm here to finish up. Should be a par putt for AJ. Again, not seeing a ton of putts made today. Again,
No.
wind definitely factoring that. Greens here at Heatherwood, fairly flat. Just a subtle breaks here and there in them. No huge swales or slopes for the most part. So sometimes those little subtle breaks become difficult to see and read, and then add in the fact that the wind can affect a putt when it's gusting like this becomes difficult. As scores are showing here, nothing under par yet today, and we were definitely expecting to see some scores under par.
Oh my.
And another lip out.
Yeah, that ball was mostly in the hole there and just maybe had a little bit too much speed, but that one easily could have fallen in. Again, this is David Gregory from Bellbrook.
All right, as play continues here at Heatherwood Golf Club. I'm going to do a quick look at the leaderboard here, and we're getting to the point now about halfway through the round where we're going to start seeing some scores pop up here and get an idea of how things are kind of playing out for the groups. The important thing to remember when you're looking at team competition here is that we are playing in two waves, so there are 8 teams that are quite a bit farther along than another 8 teams, so we're going to kind of just make sure you're aware of that when you're looking at scores. And you see here, it's kind of how it's playing out here. The teams that started afterwards, most of them have a little bit higher scores, but that's to be expected at this point as we're early on in the round. Also, how we looking here on scores?
Yeah, so not a lot changed right now. I'm assuming those 4 players that just finished up on 9, their scores are going to be coming in here and updated here pretty soon. But right now, Mason's still on top of the leaderboard. They are 3 over par, St. X at 6 over par, and Springboro in 3rd place at 9 over par, but only 1 shot ahead of Bellbrook at 10, and Elder is at 14. And I believe this is Bradley Hinkle here on number 8 green. He's got, hard to tell how long of a putt. Looks like about 6 feet or so. Taps in there. Not sure. Again, our blimp.
First look at number 8, right?
Yeah.
In the coverage rating of the days, right? It's kind of.
Yeah, kind of cool that our blimp made it up there to the highest point in Warren County.
That's right. That is the highest point in Warren County. And again, number 8, a par 3. Playing 165 yards today. The tee would be off to the upper left of the screen you're looking at there. We are jumping back down to number 18 now. Owen Horvath in the bunker there looked like, or at least in the grass portion of that, with a
pretty good shot there.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that shot. Again, as you can see, the flagstick blowing in the wind and gusting. And we see a couple balls there and a flagstick. We'll get back and see who else is playing here as we're looking here. I'm being told that that is not the 1125 group, that that's the 1135 group. Nope, again, being corrected again, 1125. And we're looking here. And trying to determine who's who in this group real quick here.
It makes it more difficult when none of them are currently on the screen.
It does. That's right. All right, so the young man in the white hat there.
Well, that's definitely Centerville there in the beanie.
Correct.
So that would be Jacob
Lehman for sure.
Yep. We did see
again, kind of tough to get tell from the blimp here what the to describe what they're wearing and see exactly what's going on here. All right, purple shirt there, I believe that is Owen Horvath from Elder.
Yeah, he had that pretty tough chip shot from just over the green. Again, we've seen a couple of the players handle that pretty nicely, but we're going to expect to see a lot of those trickle past the hole and off the green into the fringe, as that shot from over the green is going to be rather difficult.
Again, and now next to play is going to be George Lake from the back of the green. Looks like they're, well, can't really tell who's next to play. That's going to be Owen Horvath. Nope. Hunter D'Angelo next to play from Butler, I believe. Not bad from that distance.
Yeah, pretty solid putt there for Hunter.
As he marks, now it'll be George Lake from Anderson. Maybe not. I'm trying to get George in there as fast as I can, but not really sure. As he's walking toward the hole right now. Yep, he's going to go ahead and play.
Looks like a really good line. Oh,
just turned off as he got right to the hole there. Owen Horvath now to come up from the fringe. Just saw this putt made just a group or two ago, so I have high expectations for Owen here also.
enough for you to call it?
I'm not going out on the limb quite there yet.
Okay. I appreciate the holding back, but I think he's got a good chance of making this one. Good
It's
putt.
a nice putt, yeah.
Yeah, it was a solid putt.
Can we set high expectations for him? Just because he didn't reach them doesn't mean he didn't play that shot pretty well.
Yeah, it'd also be kind of rude to say he wasn't going to make it. Again, this is Jacob Lehman from Centerville. That one we know for sure. Looks like a pretty solid putt. Just didn't quite sneak left hard at the end there, but pretty good putt overall. Again, Hunter dealing Angelo there.
Actually, that was George Lake tapping in. This is going to be Hunter here to finish up.
Let's get us off this hole.
Yeah, this group we haven't done so well with. But, they've actually played better than we've announced on this hole, I think.
They've played a lot better than we've announced.
As Hunter goes ahead and taps in there. They'll move off to number 1 tee as we come back to number 9.
Believe this would be Luke Calvert from St. X. Did he pour that one in? Yes, he did.
It sure looks like he's taking it out of the hole.
Yes, he did. And that was a wonderful birdie putt there for Luke. Next to play, believe that's going to be Aiden Coswell from Bellbrook. It's got about 12 feet here up the hill. Just didn't give that one quite enough pace. Other two players in this group, Daniel Heister from Mason and Ian Cambria from Springboro. This would be Daniel. That one really snapped off right in front of the hole. Ian Cambria next to play. I believe the last one to finish out here on number 9. Ian's got about 3 or 4 feet here. Nice putt. And that group will head over to number 10. Back over on number 1, Jacob Lehman from Centerville.
Looked like a little stinger there.
Yeah, I don't think that was probably his best strike. But, again, not the longest hole in the course, so I think he's able to make a good recovery, can have a good chance for par. Or a chance for par.
Oh, and Horvath here, next to play. Going with a fairway wood. Also choosing to go with the white belt today, Austin.
Yes, he is. Looks like a solid swing there for Owen.
And a quick tee pickup for Owen.
Yes, it was. I'll get it right this time. This would be George Lake. Sophomore from Anderson.
Anderson are the Raptors, Austin.
We had some Raptors out here yesterday.
Yeah, the girls from Anderson were here yesterday.
Yeah, really good swing there for Mr. Lake. And last to play, Hunter D'Angelo from Butler.
All right, it's the 11:25 group. Makes the turn. Pace of play not moving quite as quick as we would have hoped. Again, we're playing a little under 3 hours for 9 holes, so again, that could be defined as slow, I think, Austin. But again, difficult golf course with wind conditions, and again, as soon as we saw a few rulings already on camera. As soon as you have a few rulings and you have to wait for those rulings, that does back up pace a little bit. And
yes, it does.
So we're moving at that pace right now. Again, we're looking here, number 9. At Brad, looks like, is that Bradley Hinkle?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be Bradley Hinkle and Robert Gerwin walking down number 9 fairway. Not sure where the other 2 in their group are, but it looks like they're playing by themselves.
Well, it could be reason pace is a little slow. We've lost 2 players out there today.
No, the other 2 players, Nate Vonderhaar and Andrew McGill from Mason and Bellbrook. Again, I'm not sure. They're probably back there. They've already probably hit their second or third shots, and they're just walking up behind them.
Also, I'm being told the reason we had so much trouble with that group was we had the wrong group altogether. So we misidentified the group on 18 and 1 there, and we apologize for that.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's why we were struggling so much figuring out who was who in that group.
Oh, no.
It would make me feel a lot better.
Well, again,
and worse.
Sorry for misidentifying those young men as they were playing there. The group that we did see there that we were calling different names was Mikey Schutte, Charlie Straubel, Zach Hartley, and Seth Jones. Again, we misidentified them as the group prior to that, so apologize to them for that. But they did get to see some shots on camera, and they can just turn the volume down and
again, this
pretend
is
we called it perfectly.
Yeah. Yes, we did. Again, this is Bradley Hinkle from Springboro. Again, I would have to think that this is probably his 3rd shot.
I would agree.
Really good angle at this pin location. He'd be looking at trying to get this inside 10 feet or so, maybe even closer than that. Not going to be too happy with that one. This is Robert Gerwin, St. X.
We also got group on 18 green here, so we may go split screen right here to kind of cover some of these guys. I think actually we may have missed the tee shots of this group when Mr. Jurek was with us earlier, so hopefully we'll get to show you a couple shots here on number 18 of Jake Langdon, Marshall Morency, Eddie Stout, and Cooper Decker. Jake Langdon's going to be in the purple right there.
On the top right. It's kind of funny. On the bottom left, it looks like they're teammates.
It does.
But that would be Andrew McGill of Bellbrook in the purple on the bottom left.
Again, quite a long putt for Jake there on number 18. And very well played.
You can see there Nate Vonderhaar and Andrew McGill have made their way to number 9 green.
All right, this is going to be Cooper Decker lining up his approach putt here on number 18 now. Cooper is from Butler and a senior.
Actually looks like Andrew McGill, who played the bunker shot in that bottom left part of your screen, had got it out of the bunker, but still in the rough, just shy of the green.
Cooper on the upper right there, just played a little too much break, but still a good putt. Oh! And on the bottom left,
Andrew McGill just hits the hole there from off the green. Yeah, I believe that shot that he just had was for birdie. So that one still went by quite a bit further than he would have liked, but it did give it a scare of going in when it went by.
yep. Marshall Morency in the upper right for his putt, just a little bit short. Next to play up there is going to be Eddie Stout.
Again. And we got Nate Vonderhaar from Mason here. He's got about 40 feet or so. This is a putt for birdie for Nate.
As you can see, leaves and stuff starting to blow into play, and how much the breeze is gusting here.
Nate's putt on its way. Hard to tell. Looks like he's left that about 10 feet short, so he'll still have some work left to do for his par. Next to play on the bottom left will be Bradley Hinkle from just inside of where Nate had.
As Marshall runs his approach putt in and leaves Cooper Decker to finish off on 18. Well done by Cooper. Group will head over to number 1 tee as soon as Jake Langdon finishes out. And Jake, very nice approach putt there, and looking to go ahead and tap his short putt in.
Again, Bradley Hinkle here for his birdie putt. Just burned that right edge and ran that one by a couple feet. Still a good effort. Still here on number 9. It looks like that'll be Robert Gerwin who's going to play next. He's got about 20 feet from the back edge there, just shy of the fringe. Just ran out of pace, but a really good effort from there. Looks like Robert finished off there. Should be a par for him. And then Andrew McGill, who we saw almost hold that chip shot earlier for birdie, has got about 15 feet left to save his par here on number 9. Oh, just barely left it short. Perfect line, though. It was right in the heart. And then Nate Vonderhaar from Mason's got 8 or so feet left for his par. It could be even farther than 8 feet. Looks closer to even 10.
Very
really
nicely
good
done.
putt. And then Bradley Hinkle. It's just about 4 feet left for a pretty solid 2-putt. Good par for him here. This one can go in. Just missed that one a little bit to the left. Bradley taps in, and they'll head over to number 10.
Again, we've got one group left for the second wave of teams to finish their front 9. So once we see the last group the group to come up 9 and 18, then everyone will be on their back 9, playing their back 9 today. I don't know if I said that quite how I wanted to, Austin, but again, there's one group left to play till everyone's on the back 9.
I knew exactly what you meant. I'm not.
As we look at the leaderboard here again, we're starting to get a little better ideas. People through 15 holes. Still a few holes to play for everyone before we get anyone finished for the day. Again, we're looking for the 11:50 time on number 9 and the 11:55 time on number 18. At that point, people behind them will be concluding play and start getting some final scores for today and give us a better idea of how things are looking moving forward. At this point, I think what we'll do, Austin, as we're waiting for those groups to come, and I don't know that anyone's in camera position right now, do you see anyone coming up number 18 there, Austin?
Looks like they're still maybe hitting their tee shots.
Yeah, let's go ahead at this point then. We'll take a break. We're going to take one more break today before we bring all the action and the rest of the afternoon. So at this point, I think now would be a good time as we're waiting just to go ahead. We're going to take about a 20-minute break here, and we'll be back to bring you the conclusion of play and determine the teams and the individuals heading to the state once we come back. So again, we're looking right now at taking 20 minutes, and we'll be back with you here shortly.
Welcome to the City of Springboro Heatherwoode Golf Club. I'm Mayor John Eggenbro. We are so happy that the Ohio High School Athletic Association Southwest Regional Golf Tournament is going to be hosted right here in Springboro. Welcome. We are so glad to have you. We wish you nothing but success throughout the whole tournament. If there's anything at all we can do in Springboro to make this tournament even better, please let us know. We'll see you around the golf course.
I couldn't figure out. I was looking at my notes and I'm going, who in the world? That's not who. I couldn't figure out what I'd done wrong.
Again, Tim, just watch as they go off the green. They're walking up right now, so just flip them to the other side. They're one more grip to flip, right?
So that 18 isn't going to be going to 1. 9's going to 10. 18 into 1.
Weibel Energy Systems is a full-service mechanical contractor and building services company focused on making buildings work better. You can rely on us for all of your building's operational needs, including HVAC installation, service and preventative maintenance, building automation and controls, energy services and monitoring, healthy building consultations, and commercial plumbing, as well as security cameras and door access controls. Weibel Energy Systems serves Dayton, Cincinnati, and Columbus. Learn more at goweibel.com.
And I ain't even need your help. I put the work in. 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 I heard you looking for results. Put the work in.
Welcome to Heatherwoode Golf Club, City of Springboro's municipal course, where you can host the wedding or the special event of your dreams. From small, intimate functions such as rehearsal dinners and baby showers to larger events like weddings, graduation parties, or corporate events. Join us to experience our exceptional service, high-end facilities, and breathtaking views. Check us out on Facebook, Twitter, or online at golfheatherwood.com, or just stop by to play a round of golf or check out the clubhouse. You may also contact me by phone directly at 937-748-3222.
Brad Smith here, Director of Instruction at Heatherwood. I'm going to teach you how to do a little bit of chipping and get a little bit better. A lot of people hit it over the green, hit it thin, try to fly it to the hole, that kind of thing. You can learn the same technique with different clubs, okay? You can even putt it if you can. So whenever you can, try to putt it. And then we can go from there. So if you're close to the green, you can putt it, roll it there. What I'm looking at is about 3 to 5 feet on the green, trying to land it there. And then I'm saying, okay, is the pin very close? I'm going to use my 58 or 54. If it's a little further out, I'm going to use the pitching wedge. And if it's even further out, I'm going to hit the 8-iron. But my landing area is always the same. So the technique, I'll just do the technique here real quick for you. So the technique is all about taking the ball, put it in the middle for now. You can play it forward or back later on. Just play it in the middle for now. Set up. You can open up just a little bit and then take your whole body and move just a little bit this way. So even my head goes this way. So I'm stacking everything on this left side. That's going to allow me to go up and follow through on this side of the ball. So I'm hitting down into the ball a little bit better. So my practice swings are going to match my landing area. So I'm not looking at the hole. I'm not saying here's the hole, I got to swing that big. It's the landing area, which is a different type of shot for most people, because everything we do, putting, you look at the hole. This is how big I swing. Chipping, no, right here. So I'm going to put my ball right in the center for now. Lean forward, hands are forward. Look in the landing area. You can watch my eyes go from the landing area to the hole. And then I'm going to take it back with my left arm and follow through with the body. A little long. I have my 54. It should be a 58 for me. So that's kind of how we do chipping. If you knock it close, then you're going to be putting one putt, the most, maybe a 2 putt. So 2 putt or better. The worst you're going to get is a bogey. So that's how we do it to become a golf professional, and when you become a really good player. Brad Smith here, Director of Instruction at Heatherwood. I'm glad you came back to watch how you chip. Some of the problems that I see is the weight transfer. People are still trying to lift it, whether they flip their hands or falling backwards. Trying to lift. Don't want to ever lift, because what happens, I hit behind it. So we're always trying to stay forward. So the best tip I can give you to try to learn how to stay forward is put this left foot back. You're standing on one leg basically. So hopefully you have pretty good distance, but you can see I'm bottoming out in the front here. So we're going to set up. So that ball is going to be a little bit more forward. You can see all my weight went to the left side, put my foot back, and then use the left side. Not bad for one leg. So this is how we do it. This is how you're going to get better at chipping here at Heatherwood. Brad Smith here from Heatherwood, Director of Instruction. I'm here to show you how to putt even better, okay? Not only we had a speed drill, we have making sure you hit it on the line. And the line is this thing I made for a couple pennies, 2 pencils, a string. You don't have to have the colors. I think I had an old Halloween pencil and some red string. You can do whatever you have to do. The whole key is to get this ball so the string is intersecting the ball. So then what you're doing is you're trying to roll this ball on a straight line. So you got to find a straight line, make sure it's straight uphill. I guess you can do downhill, but I like to go uphill. And all I'm trying to do is understand if I'm pulling or pushing. So this is where we get make sure the ball is rolling down that imaginary line. In this case, we don't have the imaginary line, it's the real line. And I can get my putter that has a line here, and I can line it up to the red line. So this line here is, I'm gonna set that up to the red line. So you can still run your process, your routine if you want, and it's all about taking that ball down the line. And you can see I had good face control. It rolled down the line very, very well. If I push it, you'll see, so it could be swing path or face angle. So my face angle is going to be a little off. And you can see I pushed it. Plus I hit it too hard. Speed control is pretty important. So this one I'm going to pull it. So this one I get here and the face shuts down like a lot of people do. They shut it down because they're looking or they're getting too quick to go in the hole. You will not lose a ball on the putting green, so no reason to look up. Keep your eyes still, take it down this imaginary line, and you'll start knocking in some putts. Let's say you're playing golf. You don't have this imaginary line. Hopefully you have it in your head, but you can put the ball, you can put some lines on the ball, okay? Or if you don't want to use the lines, there's usually you could use Titleist or whatever, and line that up to this imaginary line that you would have when you don't have the line. And we get set up here. I can get it lined up there. There you go. So that line matches the line I want to roll it down. So now I can line the line up of the ball with the putter. Again, the putter line. So if I didn't have this line here, I would line all that up if I'm out playing on the golf course. And now I can roll that ball, hit it a little too hard, okay? And I did push it a little bit. So that's why you shouldn't practice what you're not pushing and the pulling, okay? I like to practice what I want to do, not what I don't want to do, okay? But at least I know the push and the pull, that kind of thing. But I can line that putter up. If you have good speed on this short of putt, the ball should only be this far away. Okay, anywhere from the front part of the hole to the back, about a foot past. Don't want a longer and you don't want a shorter, because you're not going to learn break. Very important. But that's how we win, and it's all about, here at Heatherwood, learning how to hit it like the pros. Brad Smith here, Director of Instruction at Heatherwood, here to show you how you chip a little bit better with some of those problems that you may have that I see as an instructor. We have one of the problems that I see people trying to scoop the ball, the flipping. So they have a tough time leading with the hands. Take your alignment aid. If you don't have alignment aid, take another golf club, turn it upside down. But you can take your alignment aid. We have a bunch of them here on the driving range you can practice with. Just put your alignment aid here, hold on to it, feels kind of weird. Put the alignment aid on the side, and all you're doing is working on not hitting you on the side. Pain is the quickest way of learning, okay? You start getting a nice bruise, you'll figure it out. So weight on the left side, lead with the hands. Weight on the left side, lead with the hands. You can see that never touched the side. And that's how you start chipping things in.
Hello everyone, I'm Matt Cole, the head golf professional and director of club fitting here at Heatherwood. One thing we put a really big emphasis on is club fitting. Most players don't know just how important it is to their game until they can actually see it And we utilize technology made by Foresight Sports called the Foresight GC Quad. What it does, it has 4 cameras, so it takes 200 high-speed photos at 10,000 frames per second. So basically we can know everything that's going on with that club and how we need to build the best set for you to improve your game. I got my friend Chase here. I'm gonna have him hit a ball so that we can show you just a little bit of the technology we offer here at Heatherwood. Go ahead, Chase. Pretty good one. Okay folks, if you look on the screen, what's going to come up is basically going to show us everything that's going on with that golf club. So as you can see here, it's even able to give us the point of contact, which is the red dot on the face. It's giving us the path where the face was and tells us the lie angle of that club, which is extremely important. Anytime the lie angle of that club is too far down, the toe's going to grab the ground and flip open, so you're going to miss more shots to the right. And there's a lot of golfers out there that miss a lot of shots to the right. So anytime, just come in, give us a call. We'll set you up with a fitting appointment. Find out why we're one of the best fitters in the state of Ohio.
I'm Brad Smith, Director of Instruction here at Heatherwood, and we have the luxury of having Austin hit a shot for us, and we're going to talk to Austin how he thinks through the process of playing golf. So we're here on number 10 at Heatherwood, and we're trying to play a shot where we have trouble on the left-hand side and a little bit on the right side, but the right side I don't feel comes into play that much. So the way I usually would do it, I would tee up. Since I play a draw, I'm going to play on the left side of the tee, away from trouble, teeing away from trouble. So it's all about angles. So if your angle is better from one side or the other, that's what you're going to try to do. So Austin likes to play a fade with his driver. However, he plays a draw with most of his other clubs. So we're going to talk to him about how he would play this hole. So we have a dog leg left. And with this yardage book that he's used to using through college and now as a professional, he's going to look at the yardages and know how he's going to be playing this hole. It also shows him how, if he knows where the pin is, where he needs to come in from also. So he may change his strategy where the hole is. So on this hole, we know the pin is on the right-hand side, so he's probably going to play a draw, but we're going to ask him. So how would you play this hole, and tell me what you're thinking this process?
Yeah, so I'm definitely always going to try to hit a draw on this one just because of the dogleg left and because of how the trees kind of interfere with if you were to hit a fade. Some guys like to take it up top and can kind of fade one over the corner. I like to just drop back a club. A 3-wood for me draws a little bit easier, so I can aim just a little bit right at that 150 marker out there and just try to shape one from right to left around the corner a little bit to give myself a good chance.
Yeah, because he sees on this here, he sees that the cut is pretty. I mean, how far do you hit your driver or your 3-wood?
I carry it anywhere from 265 to 270.
Yeah, so he can cut the corner pretty easily without any trouble. So that's what he's trying to do. So, and I think he likes to tee up on one side or the other, depending on the shot. Which side do you want to tee up on?
With the draw, definitely I would tee up more on the left side of the box.
Okay, perfect.
This hole, sometimes I might tee up a little bit more right, depending on where the tee box is located. If it's on the far left side, I would definitely go a little bit right just to give myself a little bit more visual of the fairway.
Good.
But today with the tee box more centered, I'll tee up on the left side to give myself the room to hit the draw on this shot.
Perfect. So it's all about angles. Perfect. So let's see how he does this. And one thing you should be watching, he runs a great routine. Very important. Why do you run routine, Austin?
It's important to keep it the same over every shot. So I have a checklist, kind of, you could say, that I go through in my head, and it's just a system to keep me in the shot and make sure I do it every shot beforehand.
So it's all about staying focused. Absolutely perfect. Great shot.
Thank you.
Is that pretty much what you visualized?
Yeah, definitely very, very close to what I visualized. Maybe wanted a little bit
Just a
further,
little further left,
but
yeah.
I mean, I'll take that 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the fairway, so yeah, just a little more left.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. Yeah, good
No
job.
complaints there. Thank you.
That is exactly how professionals do it here.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Brad Smith here at Heatherwood, Director of Instruction. I'm here to show you how to do a pitch. You can get some different heights. I like to think of myself as a clock. 12 o'clock up here, 6 o'clock down here. I got, what is that, 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock to 3, okay, so 9 o'clock to 3. So I like to think of that. As I do this, I set up like a chip a little bit, put a little bit of weight on the front side. My right elbow is gonna kind of go in to my side a little bit. There's 8 o'clock, there's 9 o'clock, and there's 10 o'clock. So if I work those different distances with different clubs, if I do it with my 58, my 54, my 50, I'm gonna have different distances. Some of those distances will start crossing over, but the technique is still the same. You can move the ball forward or back, getting different heights. Right now, just play everything in the center until you get a little bit better at this, and you're trying to hit ball divot. You don't want to hit back here behind it. If you're hitting back behind it, back here, you may skull it and may not get up in the air. So we're going middle here. I'm going to go about 9 o'clock. I hinge. You can hinge this way with the face down, or you can hinge with the face open. It's going to go higher, and I follow it. So it's very relaxed. Hinge up and follow through. So you can see my whole body is followed through. That might be maybe 25 to 30 yards. I can go smaller with that same tempo, be more down in here, and it'll be a lot shorter. Same setup, a little bit of weight on the front leg, hinge it. That's closer to about 20, the other one's 30. I can go to 10 o'clock now. So now I'm gonna go up a little higher. This should go maybe 40 or 50. So I do the same thing, a little bit on the front leg, hinge it up, follow through a little bit higher. I have different distances. So it's all about different distances. If you want to play lower, you can play it back in your stance and kind of hold on to it. Play it back in your stance, finish lower. That's going to go a lot lower. So different trajectories, different heights, and different speeds or different positions on the clock will give you those different distances. So start there, then you can apply some other things down the road. This is how we do it at Heatherwood as a professional. We'll see you later.
And welcome back to the live coverage of today's 2022 Southwest District Division I Boys Golf Championships. I'm Neil Amberger here with Austin Schoonmaker. We are privileged to have the city manager of the city of Springboro join us in the booth here for just a couple minutes and kind of talk a little bit about the process and what's gone into the city bringing actually the district championships here. So welcome, Chris.
Thank you.
First of all, thanks, and I know we both know how much has gone into this happening, and kind of let everybody know what's been going on with that, how long it's taken, and a little bit about what it's taken to put this event on, and from the city perspective, that process.
Sure. Well, first of all, let me say I'm very honored to be sitting next to Sir Nick Faldo and Jim Nance. So I appreciate you guys inviting me in here. But I've been teasing you all week about that. Yeah. But no, everybody thinks just people show up to golf and that's about it, but there's a lot of planning that goes ahead. So it's probably probably about a year it's taken to get this into process. But when we were awarded the district championships, we immediately got started on figuring out, volunteers and where they need to be, and shuttling kids back and forth between holes, and the food prep for the spectators, and Dan Walter, our superintendent, getting the course ready. It's a matter of trying to make sure we're not scheduling aerification at the wrong time, and so there's good playability, and getting you guys set up for what you're doing this past week or two. So we've even had our public works department helping out,
Sure.
blowing leaves and getting the preparation of the golf course ready. So it's been a great team effort, and I've been very proud of everybody. We've even had city employees volunteering over here for fixing divots and doing all those kind of things. So it's been a team effort, but it's taken about a year to plan for this to pull it off. But we've done it so far.
We have, and we're coming down the home stretch now, and we will make it here for another few hours and send a couple more teams to state. And again, we're talking about the magnitude of this. I did have as I was taking a break and up by the clubhouse there, someone who lived in the city here or in the houses here said that this is the most cars they've ever seen here at one time, and the streets are lined with spectators and carts from them, and again, pretty major undertaking here, and it's come together pretty good.
It has, and that's a great point. Let me apologize to the residents in Heatherwood for today. We, as you know, we've gone through 4 of 5 days of this, and the 4 days previous, we didn't have this much traffic, so we didn't really anticipate this, but obviously we're always planning these kind of things, always trying to do better, and so we're going to make sure that's on the checklist for next year to make sure we deal with the parking issue. So I apologize to everybody. Should be over soon, but we will make sure that this doesn't happen again. Good problem to have, though, Neil. But we'll be prepared for that next year.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Chris, obviously a ton of spectators out here, a ton of golfers out here, both last week and this week. I've had endless positive comments about the coverage, the video board, just everything that goes into this, the interviews with Maureen. Can you talk a little bit about how that all came to be and how it was all put together?
Yeah, so that's one of the exciting things I think we've got of the districts right now is all the technology we've been able to use with a bunch of partners that we've had. When we first talked about getting the districts, we said, what can we do to raise the bar a little bit? And so with our partnership with the MVCC, the Miami Valley Communications Council, they have done a wonderful job streaming this. They already videotape our things like city council meetings, different parades in town. So we thought, hey, we could use that partnership to kind of raise the bar and take this to the next level. So, Carl Sukamel, Joe McKenzie, and his guys have really done a phenomenal job with that. As you know, we've seen at different events those big PGA video boards,
yes.
And we immediately saw that and thought we need to have that at Heatherwood.
We actually ran into that when we were somewhere together, and
did.
It was like, this would be perfect for what we're doing.
We did, and we knew that would be unique to the district championships around the state, so we thought, let's go for that. So that's worked out really well, and just a whole host of things. The neat thing about this is we wanted to make it about the kids. That's what all these things are about. It's about the kids that are playing, and so we really wanted to make it an experience for them. And I just love hearing the stories. So the first couple days, the boys and girls didn't know we were doing the things like interviews and stuff.
Sure.
Well, with technology these days and tweets and Instagram, all the other teams knew it, and we found out they were even practicing for having interviews and stuff like that. So I thought that was really cool.
Yes.
But just thinking about it, guys, it's a life skill that they may need to know eventually. Doing interviews for their business or something like that. And so I think just all of that together is really making this a nice experience for the kids, and they're really getting into it. But I love seeing kids running over to try and get interviewed. I think that's really cool.
It's awesome.
We're creating memories for them, and that's something that that lasts a lifetime.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So I know you got to get back and do some things up there, but before we send you, what's your favorite part about this whole process and what we've been doing here the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think it's the partnerships we've been able to work with. Again, I forgot to mention Miami Valley Golf Association, Steve Jurek and his folks. Working with the MVCC, working with all those kind of groups that we brought together. But so that's helped just make the experience. So I think it's the experience that we've created for these kids, and just hearing all the positive comments. I just love hearing it. As you guys know, we're really heavy on promoting junior golf, and in the area, and I think we're probably the best at it in Southwest Ohio. And so I think hosting this tournament here really helps to show that we're committed to expanding junior golf, in Southwest Ohio and the entire state. Young golfers become older golfers.
That's
As
right.
we can point to Austin, he's he played here for whenever he was playing for Springboro, and now he's turning professional, and we're helping support him through that. So I think it's just, that's put the smile on my face, is just making the experience and seeing the kids smiling, looking at themselves on the video board, and knowing they're going on to YouTube after and sending it to all their friends and everything like that. So I think that's what it is, Neil.
Been very cool. Definitely fun to do what we're doing here. It's something that we don't normally get to do, and I think everything's come together pretty good.
It has,
very
and you guys have done a phenomenal job. And I wasn't kidding about Nance and Faldo. You guys are going to give them a run for their money. So
again, thanks for joining us here, Chris, and we're going to get back to covering some golf here, and look forward to talking to you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
All right, as we're going to jump back to play here, we've got groups coming down 9 fairway. Make sure we've got the right groups here. This is the group of Spencer Koffenberg, Ben Isam, Sam Strausers, and Braden Schwartz coming down number 9. What group we got on the green right there? Or I guess what group just walked off of 18 green?
Let's see. We're trying to figure out who's who. Looks like that would be Sam Strauser from Lebanon there, just about 100 yards away from number 9 green, out of that left rough. So tough shot there. Not a lot of green to work with. Looks like you can see over there behind the trees we got Braden Schwartz from Troy. Looks like he's going to be next to play over there in the red jacket, white pants.
Yeah, a lot of appreciation for Troy in the white pants today as we try to identify these players as they come into camera position.
Yeah, that'll be Ben Isam from Lakota East there with his coach. You can see him helping Ben out there finish out his round.
Again, wind picking up more and more here by our broadcast location. Quite gusty at times now. Difficult playing conditions for sure out there with the way the wind is. Temperature-wise, pretty comfortable, but very breezy at this point. As you can see the trees blowing in the background here as Braden comes up onto the green. Again, the wind, downwind that direction, that ball didn't even think about stopping as the wind hit it and just kept it moving forward.
Yeah, the wind. We anticipated it to pick up in the early afternoon here, and it certainly has not let us down.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, we've got about 15 to 20 mile per hour winds with pushing 30 to 40 mile an hour per hour wind gusts. So very windy out here today. Again, this is Ben from Lakota East coming up from short right of number 9, a good angle again, but he's going to have to hit a pretty good shot there to get it close. It looks like it just came up a little bit short.
Again, for those of you that just may be joining us, number 9, short par 5, playing quite a bit downwind and downhill. Definitely a birdie opportunity here, or one of the few birdie opportunities with the wind blowing like this here on the golf course, or definitely one of the ones that you would think that you'd have an opportunity to do.
And that would be Sam Strauser there coming out of the bunker. Pretty good shot. Got that one to stop on the green within 15 feet of the hole. Got some action on 18 green too, it looks like, so wouldn't be surprised if we went split screen here in the next couple minutes.
And that we have done.
There's Braden in the bottom left. He's got about 40 feet.
This is going to be Tommy Halloran with about the longest putt you can have here at Heatherwood. From one side of number 18 green all the way to the other. Probably 100 plus feet. And actually judged pretty well.
Yeah, pretty good putt there for Tommy in the top right. Braden just leaves his putt there from just over the green, a little bit short and right of the hole.
Gabe Logan next to play on number 18.
We got Ben Isom from Lakota East there on the bottom left.
Outstanding shot by Ben. And again, Austin and I are going to do dual coverage here, so we'll try to cover both 9 and 18 green the best we can, but outstanding shot by Gabe there.
Yeah, Ben running his putt quite a ways past the hole again, just the wind's just blowing these balls around.
It's going to be Luke Grillett from Beaver Creek coming up and almost jarring that one, but outstanding shot there. Finally, Michael Fickle from Lakota West to finish out.
We've got Spencer Koffenberger there from Oak Hills on the bottom right of your screen. Just out of picture there. This ball you can see, I think he's just lining up. No, he's going to go grab the putter instead of the wedge.
As Luke finishes out, that will complete play today. Oh, I'm sorry. Still got Tommy Halloran left to finish.
Yeah, pretty good putt there by Spencer in the bottom left of your screen. You can see the leaves just blowing hard now. That would have been an unbelievable two-putt there for Tommy in the top right of your screen. So a little probably disappointed with missing that second putt, but again, from that distance, 3 putts, not really that bad. Again, here, bottom left, we have Ben Isom from Dakota East.
Gabe Logan to finish out here.
Ben pours it in. Good putt there.
Again, these group completing play today. So, shaking hands, and we'll head off to the scoring tent to sign scorecards and make everything official. Again, we'll start to get some official scores onto the leaderboard.
Sam Strouser there in the bottom left for Lebanon. He's got about 15, 20 feet there, breaking from his right to left. Just did not give that one quite enough pace, but had it right on line, it looks like. Sam taps in to finish off his round. Again, this is Braden Schwartz from Troy. Braden will just finish out there. Spencer from Oak Hills taps in there. That'll conclude the 10:25 tee time off hole number 10. I'll tell you what, Neil, something to keep note of is with this west wind, we are playing hole number 17, a hole that we don't have cameras on, but we're playing that hole from the tip tee box, and that is playing straight into the wind.
It is. That's going to affect play definitely. I mean, that hole right now today is at 230 yards into a wind, and again, if you're not a real long hitter, you're going to have to drive her off that hole.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably with this wind, if it gusts up, when you're trying to hit, it could play as much as 260 yards.
Yes, no question.
So definitely going to be a difficult hole and something to keep in mind as some of the guys at the top of the leaderboard are coming down, finishing their rounds on that back nine. It'll certainly add to some of the scores, I'm sure.
Right. Again, looking at scores now as we're on the leaderboard, I'd say a little bit of surprise, right? St. X is leading Mason by a stroke right now. I think if you'd talked to anyone before, that they would have made Mason the favorite for sure. But again, not that St. X couldn't beat them, but again, St. X is actually a stroke ahead right now. In third position is Springboro at +13, Bellbrook at +22, and Elder at +24. Looking at teams that are in the first wave, right, so that are farther along in their rounds, Lakota East at +30, so you have to keep that in mind that they've played quite a few more holes than the other guys in front there, the other teams in front. So that score right there is one to watch, that +30, +31 score, which Moeller has and Harrison has, Anderson has. Those scores right there, being in the second wave, are actually kind of a number to shoot for once you get to that point.
Yeah, looking at the individual leaderboard, Eric Braun sits on top at 3 under par through 9, so that's an unbelievable score. It looks like he's birdied the last 3 holes that they entered, 7, 8, and 9, so that's really good. Timmy Hollenbeck coming in second right now at 1 under, and CJ Scoey sitting in third place at even par. We do have a couple scores from individuals that were playing this morning that have already completed their round. Jake Wittenauer from Little Miami is in the clubhouse with a 72. Certainly a score that you would think that's pretty solid.
Yeah, if I was Jake, I'd feel pretty happy about my chances moving forward for sure.
We also have Garrett Hogan from Kings, who's in the clubhouse with a 74. With the scores right now, it's hard to tell if that one will hold up quite as well, but with the wind picking up even more now, and it should be continue to be blowing pretty hard the rest of the afternoon, that could be another score that is potentially in the mix come the end of the day.
And again, looking at scores, right? So again, 3 teams are going to get to go, and then 3 individuals not on those teams. And looking at the scores on the leaderboard right here, St. X and Mason.
Yeah, they hold up.
Actually, he would be in a position right now with the other teams from Springboro and all the St. X and Mason scores in front of him. He would actually be, if we ended right now, he'd be in right now. So he's definitely in a good position at 74.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot. Yeah, it looks like right now Bellbrook in the 4th spot team-wise. So CJ Scoey, who's at even par, is certainly in the mix as well. But, yeah, Garrett Hogan, he would be sitting in that 3rd place spot individually that's not on a team advancing right now.
Right.
So certainly in a good spot there, too.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel bad if I was him either, right? I'd feel pretty good about my chances. And, again, a lot of things can happen, but with the wind blowing the way it is, birdies are going to be at a premium this afternoon. All right, looks like we got some play coming back onto number 18 green. Gavin Stark, Kevin Quinn, Parker Finney, Maxwell Gustafson will be coming up there now. Here we cut to the green here. Looks like Kevin Quinn right there in the white belt, squatting down there, kind of lining up a putt. I don't see his ball there.
Yeah, I think he's got his mark there right in between his feet.
Parker Finney marking his ball there in the white hat. Maxwell Gustafson looking to play right here from the back of the green.
I'm not quite sure where. We did see Parker Finney. He had the white and navy striped shirt on for Oakwood.
Oh, that is right. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure where he went.
Oh, here he is from the back. I can see him here coming. He'll be coming into your picture right now. Again, it looks like he's played his. Well, getting ready to play his shot now. Again, you're seeing Parker Finney from the blimp cam on the left side of your screen, playing a pretty nice approach shot right there. In fact, a really nice shot.
Yeah, that's
And,
excellent.
Doesn't want that one over for sure. As you can see, that flag stick whipping in the wind.
Yeah, it is continuing to blow out here. Looks like Parker Finney will just mark and wait for Kevin Quinn to play here. He's in the gray shirt there, black pants, from about 25 feet.
Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
Oh my goodness. Just burn that right edge. Really good putt there by Kevin.
And as the breeze is gusting here, Austin, it's haven't really thought about it too much, but it's pretty amazing that it's not blowing the blimp all over the place up there.
I meant to ask.
It's pretty steady as we're looking at this.
That would have been Gavin
Here's a good
Stark.
example of how quick that gets past the hole there, as that runs by a good 4 or 5 feet.
I was going to ask Carl from the MVCC if the wind affected the blimp at all, but it doesn't look like it
No,
is.
it's very steady shot with the breeze that's blowing for sure. Technology, something else. All right, Maxwell Gustafson just never really got that started on the right line there, but he definitely will go ahead and finish out. Again, these are the first group of players in the number 5 position, so starting to get some players from teams completing their rounds. And these guys would have teed off at 10:20, so they're looking right about a 5-hour pace.
Again, Gavin Stark here for Harrison pours that one in to
Nice
finish off
aggressive
his round.
stroke by Gavin there.
It looks like Parker Finney just moving his mark out of the way for Kevin Quinn to finish off. Good putt there.
And finally, Parker Finney looking to finish up from his great shot. And he does. So that'll complete play for this group. They will head to the scoring tent. All right, so as we're moving forward today and the rest of the coverage, we're actually going to try to grab some of these young men and do a little interviews with them. But before we do that, you were talking about a west wind. I think we have a west of our own with Maureen.
Yes,
so
we do.
Maureen, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, guys. I am talking with Tom West. He is the general manager of Heatherwoode Golf Club. And Tom, wow, congratulations on a fantastic couple of weeks.
Thanks, Maureen. Boy, we love having the kids out here. It's just been fantastic.
Tell us what putting this whole thing together entailed.
Well, about a year's worth of work. From start to finish, we had numerous meetings from day one talking about how we're going to have this operate, how we wanted to have it come off for the kids, for Springboro, for Heatherwoode. The biggest thing that we really wanted to do was to make sure that the kids had a lasting memory here, that this may be some of the last or the last event that some of the kids ever play in. And we wanted to make sure when they left here, they go, my last event was at Heatherwoode Golf Club, and what an experience.
Well, congratulations, because I know you've achieved that. I know it's been, as you said, a year in the planning. There's a lot of staff who have really helped out with this.
Staff has been unbelievable, from everyone into the golf shop to the kitchens to the cart barn. It's been unbelievable. The number of people that actually it takes to put on this event is quite an achievement. To pull it together with the volunteers, tell you, Neil and Austin doing.
They're professionals now, aren't they?
They are unbelievable. But again, it's just been an undertaking that been a big feat and a success, I think, for Heatherwood and the city.
We also have some great partners with Miami Valley Communications Council, Miami Valley Golf Association.
They have been great to work with. The video that you may have seen on the board that they put together, phenomenal. If you haven't seen it, stick around, because I think at the end we play it once again. It's very worthwhile watching.
For people who don't really understand how all of this works, can you give us a brief description of, like, the kids come in, how all of that works?
Well, from day one, we had to set up pairings for them. We had to set up practice round times for them, scheduling the events for them. The day of the event starts with us being here around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning each day, setting the range up, getting everything prepared for them. Then they start to show up. They hit balls, and then from their tee times, and they go out, and then they'll come back in, and we'll see who wins.
Well, I know across social media sites, people are just praising the course conditions, the hospitality of the staff, the beautiful grounds, the wonderful place. So I know you must be feeling pretty good, because it's day 5 and we're almost done.
Yes, we are almost done. It's been a long 5 days, but it's been fun. As I told Chris Pizzuto, the city manager, I said it's one thing I will say about this: even though it's been long days, actually we look forward to it. We are about the kids, we are about the juniors, and that's the biggest thing, again, that we wanted out of this whole event, was for the kids to be able to come out here and enjoy themselves and just have a great time.
So for people who are watching who maybe have a youngster not quite into golf yet, what's a good age, or how should they take their first step?
Well, first thing is I always recommend is to get some professional instruction. It's a little tough. I've got 2 children of my own, and I know trying to teach them at a young age, they don't want to listen to mom or dad, so get them with another golf professional first. But around the age of 7, 8 is around a good age to get them started. Here at Heatherwood, we have 3 golf professionals that actually teach: myself, Matt Cole, and our director of golf, Brad Smith.
All right. Well, thanks for making lots of memories, not only for the kids, but also I think parents have really enjoyed this. And that video board has been fantastic, right?
The video board has been unbelievable. As you've been aware of, you know, the kids come out here, they're nervous about being on the board, but I think they actually love it. And
They're nervous, but then they line up to come and talk on it, right?
Yes, for sure, for sure.
Well, congratulations again. Thanks for spending some time with us. And what do you plan to do tomorrow?
Work.
I hope Chris Pizzuto heard that. All right. Thanks a lot, Tom. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Maureen. Thanks, Tom. Again, we'll go split screen as we come back to the action here.
Perfect timing. We had a hole out by John. Very nicely there.
Yes, very nicely holed out, we will say. And again, on 18, I'll take that there. We've got, that's going to be Eli Rhodes there, you see in the khaki shorts. Hayden Heiser in the red getting ready to play. Again, looks like he's probably not in the bunker there. He looks from his stance that nope, he was in the bunker. As you can see the sand fly out. Not a great lie there. It looks like he might still be in the bunker.
That
did come out.
Yeah, in the bottom left, that was Anthony Weinman. He had hit a really nice chip shot from just short of the green up there to about a foot or two. Not quite as nice as John nicely hold his out, but still a really good shot there by Anthony. And looks like he'll just go ahead and try to finish out his up and down.
Again on 18 there. Hayden finally did get that out of the bunker. Again, not what he had hoped for, but he is out at this point. Looks like we've got Eli Rhodes looking to come up here about 10 feet or so down the hill, moving a little bit left to right.
Yeah, in the bottom left part of your screen, you're looking at Griffin Pari. Griffin from Lakota East. I believe Tom Carroll might be putting first here. Yeah, Tom's going to go. Tom for the Lebanon Warriors here. He's got about 15 feet, breaking from right to left. Just barely left that one short. Again here, Griffin from Lakota East. He's got about 8 or 10 feet here.
As we pan back over on number 18, a shot we've seen before, someone for the far side of this green coming down the hill there. That's going to be Tucker Ward from Harrison. Again, a long putt that one of the longer possible putts here at Heatherwood, and judged it pretty well.
Again, Griffin here sizing up his putt in the bottom left part of your screen. Hole is right behind Tom, so I don't know if you're going to be able to see whether it goes in or not. Looks like he's just missed that. He's going to go down and mark it and replace his ball and finish off his round.
Max Kearns from Moeller. Just burning the edge.
Griffin taps in the bottom left, and then Tom Carroll looks to do the same there.
Max, that golf ball and Max didn't have a good day, it didn't look like.
He could have aimed a little bit more left and tried to hit us.
Yeah, he could have. In fact, it might have been the reason to do that. I know there have probably been some people who would like to do that. Again, Hayden Heiser looking to finish up here. Just a little short, but a good stroke. Again, Hayden had a few shots in that bunker, so not his best finishing hole, but Hayden, a junior, will have the opportunity to come back again next year. And finally, Tucker Ward, a freshman, is going to have plenty of opportunities to come back to the district championship. As he finishes out here. All right, Maureen has the first student athlete with her that we're going to hear from today. So go ahead, Maureen, take it away.
Okay, my student athlete is Garrett Hogan. He's from Kings High School. And how'd you do today, Garrett?
I did pretty good. I shot 74, and right now, hopefully I'll make it to state. Just don't know yet. It was the first one to finish, so.
All right, so you're a little bit nervous, right?
Yeah, a little bit nervous, you could say.
So what did you find challenging about the course today?
It was just super windy today. Greens were hard, so it was kind of hard to stop the ball. You had to land it super short in order to get it pretty close to the pin.
What was your strategy? You obviously had a great day.
Just keep it in play. I kind of played towards the 150 stake because, I mean, I love hitting my 9-iron. That's how far I hit it, so that was my strategy.
How long have you been golfing?
I've been golfing since I was very young, so I love it.
How young is very young? You're a senior in high school, right? So.
Probably since I was 8.
Oh, so you have quite a bit of experience.
Yes.
As a senior, what are your plans with golf? Do you hope to play golf in college?
Yeah, I hope to play golf in college, so.
Do you know what you'll plan to do after graduation?
I know I want to study mechanical engineering in college, so.
But undecided about the school?
Yeah, undecided about the school.
Okay, since I know your dad's here and your coach is here, what great advice did your dad give you for today?
He just told me to be confident and play my game the way I know how to play it, so.
And what about your coach?
The same thing. He just told me to be confident. He knew I would be able to come out here and shoot a good score. I just had to believe in myself.
You two pleased with what he did today? They're giving you a big head shake. All right, well, thanks so much. All the best to you. We'll be watching those scores as they come in.
Thank you.
Okay, back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Maureen. Again, Garrett, I would say, is in a pretty good position. Again, nothing 100% yet, but that score posted in the clubhouse is looking pretty good, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, Neil, lots of golf left to come in, but as the wind just keeps blowing harder and harder, scores should go higher and higher. But still, you never know. But he is in definitely a good spot moving forward.
All right, as we're looking at the next group coming down number 9, you can kind of get an idea of how much downhill 9 is in that shot right there. It's kind of tough sometimes to see that, but yeah, 9 quite a bit downhill, short par 5. And again, groups finishing up on here, if they're in the running, are definitely looking to make birdie to help their team and improve their team positioning.
Yeah, for sure. This is the group of Will Kadakia, Walker Wood, Brogan Lugers, and Bryce Massengill. Believe that would be Brogan Lugers there from Lebanon. Behind him there, Will Kadakia. You can see Walker Wood over there in the white shirt checking out his yardage book. And this should be Brogan Lugers from Lebanon with the yellow ball. Plays a wonderful shot up there to number 9 green. Again, back here with Walker Wood from Lakota East. Looks like he's still waiting to play here. Going to check out the pin sheet or yardage book again. Guess we'll wait for Will Kadakia here. Plays a wonderful shot from the short right greenside bunker there. Again, here's Walker Wood from Lakota East. Gonna be a tough shot from that angle. This is Bryce Massengill here from Troy, just over the green. Hitting back uphill into the wind, so should be able to stop it nicely there. It's pretty well played.
Walker Wood here, sizing it up from both sides of the hole as he comes across there. Going with the putter just out of the fringe cut here.
He's got about 30 feet, from that back fringe, just through the fringe in the first cut of rough. Probably a good decision to putt this, not putting through too much rough. Again, this is Walker Wood from Lakota East. Sending his putt on its way. Just a little bit short and right of that hole, but still not too bad from just over the green. Looks like Brogan is going to have Walker move his mark out of his line there. This would be Brogan Lugers here from Lebanon. Brogan taps in to finish off his round. This would be Will Kadakia. From about 3 or 4 feet here. Really good save from the bunker. I think he was, yeah.
Nice up and down there.
It's Bryce Massengill from Troy looking to finish off his day here on number 9. Rolls that one in. And then again, Walker Wood here, just over 2 feet, taps that one in.
Yeah, and as Walker taps in, we're going to go back over to Maureen. She has another young man here to give us some words of wisdom.
Okay, we've got Jake Williams. He is a sophomore at Kings High School. And how'd you do today, Jake?
It was okay. I mean, good front nine, but struggled on the back nine. Just bogey after bogey, but then had a pretty solid finish, but it was okay.
So you were telling me earlier that there are just 2 golfers from Kings. Tell me about that.
So yeah, Garrett Hogan and I both qualified individually, but unfortunately our team didn't qualify, but yeah, I'm pretty happy to be here.
I think you're doing your school very proud. So tell me about your golf experience and your golf life. How long have you been golfing?
I've been golfing since probably I was 7 years old, but
How'd you get into golf?
just my dad, and then also I had the plastic set of clubs for that. Knocked those around, but yeah, it was my dad.
And is golf something that you want to pursue beyond high school?
Yeah, I think it could be something I'd want to pursue after high school. I mean, obviously I got 2 years ahead of me and see how that goes, but yeah.
What did you find challenging or difficult today?
Definitely the windy conditions. I mean, wind started swirling, made it hard. I mean, it's a tough day.
Is there any golfer that you really look up to or someone that you try to model yourself after?
Honestly, Tiger Woods, the Tiger mentality. It's a good place to be.
All right, and tell me what your coach told you before you played today.
I have all the ability to play well and just not that many rough holes, and yeah, I have it.
All right, well, all the best to you. I know you think you're heading to Florida here in the next day or so enjoy yourself. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Maureen. As we come back to play in number 9 fairway.
Yeah, we've got Luke Huber here from Troy again, thanking the Troy Trojans for wearing all white. We can spot them from however far away we need to. Also in this group, Will Styoff from Oak Hills. You can see there walking just in front of where Luke just played his ball, and then Nick Collins from Lakota East farther down the fairway walking where it pinches there, and then to the right of Nick there is Jackson Rashal from Lebanon.
And these players coming down 9 fairway. Again, bringing you live coverage of the Southwest District Division I Boys Golf Championship for the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Going to send 3 teams out of here today to the state championship next week, and also 3 individuals not on those teams. So that's really what everyone's trying to accomplish today. Want to punch their ticket to the state next week. Right now, looking at a quick look at the leaderboard. St. X at 6 over as a team, Mason at 8 over, Springboro at 14 over. Again, all 3 of those teams in the the second wave of teams. The Elder Panthers have got a 25 over score, and they're in the next wave. So again, that 25 over score, you have to look at that, especially as the wind picks up moving forward. Bellbrook at 24, but again, they're got more players on the golf course, or more holes left to be played, should I say. Also, Lakota East has posted scores all the way through 15 holes, so they are at 32 over, and again, that's a number we're going to have to look at as we move forward.
We have a security thread.
Again, looking here at a live shot from number 9 fairway of the approach shots into this green.
That would be Jackson Rashal from Lebanon getting ready to play his likely to be 3rd shot here into number 9. Yeah, really good shot there for Jackson. Really tough angle from the left rough to that left pin.
Yeah, definitely have to be happy with that one. And we see another one rolling onto the green there too. Not sure who that was. Probably Nick Collins.
Yeah, we also saw a ball played from decently far back earlier that was hit in there pretty close.
tell you,
I
don't tell us
believe that
anything
could have
until the
been
camera's on. Is that right?
Will Styoff's ball from Oak Hills.
Let's just talk about all the vandalism at Wilmington.
All the terrible things that are going on.
All the shenanigans. That
You
are
can
happening
see
there.
Luke Huber from Troy here.
There's stuff that I can.
I'm just short of number 9 green. This is a really good angle from the drone.
There's some interesting.
He's just got about 20 yards or so. Kind of a tough angle here, but from the fairway you should be able to spin it enough to get this ball to stop.
It doesn't really matter to me. Okay. Thomas. I think once people.
Yeah, not difficult shot there for Luke. It's ran through the green a little bit, but he should still be able to putt that ball from the back fringe from about 20 feet.
Again, looking at a live shot of number 9 green as these players conclude play for the day. Teams from Oak Hills, Lakota East, Lebanon, and Troy.
Is this your first time?
Unfortunately, Lebanon, Oak Hills, and Troy have not had the best day on the golf course as teams, Austin. Lakota East, they're not out of it yet. I mean, they're going to have played, after this group concludes, only one more player on the golf course, and right now they are at a plus 31 score. So again, with the wind blowing, they're not totally out of the picture right now.
Yeah, really not in a bad spot at all.
Yeah, and this is Jackson Rashal coming up from Lebanon, finishing out his round. Again, Jackson is a senior, so most likely be his last hole of high school golf.
Yeah, this Nick Collins here from Lakota East. He's got about 45, 50 feet or so. Really well judged there. Just barely missed that short left, but really good putt from that distance.
Yeah.
Well, you're fair too, so you probably get.
Yeah, I didn't put any sunscreen on, so I'm kind of screwed.
Why didn't you do that?
I just forget. I'm like, yeah, I'll do it later, and then I just don't.
And then you forgot.
Yeah, my mom's not gonna be too happy, but.
Well, you won't. Your face, that side of your face, will be hurting tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be hurting.
Looks like Luke Huber from Troy is going to play next.
Not what he'd hoped for there, but still a makeable next putt.
Yeah, it is.
Finally, Will Styoff from Oak Hill coming up the hill here.
Oh, I just don't want it to hurt you.
Yeah, Will running that by
Well, how are we
a couple feet further than he would have liked.
Not be able to put you post it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Thanks for the interview. Sayonara.
Yeah.
Jackson Rashal next to play for the Lebanon Warriors.
Yeah.
Like, I'm alive, guys.
Harsh lip out there.
My grades are gonna diminish today or tomorrow. So a lot
Luke
of English.
Huber
Not my
here for
I
Troy
can't
from
believe
about
that.
5 feet.
You're
Looking to finish
articulate,
off his round.
Put good thoughts together. Why aren't you getting better grades in English?
It's a lot of work. There's a lot going on in that class. I miss like a day for this, and it's just here's 5 assignments. And yeah.
Nice putt there for Luke.
Not really. I like when teachers like allow us to do like class.
Again, this is Will Styoff from Oak Hills, looking to finish off his round here from about 5 feet down the hill a little bit. Nice putt there.
All right, Austin, we have close to hurricane winds here, and I believe Maureen may have a hurricane with her now over at the interview location.
Okay, I've got Thomas Halloran with me. He is the sole representative of Wilmington High School. And how'd you do today?
Not my greatest round today, but I still had fun out here, so it was nice.
What made it tough for you?
I just couldn't stay in play. I hit a lot of balls out of bounds, so that doesn't really help. And that brings the score up a little bit.
So tell us about your golf experience. How long have you been golfing?
I've been golfing since 2020, 3 years now.
And what do you like about it?
It's kind of like life. There's some good moments, there's some bad moments, but yeah, I don't really know.
Well, you obviously had a fun time saying that you golf with some guys that you didn't know before, but it kind of helps a bonding experience, right?
Yeah, it's a good time getting to know the people you play with. All the tournaments I do, it's really fun getting to know each other.
What kind of advice did your coach give you before you started today?
Just don't rush anything and keep the ball in play. Just have fun.
And you had fun. I did. You're a junior, so do you hope to be back here again next year?
I hope to be back here next year and hopefully qualifies for state.
All right. Well, thanks for talking with us today, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Maureen. We're coming back to split screen here as we're looking at 18 green. Jack Ward looking to finish up here. Nope, I'm sorry. That would be Aiden Walls looking to finish up there. Jack Ward will be in the next group. Aiden Walls there tapping in. This is going to be Aiden Kennedy finishing up. We see Joey Martin there in the khaki pants along with Eli Vassard.
I heard that. So
looks like Eli's going to play next. And as he taps in, that looks like they'll conclude play for that group today. Again, they will head over to the scoring location to turn their scorecards in and make their scorers official. And we'll move forward a little bit more. Austin, you taking a look at the scoreboard there, kind of gives a quick update as we're getting closer to the point where we're going to be crowning 3 teams and 3 individuals to move forward to the state championship.
Yeah, so I think St. X had the lead the last time we talked about it. Mason now has the lead at 9 over par, with St. X only 1 shot behind at 10 over par. Springboro really close behind those guys. They're at 16 over. They're in the 3rd spot. And then Elder and Bellbrook tied for 4th at 25 over. And then we've talked about Lakota East. I think they've only got 1 player left on the golf course. They're at 31 over. So could possibly still be a score to keep an eye on. Lakota East certainly have played more holes. As far as the individual leaderboard looks, Eric Braun still 2 under par through 12 holes. Timmy Hollenbeck even par through 12. And then Jake Wittenauer, who had already posted a 72, is moved into a tied for third place with Daniel Heister, Bradley Hinkle, and CJ Scoey. So if anything, that just further confirms that he should feel really good.
Yeah, again, he's going to have to hang around because there may be a playoff and stuff. We have to determine a medalist, so and we have to determine a 2nd and 3rd individual position for 2nd and 3rd. So I'm sure he's at the clubhouse because he has to hang around in case there is a playoff scenario for him, but he's got to feel really good at this point about his chances to move forward and play at the Scarlet Course next week.
Yeah,
for the state championship.
And same thing for Garrett Hogan, who Maureen talked with earlier. He's in a tie for eighth place, but a lot of the guys that are around him are on teams that are in the top 3 right now. So obviously a lot can still happen. There's still about anywhere from 6 holes to play, for some of these golfers, and even some have like 3 holes left to play. So still a ton of golf left to play. But I would feel pretty good if I was Garrett Hogan as well, posted with that 74.
Sure. As you see the flag sticks blowing here and the wind blowing, the harder that wind blows, the better it is for Garrett's position. And wind doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. Yesterday afternoon for the girls, the wind absolutely subsided a little bit about this time in the day, and it became calm in the evening, but nothing would lead us to believe that that's going to happen this afternoon.
at least not yet.
Yeah, it looks to maybe die off around 5 o'clock, but that's still over an hour from now.
As Jim Cantori comes in once again with some pertinent weather information.
We do play an outdoor sport, so it is important to stick with the weather, especially as we're commentating, and it is an important part of figuring out the scores.
That's right. As we're waiting for play to come on to 9 or 18 green, Maureen does have another young man that she can talk to, so we're going to kick it over to Maureen for just a couple minutes here.
All right, I've got Wyatt Cowdery. He is a senior at Xenia High School. And Wyatt, how'd it go today?
Pretty good. I thought the conditions were great. A little windy, but it was a good day.
What did you find that was a little bit tough or challenging?
Like I said, definitely the wind. It can get pretty hard out there on some of the holes leading up to the greens. Greens were pretty quick, so.
Do you have other team members with you from Xenia, or are you the only one today?
I am the only Xenia golfer.
Okay. And how did you represent?
Pretty good. Pretty good. I think I did pretty good for the school.
So how long have you been involved with golf?
This is actually my 5th year. I started around 8th grade.
Is there any golfer that you admire or model yourself after?
Well, Tiger Woods, obviously. Tiger Woods.
Does he have the best swing?
Absolutely.
So when you walked in, did you know that we were going to have a video board here? Was that something that you were aware of?
I did. I think it exceeded expectations, actually.
Oh, very nice. Didn't make you nervous, or what did you think when you came in to see it?
It can be intimidating at first, but once you settle in, you really get to enjoy it and have a good day.
So as a senior, you're looking at this might be the end of your golf career. You may go on next week, but what's golf meant to you?
Golf has been everything in high school. It really gives me a purpose in the fall season. It gives me something to do pretty much year round, and I've had a great time with my friends and teammates.
What are your plans after graduation?
Go to college. I'd like to stay in Ohio and maybe play some golf.
All right. Well, all the best to you. Thanks for representing your school today. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Maureen. As we're watching that interview, Austin and I are talking off camera a little bit about the leaderboard and the scores here. And again, looking at these scores, Mason +9, St. Xavier +10, Springboro +16, Lakota East at +32.
They've got
one more
player
to post,
yeah.
right? So +32. Those teams, Mason, St. X, Springboro, they still have 16, 17, and 18 to play because they started on the front 9, right? And those are 3 of the most difficult holes on the golf course today, especially 17 playing into the wind. So Lakota East might not be in a bad position as we move forward and those teams move through those holes that they still have to get through.
Yeah, especially coming down with their one player that has yet to post a finishing score, coming down 7, 8, 9, much easier holes. Could possibly get a birdie or 2 on one of those holes. So, again, they're definitely on the outside looking in right now, but not a bad place to be for them.
Yeah, no, and as you look at the scores, right, again, Mason 9 over, St. X 10 over, Springboro 16 over, Elder at 25 over they start on the other side, right? So they have 7, 8, and 9 to finish. So quite a bit easier finishing stretch for them than those other teams. And, you know, the other teams are going to have to finish on those difficult holes. So Elder right there, you know, they've got 6 players still to play number 9, which is a birdie opportunity. So, again, they're in a pretty good spot. And, again, I think looking at the holes that teams have left to play, I might take 30 over and see what happens.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Jumping back over to 9, talking about Lakota East, this is Bobby Horseman here for the Thunderbirds. Looks like he's found the right rough over there close to the out-of-bounds line, but still is in play. Pretty far back there. I'm guessing that he'd probably just be looking to lay something up just short of the green from this distance. He's probably got that 240, 250 shot. I'd be surprised. Looks like he's got an iron if he was to be able to get that one all the way down there, but obviously you never know.
Yeah, last player for Lakota East to post a score here, so if he could somehow make birdie, and again, posting scores in 3-hole intervals, as we pointed out earlier, so we really don't know what he did on 7 and 8, but looking at their 32 over score, if he could make birdie here and make that 31 over
as a team and set in the clubhouse and see what happens. They could become closer and closer to the qualifying position as we move forward here.
Yeah, without a doubt. This would be Mitchell Sargent here for the Troy Trojans. Doesn't look like he loves that strike there. But again, par 5, so I would assume that would be his second shot. So still got another one to try to get up there and make his birdie. This would be Ryan Williamson from Oak Hills.
Ryan is a senior, so most likely, well, it will be his last hole of high school golf. Oak Hill's not really in the running to move forward here today, so this is going to be his last opportunity to make birdie in his high school career, if not eagle.
Yeah, if not eagle. He is down there quite a ways.
Yeah, it looks like Maureen has grabbed someone real quick, so we're going to go ahead and cut to her real quick before these players get to the green and finish out.
Okay, this is Parker Finney. He's a senior at Oakwood High School. And how'd you do today?
It was rough, not very good.
What did you find so challenging?
The greens were fast. It was really windy, and I just wasn't playing very good.
What kind of advice did your coach give you before you started playing today?
He just said to just pay attention to every shot, don't get ahead of yourself, and just play your game, be confident. That's pretty much.
Have you been playing golf for a long time?
No, I started when I was 13, so only 5 years.
Is there any golfer that you find that you model yourself after or that you really admire?
I like Rory McIlroy. He's pretty good.
So when you came in, you saw the video board, you didn't know this is going to be like PGA level type of gig today. What's it been like for you?
It's definitely been pretty crazy. It was fun though. It was pretty cool.
As a senior, what are your plans after graduation?
I'm not really sure right now. Probably college though.
Does golf factor into that at all?
I don't know. I don't know yet.
At least for leisure and having fun. All right. Well, thanks so much. All the best to you. We'll talk to you later on.
Yeah, thanks, Maureen. We're back to the action. We're on number 9. Looks like we still have the same group: Ryan Williamson, Bobby Horseman, Peyton Lawley, and Mitchell Sargent here. Looked like Peyton Lawley was running around a little bit. Looks like he might have to go back and play a provisional ball. That would be Mitchell Sargent there in the white pants, making his way across the fairway there. Looks like they're waiting for Peyton Lawley to play over there by the trees. Looks like he might have just hit one. Hit his shot, not one of the trees, hopefully. That would be Ryan Williamson getting out of Bobby Horseman's way. We did see Bobby over there quite a ways back in that right rough over by the out-of-bounds stake, so this is likely his third shot here, and we've talked about how Lakota East got a pretty good score going as they've played more holes than some of the others around that bubble. Now, Bobby's got a pretty difficult shot here. He's
very difficult shot
going to have
here in
to
that position.
play some sort of lofted shot out of the rough over the bunker that you can't see there in the front left part of the green. Wind going mostly from his left to right, but also a little bit downwind with the green rolling away from him. So definitely going to be a difficult shot there. Back in just off the fairway from about 100 yards is Mitchell Sargent. Like Mitchell might have hung that one out to the right a little bit. Well, not too bad, just short a little bit, right in the gut of the run-up of the fairway there. Again, back over to Bobby Horseman here. Again, very difficult shot. He's got probably 50 yards or so.
And again, Bobby's score will be the last score to count for Lakota East, and they're still in the running, so important that his third shot would be there, that he can get that up and down and make a par here on number 9.
Yeah, it did look like his ball rolled over the green there and settled down a little bit. Didn't look like it gave him the best lie, so he'll have some work to do for sure to save his par. Panning over. This would be Ryan Williamson. Looks like he's just in the edge of that bunker there. Might have to have 1 foot out now. He's just stepping into it. Pretty well played shot there for Ryan. Perfect distance control, just got going left a little bit on him.
All right, Bobby Horseman sizing his lap. He's got his coach there with him. Again, coach, the only person that can talk to the players about their shots again. So he's giving him a little recommendation on how to play this shot. You know, maybe he was watching this break a little bit through here and can kind of help him a little bit with that again.
Believe they're going to let Peyton Lawley come up first here for Lebanon. Peyton looks to have found that front left bunker. Played a pretty nice shot and landed that right on the front of the green, but again, just shows how difficult it is to stop that ball around the pin here on number 9.
I'd expect Bobby to have Peyton mark that because it looks like it's kind of in his line of play.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Again, quick recap here. Lakota East in the clubhouse. Well, after Bobby Horseman completes play here, they'll have all their players in the clubhouse. They're showing a plus 32 score right now. Again, there's some scores left to be posted, but again, plus 32 is going to be a score that might be in the running here as Mitchell Sargent goes ahead and plays his approach next. Goes with the putter off the fringe there and judges it nicely.
Go in.
Go in.
Oh, wow.
Caught the hole and stayed out, but very nicely done.
Yeah, it looks like Bobby is going to have Peyton put a mark on his ball there.
Again, important shot for not only Bobby, but the Lakota East Thunderhawks. Looks like he's waiting for Mitchell to mark his ball also before he actually gets into his pre-shot routine and his plan here. Looks like he's going to try to land this probably about where he was standing right there and have it run out to the hole. I would say just a foot or two onto the green and let it run up the hill. Definitely doable.
Again, this, depending on his lie, this definitely could be a makeable one.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, really well done there by Bobby. I thought he might have went up there and tapped it in with his wedge. I don't know if Coach would have liked that. Here's Peyton Lawley from Lebanon. Should have got a pretty good idea of how this one breaks from Bobby's chip there.
Just a little short, but had it looked like it was going to break right into the hole. Again, Peyton is only a sophomore, so he'll have some other opportunities to come back.
This would be Ryan Williamson here for Oak Hills from about 10 feet coming up the hill. Should break a little bit left to right. Just gave that one a little bit too much pace, I think. Good finish there by Mitchell. And Ryan finishes out on 9 as well. That just leaves Bobby Horseman here to finish out.
As we watch him tap in, the Lakota East Thunderhawks have now moved into a tie for 5th as they're moving up the leaderboard, as they have their players and their team now have all completed play. Looks like Maureen has someone else to talk to here, so Maureen, go ahead and take it away.
I've got Sam Strasser. He is a junior at Lebanon High School. And how'd it go for you today?
It was okay. Personal best for me, so.
Well, that's pretty exciting. So Heatherwood's now your favorite course.
It's a hard course, for sure.
What did you find hard about it?
The wind today was especially challenging, but the water, there's a lot of water, especially on the first 9 we played. I definitely lost a couple balls in the water, a few of them.
But overall, pretty good day.
Yep. I had a nice little chip in for birdie on one hole, so that was good.
So when you came in, you saw the video board, and you thought what?
I thought that was pretty neat. I felt like I was on TV, like playing for like the PGA or something.
Tell us about your golf experience. Who introduced you to golf?
My grandpa did. When I was in like 5th grade, I'd go out and play with him, and yeah, he's inspired me to keep going.
So are your plans to be back here next year?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to improving over the winter and maybe get a break 80.
What kind of advice did your grandfather give you about golf?
He told me not to risk it, like play it safe. Even if you can make it over the water, sometimes it's better to just lay up.
All right, well, thanks for talking with us today. All the best to you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Maureen. All right, as Austin and I are looking at the leaderboard as we're talking again, Lakota East moves up into a tie for 4th. Again, depending on what their final score is, once all their players get posted here, they're actually looking like they're in a pretty good position. Again, Mason, 9 over, St. Xavier, 13 over, Springboro, 19 over. As you look at the leaderboard, Bellbrook's also 32 over, tied with Lakota East for that 4th spot. But all those teams still have quite a few players left on the golf course, and all those teams still have the 3 more difficult finishing holes to come through. Elder's still in the mix a little bit here. They're tied for 4th, and they're going to be finishing on the easier set of holes. In fact, we see someone walking down 9 fairway right now from Elder. That would be Luke Mead, I believe. And again, if they could make some birdies or even an eagle on 9 moving forward here, they could move forward. Again, looking at the leaderboard, Mason's pretty comfortable, I think, right now. I would actually think St. Xavier's pretty comfortable. Springboro is in a precarious position right there, having to play those difficult holes with only a 11-stroke lead at this point. And it's gonna come down to just a stroke here or there, just like it has every day we've been here covering golf.
Yeah, without a doubt. Certainly looking like it's going to be more excitement for us to give to all you guys watching from all different parts of the country and the world today watching. So
Worldwide, Austin.
Worldwide.
We're worldwide. As we're coming up to number 9 here, I guess, Maureen, you got someone else. Let's go quickly to Maureen, and we'll be right back here to watch these guys as they're getting on the green.
Okay, joining me is Tom Carroll. He is a senior at Lebanon High School. And how'd it go for you today, Tom?
Yeah, it was okay. I didn't feel like I had any great shots today, but, I didn't have anything that was too terrible, so it ended up being a pretty okay day.
How did you find the course?
I always really like Heatherwood. It's one of my favorite courses out here. It's in good condition. The only problem was the wind, but, can't control the weather, so is what it is.
How about this video board here? You're now a star. What do you think about that?
I know it's surprising. It's impressive. I was not expecting this today, so it's good to see.
So you're a senior. What are your plans after graduation?
I'm probably going to go to either Colorado School of Mines or Dayton to become a engineer of some sort.
Okay, and will golf follow you there?
Probably in a club sense, but this was kind of the end of my competitive season, and it's been good. It's been fun.
What was your best memory from today?
I don't know. It's probably the second to last hole that we played, number 7 up there. I don't know. I didn't necessarily play it well, but it was fun to play. It was challenging. I had a good time.
Well, we're glad you had a good time. All the best to you.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Bernie. As we're coming back here, we do have play now on number 9 and number 18. Play on number 18. Looks like we've got Jack Ward in that bunker coming up there. And then Will Riley behind the green is going to play next. Again, these guys have, I think they've struggled a little bit somewhere on 16, 17, and 18 like we've been talking. It's been quite a few minutes between groups here. They are, as Will Riley plays that shot down toward the pin, they are the last team members of Harrison, Moeller, Oakwood, and Tippecanoe to finish today. So once these guys are done, they will conclude their scores and get their scores posted, so we will get to see how they're going to finish up. Again, just looking at their scores right now, probably fair to say, Austin, that they're not going to be in the running to move forward as one of the 3 teams.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it right now. Not sure if any of these players are near the top of the leaderboard on the individual side of things, but that would probably be most of their focus right now. In the bottom left part of your screen, we have Barrett LeMaster there from Centerville, the lefty getting ready to play his shot from just over the green, as well as Luke Mead from Elder, Cole Brandon from Anderson, and Luke Hollup from Butler. But again, this is Barrett LeMaster playing his chip shot from just over the green in the bottom left part of your screen.
It looks like Jack Ward will come on up on number 18 there. As we're talking, Austin, probably the more important play here is going to be Owen Horvath from Elder. If they can somehow improve their score a little bit, they are tied for, I'm sorry, Luke Mead.
Luke Mead.
They are tied for that position right now.
Yeah, they're tied for that 4th place at 32 over. Pretty good putt there by Luke. Good speed, just left it a little bit out to the right.
Again, right chin is in the khaki pants you see there. I don't see Will Riley in the frame right now. Looks like he may be crouched down there, just standing up on the other side of the flagstick. Looks like he's going to play next from the fringe up to the hole there. Again, that would be a little bit uphill, moving left to right.
Yeah, again, this is Barrett LeMaster for Centerville, and as he brings his putt up, it's important to note Lakota East did post at 32 over, so definitely a very solid score to keep an eye on for both Bellbrook, Elder, and the Springboro Panthers as they're coming down the stretch.
Okay, as we're panning over here, this will be Nolan Kirkleckler from Moeller.
This will be Luke Hollup on the bottom left part of your screen on number 9.
Jack Ward to tap in on the upper right.
And Luke finishes off there, that nice 3 or 4 footer. Good putt there for Jack in the top right of your screen. And again, Luke Mead here for the Elder Panthers in the bottom left part of your screen. Could be a very important putt here, and he pours that one in.
Will Riley marking his ball. Will from Tippecanoe. And last group here of their teams. Finishing out on number 18.
Barrett Lemaster there just narrowly misses his attempt there from about 5 feet.
Next to play is going to be Wright Chen in the upper right. Right in the upper right.
I don't have anything like that in the bottom left, but this is Cole Brandon finishing off there for the Anderson Raptors.
As Wright runs his by, last to play in this group will be Nolan from Moeller. Again, haven't seen a lot of putts made there on 18 today, Austin. A tough pin location and got a little slope around that hole that's been quite a challenge to sink anything of any distance, definitely at all over there.
Yeah, hopefully we get some more putts rolling in as the last couple groups come in, because the last other days we've seen some pretty big putts go in.
We have, and again, we are coming down to crunch time with the 5 teams that have a shot really at moving forward to qualify for those 3 positions for the state championship next week. All right, sounds like I may have quite a group of Thunderhawks over there with Maureen. Well, I don't know. Is that would that be a flock of Thunderhawks?
I believe so. Yeah, the flock.
Take it away, Maureen.
All right, we do have quite a large group here from Lakota East. We have the guys who played and also the other team, I guess we'd say, and a huge peanut gallery, we're calling them, of fans. So let's have you introduce yourself and maybe the grade you are in school.
I'm Walker Wood, and I'm a junior.
I'm Nick Collins, and I'm a junior. I'm Griffin Puri, and I'm a senior.
I'm Bobby Horseman. I'm a junior.
Ben Isom, and I'm a junior as well.
Look at our media specialist.
I'm Aiden Wells, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Kyle Dillman. I'm a senior.
I'm CJ Smith. I'm a freshman.
All right. All right, so how'd you guys play today?
Played all right. A lot of simple mistakes, but overall good.
What did you find challenging about the course?
Well, definitely, obviously the wind is crazy today. It's just crazy today. And the greens weren't too bad, but there was a couple of tough pins today.
How were course conditions?
Course conditions have probably never been better, and I've never seen the greens faster.
So you played out here before?
Yeah.
I'm going to pass that this way so you can have it. So tell us about your golf experience. How long have you been playing golf?
I've been playing golf since I was in the 7th grade, and I'm just out here having a good time. It's been a lot of fun today, and I feel like we played pretty well overall, but I mean, definitely some things we could improve on.
So why don't you tell us about your freshman?
No, I'm a junior.
You're a junior. I'm so okay. Oh, sorry, guys. All
It's
right.
okay.
Tell us your favorite memory from today.
Honestly, probably 18 hole. I hit a pretty good iron shot on the green, like it was like a foot away from the hole. So ended up par in that hole.
Okay, our media. Tell us what your job is here today.
So today I was just taking pictures of the team. Got some pretty good pics of this guy right here, our one man, Bobby Horseman. Yeah.
So you guys obviously have great camaraderie. You're really a team. What makes that?
I think it's just a lot of the older guys do a good job at leading the B team, and I don't know, we try to make an effort to include them in a lot that we do.
And you just have one senior on the team, is that right? So we have two seniors back here. Okay, so we've got your two seniors here. What are your plans?
Just skip. Just skip.
Okay. How about for you?
No, I have no answer.
Well, this is my first year playing golf, so I was just out here having fun, you know.
How long have you played golf?
2 years.
Oh, great. So you're really enjoying it. Well, just real quickly, tell me your favorite golfer. We'll pass it down.
Dustin Johnson.
Justin Thomas.
Roy McIlroy.
Big Roy McIlroy type of guy.
Cam Smith before he went to live.
Love that.
I'm gonna have to go DJ as well.
I mean, I like myself, but other than that, I'd say Tiger. So.
Ricky Fowler.
Well, I wish you all the best. I do have a question for you since we've got a big group here. And when we talked to a couple of other divisions, they were talking about people who were dogs. Do you guys have any dogs on your team?
I think we're all dogs. Okay. Not a lot of people thought we'd be here, but I think we all are. And, you know, we placed fourth. We beat all the teams we were supposed to and feel good.
Wow.
We're in fourth place, and I know that we all grinded pretty hard today, so I'm excited about that.
Okay, is that how do you define dog?
Just a real Ben Isom type of guy. Just out there grinding, never giving up. Just got that get-to-it mentality kind of deal.
All right, well, congratulations to you all. It's been fun talking with you. I don't know what your plans are down here in the future, but maybe comedy, maybe communications. He's all about it. Definitely confidence. Oh, before we go, what did your coach tell you to do today? Who wants to take that one? How about our senior?
Yeah. Our coach told us not to play stupid shots and to go for the middle of greens.
Can say we all hunted pins today.
All right, thanks, fellas. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, Marine. Those gentlemen might not want to wander too far from the driving range. Again, they are in fourth position, posted in the clubhouse, and they may end up moving forward here. We've got to see. Really, when you look at the leaderboard, Springboro in third is 13 shots in front of them, but they do have everybody still on the golf course with quite a few difficult holes left to play with the wind picking up, and looks like there might be a front moving our way too, Austin, but it should be completed play before that reaches us. But you can see in the interview process there with the dark clouds in the background, I don't know that we're going to avoid all the rain this evening, but we should get play done before that blows in again. But the Lakota East Thunderhawks are in a decent position at this point. Springboro, again, like we say, in front of them, but Springboro's got to golf their ball pretty well to get into the clubhouse and beat them. I think as you're looking at scores, the scores really going up for Mason. St. Xavier again now 10 over, 13 over. Again, difficult conditions for all the players out there moving forward. Looking at Bellbrook, Elder, and Anderson. Again, not too far above that 32 under position, but again, I think they've got to come forward or make birdies out there, and definitely tough conditions to make birdies in before they move forward. Just kind of where we're looking at the team stuff. I haven't really looked at the individual stuff too much, Austin. I think it's probably pretty much the same as what we looked at earlier.
Yeah, not much has changed. We haven't had any scores really posted below those marks of 72, 74. One of the Lakota East guys, Walker Wood, did come in with a 76. Still too early to know, really. I think that might be just a few shots too far back, but, I mean, you never know. Again, with the wind and weather coming in, it's still too early to tell.
All right, I'm being told here that we have an unusual guest here for a boys district golf championship, but sounds like we have a mom with Maureen. Go ahead, Maureen.
I've got Charlotte Horseman here. She is a mom from Lakota East, and we've been talking to a lot of boys, a lot of kids throughout the couple weeks, and we thought, let's talk to a mom. And how has your experience been today?
Oh, it's been fantastic. It was a beautiful day. This is my first time at Heatherwoode. It's a gorgeous course, and this environment is so exciting. The boys are really lucky.
So tell us about the video board, because that was a little bit of a surprise for you, right?
It was definitely a surprise. It's like the big time, right? Being able to see the boys covered and have the commentary like they're on TV has just been amazing. So fun. And I think it's really cool what you guys are doing out here. It makes it a huge event, a really special event, something that all the boys are going to remember forever and really aspire to get to.
So as a parent, as a mom, you see the ups and downs. How do you help your son get through that?
Breathe, right? Just try to remind them to enjoy it. They're so lucky to get to do this. They're missing school. And golf has been a fantastic opportunity for my son and all these boys. They're great comrades and teammates to each other. So what's not to enjoy?
I know when they were all here, you said just seeing them made your whole season.
Yeah, absolutely. They're having a great time. They're learning a lot, the ups and downs of golf, and they're doing it together, so we're very proud.
So I know you said breathe, but what is the one thing that you told your son before he played today?
Gosh, just treat every hole as its own separate game. There's going to be ups and downs, and there certainly were today for our guys, so that's how you get through.
Do you golf?
I do not.
But you're a good coach. Sure. All right. Well, thank you so much. It's always good to hear from the moms. We need to hear it for all the parents who are out here.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, as we come back to coverage, we've got players coming to number 9 green and number 8 green, so we're going to get some split screen action here, I'm sure. Again, important play coming to number 18 green with Springboro now at this point only 12 shots a hole, as they've lost a stroke there as Maureen was doing the interview. So Springboro 12 shots in front of Lakota East for the 3rd spot to move to the state championship. We are still showing coverage on number 9 here.
Yeah, this would be Owen Horvath from Elder, playing his likely 2nd shot in there to number 9. Also in the group on number 9, George Lake, Jacob Lehman, and Hunter D'Angelo. This is the group that Neil and I were talking about, but we're talking about the wrong group earlier.
Finally get to see these guys and get it right.
Yes, we do.
All right, if I can talk to guys in the truck, we get a feed at number 18 here. Again, we got some guys from Springboro coming up here. That would be Kyler Alvey. Again, want to see how he does on this hole. Kind of important as we move forward. And also, Austin, who's that there? That's Kyler there, right?
Yeah, that would be Kyler there.
Right there. And again, looks like he's probably in that position in 2. And right now, Springboro 12 shots ahead in that team competition for that 3rd spot. But again, 12 shots is not a lot. So, especially when they've got so many holes to play and difficult holes left to play. Again, Kyler's probably got it there in 2, and really kind of important that he gets it up and in. And at worst makes bogey here, because who knows what he made on 17. Again, 17, a very long, difficult par 3 into the wind today. Kyler throws it up there, and pretty good shot. Runs it by the hole a little bit, but again, made sure he got it on the green and gave himself a chance. It looks like it probably just rolled through into the fringe or the first cut of rough there. So important for the Springboro Panthers that he would go ahead and get that in the hole in 2 shots. Playing with him again is going to be, it looks like Brody Miller from Bellbrook, coming out of the bunker in front there.
Yeah, you can see Luke Attal there crossing onto the green, fixing that ball mark. Always nice to see. And the 4th player in this group, Charlie Fish, he's from St. X.
Again, St. X, Mason, or should I say Mason and St. X in the 1-2 in position. It's looking pretty good to move forward without any disasters on the golf course. That shot coming down there would have been, I believe that would have been Charlie Fish coming down. there from St. Xavier from the back of the green there. Again, Mason and Xavier in pretty good position here with as we're moving to the final few holes. Brody Miller from Bellbrook to play, and again, Bellbrook sitting in the 5th position, but they're going to have to improve on that and actually make a lot of birdies to make that score count. So, I mean, if Brody could chip this in, it looks like he struggled a little bit here. Again, 4 out of 5 score counts, so I'm not sure if Brody's score would be counting or not, but again, every stroke is important as he goes ahead and plays that up quickly.
Yeah, pretty good shot there by Brody.
Again, scores being recorded in 3-hole segments. So as we're looking at scores right now, Mason, St. Xavier, they've reported their scores all the way through, so I'm sure they're still reporting another score. But again, important stroke here by Kyler Alvey. Again, Springboro in the 3rd position at this point by 12 shots. Again, with a lot of holes left to play, so every stroke counting here. Again, this would be a par putt, we believe, for Kyler. Oh. Looks like he may have caught the lip and very firm and kind of caught that slope and left himself quite a ticklish little putt coming back here, especially when we haven't seen very many putts made at all from any distance on number 18.
Yeah, this would be Luke Attal here for Mason coming down across the green from about 25, 30 feet.
And as I'm checking as Luke comes down here, Kyler Alvey's score is counting for the Panthers right now.
Good looking roll there for Luke. Great speed. Just missed that one a little to the right, but it looks like he'll just throw a mark down on it and wait so he doesn't step in anyone's line. This would be Charlie Fish here for St. Xavier. That was his chip shot that we didn't quite see where he was chipping from, but good chip shot from long of the green.
Charlie's got some nice size to him, it looks like, from his camera angle. A pretty big boy here.
Yes, it does. Really good putt there.
Again, fist pumps that into the hole, probably for par there to complete his round. Again, St. Xavier in the 2nd spot, handily right here, 5 strokes behind Mason, who, again, sending 3 teams to the state. Brody Miller here to finish up. As Austin and I have been talking, pretty safe to say that Mason and St. Xavier are in good positions to move forward. Again, the question just becomes, is Springboro going to make enough pars and bogeys to get into the clubhouse in front of Lakota East at 32 over? Looking at Kyler Alvey from Springboro here. Again, Kyler is score is counting for them, and this would be a bogey putt for him, so Springboro could lose 2 strokes right here if he is unable to make this.
Yeah, definitely a really important putt here for Kyler and the Panthers. Just burns the left edge there. Still has a little bit work left to do.
Luke Tall coming up here to finish out. Goes ahead and taps in for the Comets. Tyler Alvey here to finish up. Looks a little uncomfortable over this one. Austin, again, probably knows that every shot matters at this point, and trying to make sure he's got that ball lined up exactly how he wants. Again, there's a little movement in this. This isn't dead straight, and it's hard to tell from this camera angle. That could be 2 or 3 feet for sure.
Yeah, definitely going to move a little bit from his right to left. We saw him just play a little bit too much break on the previous one, so hopefully keeping this one inside the right edge. He does. He makes that one.
Yeah, nicely done there as this group finishes out. And we've got Maureen, I believe, with the individual leader in the clubhouse right now. So go ahead and take him away, Maureen.
Okay, I've got Jake Wittenauer here. He's from Little Miami High School. He's got his posse here. We've got Nathan Ryan and Braden Grubenhoff. All right. They came to support him. So for you, Jake, how did today go?
It was pretty good overall.
Sounds like you had a pretty great day.
Yeah, it was a good day. Should be going to state next week, so that's good.
So your coach says unless something crazy happens, we think you are going to state, so congratulations. How was the course for you today?
The course was awesome. The greens are perfect. It's just windy, that was the only thing, but the course is awesome.
And these guys were not playing, but they came to support you. What was that like for you?
Oh, that's nice knowing that people on the team will come and watch, even though they're not playing. And I imagine we'll have even more next week.
Did you guys give him any advice before he started playing?
I just told him, do what you do. You're a great golfer.
Same thing, yeah. Same thing.
Do what you do. You're a great golfer. And did you take that advice?
Yeah, I did what I did today.
This is not your first time at districts either, right?
No, I went to Beaver Creek last year.
So tell us about your golf experience. How long have you been golfing?
I started golfing in 8th grade and just been playing ever since.
Really took to it naturally?
Yeah, honestly. I got decent pretty fast, and then it just led to me playing more and more golf because I really loved it.
So knowing that you're very probably, according to your coach, going to state, what's going to be your strategy there?
Just have fun. Don't get nervous. Just enjoy the moment.
And who got you first interested in golf?
Definitely my grandpa. He we went out to Bellwood all the time, played golf. That got me into it.
Any advice that he ever shared with you?
Nothing good.
Is that your grandfather over here? I'm sure he's very proud. He's giving you a big wave. Well, guys, thanks for supporting him. We wish you all the best at state. We'll be looking to hear more from you. Before we go, who's your favorite golfer?
Justin Thomas.
Why?
He's just fun to watch. Him and Jordan Spieth. There's no better golfers on tour.
All right. Well, thanks so much, guys. Thanks for coming out here and supporting. Thanks for being posse.
All right, Maureen. I think Jake can feel pretty comfortable about getting to play next week. He's in a great position, and obviously nothing is final until it's final, but it's pretty much final for him. He's going to get to go to Ohio State next week and compete for the state championship.
Yeah, there's a pretty good chance he could be medalist today, honestly.
There is,
yeah,
yes.
Eric Braun and Timmy Hollenbeck sitting in the lead right now at even par through 15 holes, but again, Heron's Corner, as we call it out here, 16, 17, 18, playing very difficult with this wind. Not that you can't play those holes and even par or better, but again, like we've talked about, 17 is playing a monster today, 230 yards into a steep breeze.
18's got a tough wind tucked over a bunker.
So,
and again, you're fighting to keep it in the fairway with that crosswind off that tee shot, and then getting your tee shot in 16 into the fairway is a difficult task. So yeah, again, I don't know if we've got time right now. Maybe we can get Joe in the truck to queue up a flyover of 16, 17, and 18 all at one time. You can kind of see what the players are looking at in their last 3 holes.
The 451-yard par 4 16th is the longest par 4 on the golf course. The tee shot must be threaded between dense trees on either side of the fairway, as well as a creek that runs along the right all the way to the green. The second shot will be with a long iron to this large green, protected only by a bunker short right. Shots missed too far to the right, will find the water. The 229-yard par 3 17th has no bunkers to protect one of the largest greens at Heatherwoode Golf Club. Many pin placements allow the superintendent to change the difficulty of the hole. The 484-yard par 4 finishing hole puts pressure on every facet of a player's game. An accurate drive is a must in order to avoid mature trees on either side and a creek lining the right. From the fairway, most players will choose a long iron for the approach to the large convex green. A series of sand and grass bunkers surround the green, as well as rough, mounds, and swales.
We are coming over to Seth Jones here on number 9 as he's coming in for the Butler Aviators. Looks like he's just short of that bunker, short of the green. Difficult shot to get this to stop, so he's going to have to do that with elevation. It looks like he's lofted it high into the air, and a beautifully played
that's
shot there.
Unbelievable shot there. Yeah, this is the group of Mikey Schutte, which is, as you can see right there on the screen in the purple shirt, Charlie Straubel and Zach Hartley.
And as scores are getting posted, Elder has dropped back a little bit. We were thinking maybe if they could make some birdies, they could make a little bit of run at this, but it's looking more and more like that they're not going to have that opportunity, although Mikey here could be in that greenside bunker in 2 and still could make a birdie, but they're going to have to make up 5 shots at this point to get into the chance to get in the clubhouse tied with Lakota East. So not looking like that's going to happen here today. Zach Hartley here from Centerville. Austin, when Zach teed off this morning, I kind of thought we'd have a hard time recognizing him later because he'd take the red beanie off, but he still has his red beanie on.
Yes, he does.
Back here to, I believe, was that Charlie Straubel there? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I think that was, yeah. But no, Zach's still rocking the red Buckeyes beanie. I believe that's what that is.
It's a little OHIO action right there.
Yeah, Zach's got about 35, 40 feet, maybe even a little bit longer from just short of the green there. Looks like he's played it very nicely.
Very nice.
Just chased it by probably a little bit further than he wanted to, but still pretty good effort there from just short of the green.
All right, again, could be an important shot for them to have any chance at making a run here for Elder. Mikey, again, almost has to hold this for them to have any chance at all. And again, his teammates left on the golf course would still have to do something pretty spectacular to get them in a position. He did give it a run, but just didn't have it read quite right. All right, so looking as we're coming up on number 18 green here as these guys finish out on 9, we are getting the Springboro Panthers coming up 18 green. Again, very important here as we look forward to whether Springboro will be able to hold on to that number 3 spot, or if Lakota East in the clubhouse at 32 over will be able to keep that position. Again, Seth Jones finishing out here on number 9.
Yes, Seth's got about 20 feet here, breaking a little bit from right to left. Just did not give that one quite enough speed.
If we can go split screen here again, it looks like trying to see who's over there on 18 green. Is that Jack Rod with his ball on the green too, possibly?
Yeah, it looks like that is the case.
Yeah. Just short there in the gray hoodie. That's going to be A.J. Wilhelm from Mason, I believe. Is that who that is, Austin? I think so.
No, that's no, AJ's got the long hair.
Okay. Not quite sure who that was then. Could be David Gregory.
Yeah,
He had a
yeah.
purple shirt on at one point, but now he looks like he may have put the pullover back on there on number 18. Again,
Yes. It looks
Mason
like
St. Xavier in good position. Springboro trying to hold on to that third spot. And again, Jack Rott looks like he's got his ball on the green on number 18 in 2 shots. Difficult 2-putt, however. Looking at the scores right now here real quickly as we're letting them finish up on number 9.
yeah, we saw Zach Hartley from Centerville just briefly missed that putt and tap in.
So right now, Springboro 10 shots in front with 4 players yet to finish. Again, so this will be Jack's last hole. And again, as you count back there, you probably have, well, we haven't posted any scores for, there's really 12 scores to be posted for the Panthers here to see if they can post something less than 10 over par on those 12 holes. And again, important putt here for Jack. Down the hill, again, not a putt that Jack would be looking to make, something he definitely wants to 2-putt. Again, we're panning back here looking for...
There you can see AJ Wilhelm and Luke from St. X there on the right side of the green. You could see on the bottom left Seth Jones finishing out there.
Looks like they're having a question about, there's a cart path down there that AJ is kind of like he's maybe taking relief from it again. They're not far from our broadcast location, but having a hard time seeing exactly what the question is right there.
And Mikey Schutte finishes out there on number 9, the bottom left of your screen. And that'll conclude their day for the 11:35 pairing. It started on hole number 10 this morning. Looks like in the top right part of your screen, they're calling for probably a rules official to come over.
Again, A.J. Wilhelm here looking at, again, you see some out-of-bounds stakes, but his ball's definitely not out of bounds. He's the cart path there, and looks like he's asking for a ruling, some question about the cart path, but I don't even know if he's far enough down to that cart path. It looks like he's asking something about his lie, or really not sure what he's questioning there. Looks like he's going to get relief, though, because he's pulled the tee out and is marking his golf ball.
It could possibly be
Could be
checking
his identifying mark might not have been visible, and he just needed to check it to make sure that that was his golf ball.
Yeah, it could have somehow embedded. That would be unlikely there for that side slope. But, yeah, again, not really sure what that ruling was, but looks like it's been taken care of.
Again, difficult shot for both of these guys, and haven't really seen anybody in these 2 positions all day, at least not very many people, and they're both over here in the same group again. Be tough to get it there also with the way the wind's blowing, and but again, AJ, tough shot here, flipping it up. He is uphill all the way to the flag, so it's definitely doable.
Looked like he might have hit that one a little bit too hard. But pretty good shot from over there. He's got about 8 or so feet left coming back.
Yeah, obviously the upslope helped him elevate that. And again, looks like Luke's in the same sort of position, but not on as much of an upslope. In fact, he's on a little bit of a downslope.
And this could be a little bit more difficult here for Luke. Looks like that came out hot as well. I'm sure that'll chase by even farther.
Again, we are talking Mason 12 over, St. Xavier 15 over, Springboro 22 over. Golfers still on the golf course, and Lakota East in the clubhouse at 32 over. Here is Jack Rout. Going to go ahead and again, important 2-putt here for the Panthers of Springboro. Quite a long distance here. Again, looking to get this within 3 to 5 foot circle around the hole. This is all downhill, but into the wind. Again, looks like he's gave it some respect, but it's a nice putt. He left himself a ticklish little 4-footer left, and again, nothing easy here today.
No. I was about to mention that the wind seemed to have died down a little bit, but right as I was about to say that, the wind started gusting again.
Yeah, I haven't seen David Gregory in this group, but he is the 4th player in this group. Oh, there he comes now. Again, Bellbrook, not totally out of it. There's 36 over, but again, playing difficult stretch of holes. Finish on this back 9 here at Heatherwood. Unlikely that they're going to move forward. Again, they're probably more than likely be lucky to stay at the 36 over position. So again, 32 over in the clubhouse right now, and really what it comes down to now, can Springboro stay in front of that with the golfers they have left on the golf course and take that 3rd spot moving forward to the state championship next week. Luke Colley from St. Xavier coming up to the green here. Again, St. Xavier in nice stroke there in 2nd position at 15 over. Again, 32 over is the number right now that we're looking at to stay below. St. Xavier should have no trouble doing that with the players they have left on the golf course. Mason's at 12 over. I mean, St. Xavier and Mason are definitely battling to see who can come out of here in 1st place position.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
And this is David Gregory from Bellbrook. Again, Bellbrook hasn't played terrible today. They're in the 5th place position, but probably going to come up a little bit short when we add it all up here at the end.
Boom.
But David runs one in. Again,
Yeah, really good putt there.
Yes, nice way to finish for him. And again, David is a freshman for the Eagles, so a nice way to end his 1st district championship round of golf.
Again, this is A.J. Wilhelm from Mason. Really good shot from long right of this green. He's got about 8 feet or so coming back. Should be a little downhill breaking from his left to right. Again, important putt for the Comets to stay in the lead. Again, looks like they're going to be able to most certainly make it out to the state tournament as a team, but still, obviously, they want to try to win.
Again, they've had a 3-shot lead at this point. Here we go, Jack Rout again. Important 5-footer here for the Springboro Panthers.
Boom.
Well done.
Pours that one in.
Again, we're making the assumption that Jack was on the green in 2, and that would be a par for him and a huge par on number 18. Again, don't know exactly what he has done on 16, 17, but they will get his score posted, and we'll kind of get a better idea of how he played those 2 holes along with number 18. Luke's going to finish up here for St. X.
Good putt there.
Leave 3 groups left to play on the golf course for these teams finishing here on the back 9.
Actually, also looks like Kyler's score might have been entered wrong originally because he went to 10 over for the Springboro Panthers. Looks like they might have adjusted that in the system after the paper scorecards got him back at 9 over because his score was originally not counting. But again, we'll keep you updated.
Yeah. Again, still at this point, though, looking at that, Springboro is 22 over.
Yeah.
All right, here's some action on number 9 we're going to go to as these guys finish up. This would be the 11:45 group finish at this point in time. Again, we were interested to see how Elder was going to finish, playing the easier side when they were right there with Lakota East, but at this point they've made some bogeys and they are now 40 over par and only 2 players left on the golf course. So highly unlikely that they're going to move forward to the state championship next week. But
wow. However,
Jake Langdon goes ahead and runs one in there.
Yeah, really solid putt there for Jake.
So we haven't seen a lot of putts made today on any of the greens, and that's one of the longer ones we've seen hold today. Marshall Morency from Anderson here to finish up. Again, Marshall, just a freshman.
You gotta like the matching shoes with the school colors.
It's going to be Cooper Decker from Butler to finish out his round. Again, Cooper is a senior, so last bit of high school golf we're looking at here for Cooper. So end his high school career with a nice little 2-footer firmly in the back of the hole. Same thing here for Eddie Stout. Eddie is a range member here at Heatherwood, so we see Eddie quite a bit. He's also a senior, so we'll watch him here finish out his high school career. As a side note, Austin, Eddie played some baseball with my son a few years back. Yeah, when we were younger. Guess that would maybe be a shout out to the Dayton Classics at that point.
I think that would be. Again, Eddie Stout here just from about 2 or 3 feet here to finish up his round. Pours that one in. Good finish there for Eddie. And then back with Marshall Morency here for the Anderson Raptors finishing out his round.
That's going to leave one group, as Austin was getting ready to say, left on the front 9 to finish up. 3 groups still on the back 9. Again, 3 important groups, or at least three important players for the Springboro Panthers and the Lakota East Thunderbirds to determine who's going to take that 3rd spot in the state championship next week. Again, we are going to have 3 teams qualify for the state championship next week, and 3 individuals not on those teams are going to qualify. So let's look. Also, we haven't really talked about the qualifying individuals. As these players are coming up number 9 here, taking a quick look up that fairway. We're going to go to the leaderboard here as we're doing it, but looks like CJ Scoey has actually made a birdie coming in here.
Yeah, he birdied the par 4 14th hole to get back to even par. So we've got 3 players tied at even through 15 holes. That would be Eric Braun, Timmy Hollenbeck, and CJ Scoey. And Jake Wittenauer, who Maureen had talked to from Little Miami, is already in the clubhouse with a 72, 1 over par.
So let's talk about the scenario if things stay the same and nothing changes, and Springboro is the 3rd qualifying position. That would put CJ in as the number 1 individual, Jake in as the number 2 individual, and at this point, we could have a playoff between Garrett Hogan and Casey Morgan of Elder for the number 3 spot. That's if Springboro comes in the 3rd position. If we would have Lakota East move into the 3rd position. As we say that, there's a 23 over posted for Springboro. So, again, not necessarily bad for the Panthers there. Looks like they posted a score and only went up by 1 stroke. If they would do that, they'd be in a decent position moving forward. But if it was to happen that Lakota East could move in front of Springboro, you would be looking at, again, CJ in at number 1, Jake in at number 2. But Bradley Hinkle at that point would take the 3rd position looking at the scores right now. Again, Bradley's going to have a lot to do with what happens in the team portion here too. So
yeah, for sure.
That's kind of how it looks right now, and we're going to see that play out here in the next half hour or so as we look to number 18 green. This is Ian Cambria. Again, Suman Ian's there in 2, and again, very important chip shot for Ian as he kind of sticks in the ground a little bit.
Yeah,
has left it below the hole though, so it's not something that's going to get away from him going back up the hill there.
And again, I think it's important to note for the Springboro Panthers, currently right now they have Kyler Alvey in the clubhouse with a 9 over par 80, and they also have Jack Rott in the clubhouse with a 10 over par 81. Ian Cambria, who just hit that chip shot, is at 9 over par. So
most they could go up would be 1 stroke no matter what he does on this hole, because if his score would become 82 or 83, they would count the 81.
Yep. Yeah, so they potentially could only move up 1 shot, or they could move down a couple shots. But important to note here, this is Aiden Coswell for the Bellbrook Eagles here in the all black. putting down there from across the green. Very similar to Jack Rott's putt we just saw, and very similar result.
Yeah, very well played by Aiden there. Again, you've seen that quite a bit today. Everyone kind of playing more to the center of the green to not have to take on that bunker that you don't see in front, and then leaving themselves with a long putt down there and just trying to two-putt that. All right, as we're looking here, I believe that would be Daniel Heister from Mason we're looking at there.
Yeah, that is Daniel. Looks like a really good line. And just snuck left at the end. And
see it drift away on that downhill slope there. Again, Mason's still in pretty good position, 7 strokes ahead of St. X for the #1 qualifying position. Finally, Luke Calvert from St. X Bombers with a familiar putt that we've seen, just looking at this, get this close to the hole.
this
Or
one
make it.
could be in.
Oh, it does drop. Unbelievable.
Yeah, really good
What a
putt.
putt there to finish his round out. Again, that could draw them closer to the Mason Comets for the #1 position. But outstanding putt. First putt we've seen made of any length on that green all day long.
Yes, it is. And I believe Ian Cambria from Springboro will be next to play. Again, we saw his chip shot come up a little bit short there. He looks like he's got 12 feet or so left for a
Well, we're gonna
likely
assume
par
this is
putt.
par.
Yeah. Again, I really haven't seen too many putts come up from this angle. Tough to get the ball over there.
At least not, and we've seen putts roll by there and down into the fringe, but he hasn't seen this ball roll by the hole.
Just barely missed that on the left side.
Okay, and as we were saying, or you were saying earlier, Springboro does have a score in the clubhouse that's not counting, that if he makes bogey here, he would have the same score. So this really probably wouldn't change anything as far as Springboro Panthers concerned at this point. It's all going to come down to it's going to come down to the final 2 players and how well they've played the last 3 holes. Again, Aiden Coswell finishing out here, and he catches the lip. Again, Aiden, a freshman. Quite a few freshmen we've seen here, and these teams here finishing up. So a lot of fine young golfers in Southwest Ohio that are going to have some more opportunities to play in the district championships in their high school career. Daniel Hester here, though, a member of the Mason Comets, is going to get to play one more week this season as a member of a qualifying team at the state championship. Again, that's going to be held at the Ohio State University Golf Club in Columbus, Ohio next week. Ian Cambria here to finish out for the Panthers, and does so nicely. These gentlemen are through and head to the scoring tent to post scores and give you and me a little more info, Austin, about how this is all going to work out. But I think we've pretty much we know what it's going to come down to here moving forward. Springboro right now 9 shots in front of Lakota East, so the more players that play through and the more they stay in that position, the better off they are. They've got 2 players left on the golf course, and again, when you talk about coaching golf teams and so on and so forth, a lot of people think, you just let them go play. But at this point in time, the coach has decided that the 2 young men left from Springboro out there can handle the pressure as well as anyone, and they're going to get the opportunity to do so and give their teams a chance to move to the state championship. We do have the last group here on number 9 finishing out to conclude play today.
Yeah, this is the group of Case Morgan, Coleman Miller, Aaron Toby, and Quentin Stahl.
Again, this could be kind of important for Casey. I guess Casey Morgan here. Again, right now, if things would end like this, Casey would be in a tie for the 3rd qualifying position. If Casey could somehow make birdie here, which this could possibly be a birdie chance, this could move him
into the state championship as an individual qualifier by himself right now.
Yeah, certainly. Not sure if this is a birdie attempt, but very well could be.
Sure.
So definitely an
He's
important
been
putt
playing well
here.
all day. You would think that he could have a pretty good chance at this being a birdie putt. He could have made birdie on 7 and 8 also.
That's
again.
true.
So again, but very important for him as far as his chances to qualify. Not real aggressive with it, but again, he could have made a birdie early, and he may know all he needs is a 2-putt there. And again, times have kind of changed, right? These players have the ability to know where they stand in the event as they're out there on the course if they choose to do so. Some obviously would just rather play and let the chips fall as they may. Some would want to know exactly where they stand.
Again, looks like Aaron Toby is going to be next to play for the Centerville Elks here. He's got a very similar line to where Case just played.
Be told this is an eagle putt.
Really?
Aaron.
That'd be a very wonderful shot
Again,
in there.
Aaron is a senior. Centerville, the Elks are not going to qualify today, so this would be a heck of a way to end his high school playing career.
Yes, it would be.
And he catches a lip. It's golf.
That is golf, I guess.
It's still a birdie to end your career, not bad. And ending it in the district championships, not bad either.
Would be Quentin Stahl, I believe. Finishes out there, and that would be Coleman Miller in the backwards cap there, the black, waiting to finish off his round here. He's got about 4 feet remaining.
And he'll go ahead and tap in there.
And as Case Morgan finishes out here, Ian Cambria for Springboro score was posted. He ended with a 86-15 over. So right now they're not using that score. I think it's also important to note that Lakota East's 5th score that they didn't use was also an 86. So if something were to happen where there'd be a tie, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we had a little confusion about what broke the tie earlier. I think we may actually get to the point that I thought before they'd have they're obviously going to have a playoff, I think. I don't think they would decide that by a scorecard playoff. That's something we'll have to touch base with Steve Jurek, and again, we'll know a little bit more here as we move forward whether that could be a scenario. Again, first tiebreaker, as Austin is saying, is your 5th player's score. So at this point, the 5th player's scores would be the same. So I know we had discussions earlier in the week about a 4-person aggregate playoff, and that may be where we would move to that. Again, not for sure, but again, that would be a possibility of a 4-person aggregate playoff if those scores
for sure
were tied. Again, but Springboro would have to come in 9 over par in the last 2 players, and again, 3 very difficult holes to be posted, so definitely, again, when we're talking about 17, again, 229 yards into a gusty wind, a very difficult shot with Hazard actually running along the right side of that hole. So if you get something going to the right there and to the wind, exaggerating that, it can be could be a disaster for the Panthers. But again, we're not seeing that coverage today. We only have a limited camera availability, so we're kind of waiting for these guys to come in here, looking for them to run up number 18. I'll kind of see 18 fairway from our broadcast location as Austin's peeking around the corner here, and do not see that group coming that way.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting ready to hit their second shots here on 18.
There they are.
Yeah, there they are. That would be Robert Gerwin there in the white and gray pants. He's down there in the grass bunker about 175 yards away from the pin. Definitely would be a tough shot into that green. It looks like he's already played. I believe there's a player over there on the right of the screen, likely either Bradley or Nate Vanderhaar, because that is Andrew McGill there in the purple shirt.
Again, as you're looking at this view, you can see the red stakes to the left side of our camera shot. And again, there's a creek runs around all the way up that side there as the players are playing hole. That would be the right side. Looks like we're looking to the right side of our screen. Someone has played from over there, and the ball drops onto the green. Again, not sure who that was. That was either Bradley Hinkle, and again, just stops on the back edge. Really nice shot from wherever they were over there. Again, not sure who hit that, but we would be interested in if that was Bradley Hinkle or not. Again, this is Andrew McGill playing for Bellbrook here. Again, most likely Andrew's second shot again as he lofts it into the air. And again, not seeing the result right now.
I heard it. I heard it from the booth here, but not sure where that is.
All right, so
And
as they're walking up through here, let's see if we can't pan over and get an idea of who's left to play. Bradley looks like he is not addressing his shot. So Bradley has hit a nice shot into the green here on number 18, a little past the hole. So it looks like he's in a good position there.
Yeah, this is Nate Vanderhaar here for Mason. Also a lefty, as well as Bradley there. Both players in view there are both lefties. Not sure where that ball ended up. See another ball on the green now. So that could be Nate's second shot.
Again, not that all these shots aren't important, and we're going to bring you coverage of all of these shots, but the most important shot in that group would be as far as moving forward in the third position, both for Springboro and Lakota East, would be Bradley Hinkle, who appears to have knocked his ball just into the fringe on the back part of the green, about 20 feet from the hole. Again, right now, Springboro 9 shots in front of Lakota East for that third qualifying position. And there we see another ball on the green.
Yeah, I believe the one closer to the back fringe is most likely Bradley Hinkle's ball, and then the other one that you can see there, I would have to imagine, would be the Nate Vanderhaar's ball, who also played from the left rough over there on the right portion of our screen. As you can see, Andrew McGill there. Looks like he's got some sort of chip shot. And then, unfortunately, Robert Gerwin, who was in that grass bunker about 175 yards away, we weren't able to see where he hit his second shot, and that would be a pretty good shot to be able to get it up near the green, honestly. So I'm guessing that he's probably over there left of the, right on our screen, left of the green as they're playing it.
Get Andrew here looking at a doable chip shot if he's on an upslope. Obviously have to loft this into the air, land it just on the green, and it should be able to stop if he can get some height depending on his lie. He does lofted it nicely just onto the green and rolled a little past the hole, but still a pretty good effort from where he was.
Yeah, really good shot from down below the surface there.
Again, as we're looking, Bradley is on the green there for Springboro as he's marked his ball. We're going to pan all the way over and see
Robert Gerwin over there for St. Xavier. He's got,
familiar shot if you've been with us all day, but the whole green to traverse, one of the longest greens on the golf course here, so quite a long shot for him.
yeah, from that grass bunker where he was playing from. Those trees on the right do overhang, so he probably did well to get the ball here. He's got a long chip shot. Looks like he's, oh my God.
He's drained it from off the green
Wow.
on 18.
Wow.
Unbelievable. The last two St. X Bombers have made bombs. They are appropriately
have.
named
Yes,
as the
they
Bombers are making bombs on number 18. And again, they are just a few strokes behind Mason, as I will quickly check the leaderboard. 5 strokes behind Mason for the lead here. So the last two shots for the Bombers on number 18 could be very important. for them if they are going to surpass Mason for the team title.
Yeah.
Again, both teams are still going to be moving forward to the state championship, but wow, what a
that's quite a shot.
Yeah, what a shot by him there.
Yeah, that's electric.
All right, let's get back on the Springboro and Lakota East story here. Bradley Hinkle from Springboro here, what we believe is a birdie putt. Springboro ahead of Lakota East, who has posted their score in the clubhouse. Springboro in front by 9 strokes with 2 players left to play. Again, looking better and better for Springboro at this point to take that 3rd position. The more and more players come through 18 and post good scores.
Yeah, I can confirm for those watching that this is a putt for birdie here for Bradley Hinkle. Definitely wouldn't mind seeing this one go in, but also 2-putt is really probably all that Springboro is looking for.
It's well judged.
Yeah, really good putt there. Looks like Bradley will throw a mark down on that one. This will be Nate Vonderhaar here for the Mason Comets. Again, very similar putt to Bradley's there. It's going to be quick at the end, moving from his right to left at the end. Oh, wow. That's hanging over the edge, it looks like. Put a shadow on that one and see if it falls in. Nate taps in. Again, this is Andrew McGill for Bellbrook. Pretty good putt there. It's going to be definitely quick, as we've seen it all day around the hole, so he judges the speed perfectly. I started to think where Robert Gerwin was, but I remembered that he's already holed out.
Yeah, how could you forget that? That's what happens when you get older.
Yeah, that's right. You calling me old? There's Bradley Hinkle here to finish out for his par. He does.
Very nicely done by Bradley, and a big par there for the Springboro Panthers. Okay, as we're one more group left on the golf course at this point, and we're looking at the scoreboard here. Assuming things stay the same, individually we'll do a little rundown here. Individual qualifiers at this point is saying that CJ Scoey from Bellbrook can get it in here in the house. He'll be in this last group. He's more than likely going to qualify without some sort of disaster on the golf course his last 3 holes. Jake Wittenauer is in the clubhouse at 72. He would be a qualifier. And Garrett Hogan from Kings would be the 3rd qualifier, being the 3rd person not on a qualifying team. So at this point in time, if things stay the same, Austin, this might be the first day we don't have a playoff.
It could be. It definitely could be. We might still have one for the medalist.
That's
possibly.
True. We would have to determine a medalist. So, yeah, we would have these, well, depending on how they get into the clubhouse here. And all 3 of these guys are in the last group. And they're all coming up 18 right now. Again, Eric Braun, Timmy Hollenbeck, C.J. Scoey, and Jake Wittenauer are in the final group with Gavin Augustine. As we're panning down the fairway there, I'm trying to see who's going to play next. It looks like Eric Braun. Oh, no, looks like we're going to the fairway there.
That would be C.J. Scoey for Bellbrook.
And C.J. right now tied for the lead, assuming that he made pars on 16 and 17.
Excellent shot there.
It's a beautiful
That
shot
is
in there. One of the nicest shots we've seen in there today for sure.
I don't think we've seen one closer than that.
And again, as we say that, though, the wind has subsided quite a bit, so playing quite a bit easier than it has all day long here.
Yeah, for sure. It looks.
It looks like Gavin Augustine to the far right of your camera shot there is going to play next.
Yeah, it looks like Timmy Hollenbeck's out there talking with his coach, and then Eric Braun there in the white and the gray shorts. Looks like they've both found that rough over there on the left side of the hole. But again, Gavin Augustine for Springboro playing first here of those three. Looks like he's lost his shot to the left a little bit. But it is on the surface, as you can see. He's got a long putt.
Which we've seen a couple made here recently.
Yes, we have. All of them by the Bombers, but you never know. Maybe they'll allow for the Panthers to make one.
You never know.
You never know.
Eric Braun here to play next, looks like.
Yes.
Again, thinking that's probably a little closer to the hole. As
Yeah,
you hear
another really good shot. I can
crowd
see it.
clapping in the grandstands.
Yeah, I could see it over there on the other side of the green. Looks like it's just maybe stayed up in the fringe.
The camera can keep
Yeah,
in.
no.
There we go.
Yeah, a really good shot
nice
there.
shot there.
And then I think we still have
Timmy Hollenbeck.
Timmy Holland, yeah, Timmy Hollenbeck, and that other over there left to play, a little bit closer than the other two. Now that the ball's in the air, I don't think I can jinx it. I don't think we've seen 4 approaches on the green yet today.
And it looks like we will as this one lands in a nice spot there.
Yeah, again, wind has died down substantially, so that playing much easier here. The approach shot into number 18. A couple long putts, though.
Again, as these young men walk toward the green, let's do a quick team rundown here. Mason, 4 strokes in front of St. X. And let's see if St. X scores have been posted, and they have. So looks like Mason's in a pretty comfortable position to take the first qualifying spot. St. X would take the second qualifying spot, and at this point in time, I'm pretty comfortable in saying unless something crazy has happened, Springboro is going to take the third qualifying spot. Individually, we'll have to see how these young men finish out here on this hole. We could be looking at C.J. Scoey for a putt there to win the medalist honors, as we're showing 3 players in this group at even par and all tied for the lead. Again, as we came on air today, or shortly after we came on air today, Austin, I think both of you were expecting some under par. Both of us were expecting some under par scores, and I think the wind came up quite a bit, and the course showed his teeth a little bit.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Still got a chance, though. CJ obviously had a really nice shot in there, and so did Eric. Timmy's got a little bit of a longer putt there, but all 3 of those players sitting at even par. Again, they still haven't posted from 16 and 17, but got chances for an under par round still. I think we were probably anticipating maybe at least one round in the 60s.
Yeah, I definitely was thinking, they aren't playing this course near its full length. And, with the quality of field we had here, I was expecting at least there to be 1 or more scores in the 60s, actually.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely the wind had a big factor in that. And we got Gavin Augustine here for the Springboro Panthers. He's going to be putting first. We saw his approach shot. He's, I don't know, probably almost got 100 feet here on 18.
Again, a distance you don't practice very often.
No, and certainly not the longest putt that we've seen today. We have seen one from literally the fringe over there.
From behind, actually, where Gavin's standing right now. So, I mean, still quite a long putt. And, again, looking to 2-putt here, and depending on what Gavin's done on 16 and 17, Springboro at 25 over now, so Bradley Hinkle has posted a score of 75. Anything within inside 5 feet would be an outstanding putt from this distance.
Yeah, without a doubt.
He's given a nice rep. Looks like it might be a little firm. And he's run it all the way. Got it going on that downslope downhill, and looks like it just barely stayed on the green. Again, coming back uphill, not the worst spot to be as far as getting it in the hole in 2 strokes. Obviously, would have liked to have left it closer to the hole and made par, but again, bogey may be enough here to move the Panthers forward to the state championship next week.
Yeah, if he were to have bogeyed the previous 2 holes, he could still. I mean, they got a 7-shot cushion, so he could. The Panthers could take a bogey here and still move on. This here, Timmy Hollenbeck for Mason. A little bit shorter than Gavin's putt, but still quite a long putt. Didn't look like he gave that one quite enough pace, but it got up there pretty good.
Yeah, not terrible. Looks like about 2 feet short.
Again, could be 2 pretty important putts here for as far as the medalist honors are concerned for Eric Braun and CJ Scoey here. Eric first to play. I believe he's got about 20 feet here coming down the green, breaking from his right to left. On its way. Oh, that would have been 3 in a row for the Bombers.
Yeah, it would have been.
Really good attempt there by Eric. He'll tap in for his par there. Still a really good finish, and like we've said, the St. Xavier Bombers are moving forward to the state tournament next week.
And so would C.J. Scoey here, but this could clinch medalist honors for him. Birdie putt here. And a nice stroke, and expecting it to turn, and it is, and drops right in there.
Excellent finish there for CJ.
I think first birdie we've seen on the hole as he acknowledges the crowd.
You can't forget our other Bombers that made long birdie putts.
That's true. I did forget how long the Bombers.
Yes. All right, Gavin Augenstein here for Springboro Panthers. He's got about 15 feet left up the hill for his par save. Again, really long putt for birdie, so.
Again, bogey should be enough for the Panthers, depending on what he did on the 2 holes prior.
Yeah, I certainly would think so. By the little smile on his face, it looks like he probably knows. Timmy Hollenbeck here for the finish up for the Mason Comets. He pours that one in.
Now conclude play. Again, will still be determined here if we have a playoff for the individual medalists, but looks like everything else has pretty much been decided. Mason Comets are going to take the first qualifying position, followed by the St. X Bombers, and in the 3rd position be the Springboro Panthers. As far as individuals not on qualifying teams, we're going to assume C.J. Scoey is going to be the the number 1 individual qualifier, with Jake Wittenauer coming in the 2nd spot, and finally it would be Garrett Hogan taking the 3rd qualifying spot individually. We do have to determine a medalist, so we have to decide. We have to wait and see once scores get posted if CJ did finish under par. If he did, I don't know that there's anything else that we would need to do right here as far as could we conclude play for the day. So right now what we're going to do is Austin and I are, first of all, we may be done, Austin. We may not be back on camera, so I'd like to thank everybody involved in today's broadcast, from the Miami Valley Communications Council, Carl, Joe, and I know I've neglected to mention Jared all the time, but Jared's been working in the truck too. I want to make sure I give a shout out to him for everything he's done, along with all their crew, Nick and the crew, handling all the wiring and cabling, bringing us pictures and sound for the last 2 weeks. Also thank all the staff from Heatherwood and everyone involved in the camera crews and so on and so forth. Really couldn't be done without quite a number of people. And again, thank you for helping me out on the broadcast, Austin. And what we'll do right now, if you'd like to say a few words, you can go ahead and jump in there.
Well, I'm happy to help out. It's been a fun couple weeks here, fun 5 days with all Division 1, 2, 3 boys district tournaments and Division 1 and 2 girls district tournaments. Been a blast, full of excitement. Certainly a lot of fun. Obviously, I played golf at Springboro, played golf at Wright State. So talking about golf, obviously pretty comes
natural.
pretty easy.
Yes.
So a lot of fun here. Obviously, like you said, shout out to MVCC, Miami Valley Golf Association, and then everyone here at Heatherwood, spectators, teams, parents, and then all the players for coming out here to make it special.
Yep, and again, I neglected Steve Jurek and his staff, who actually were administering the tournament, and they are going to collect the scorecards here and determine whether we need a playoff or not. So what we'll do here right now is, if we do need a playoff for the medalist honors, Austin and I will come back. We're going to bring that playoff to you so we can we'll show you who actually becomes medalist here. And we'll look, Austin is showing me something right here. Looks like Jeff Scoey is going to be the medalist. So
Not
this
Jeff
is
Scoey,
CJ
Scoey.
Sorry.
Shout out to Jeff Scoey, though, the
Yes,
coach.
Shout out to Jeff
and his dad.
Yep. So again, CJ will be the medalist here, and so I don't believe there's going to be any playoffs involved here. So that's going to do it for Austin and I. And what we'll do right here is, as the players get their scorecards signed, everything becomes official. We will come back for trophy presentations and final words from Steve Jurek and them at the podium. So stay with us if you'd like to see that. And again, until that point, we're going to go ahead and play a few videos and stuff until they get all the paperwork taken care of up there. And again, if you've been with us today or all week or all for the last 2 weeks, we appreciate you joining us, and we've had a blast doing it and hope to get to do it in sometime in the future. And thanks for watching.
Yeah, and congratulations to all the qualifying teams, individuals, both today and then all week. So
That's right.
congratulations to all of them.
Good luck to them moving forward to the state.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, guys.
Welcome to Heatherwood Golf Club, City of Springboro's municipal course, where you can host the wedding or the special event of your dreams. From small, intimate functions such as rehearsal dinners and baby showers to larger events like weddings, graduation parties, or corporate events. Join us to experience our exceptional service, high-end facilities, and breathtaking views. Check us out on Facebook, Twitter, or online at golfheatherwood.com, or just stop by to play a round of golf or check out the clubhouse. You may also contact me by phone directly at 937-748-3222.
Hello everyone, I'm Matt Cole, the head golf professional and director of club fitting here at Heatherwood. One thing we put a really big emphasis on is club fitting. Most players don't know just how important it is to their game until they can actually see it. And we utilize technology made by Foresight Sports called the Foresight GC Quad. What it does, it has 4 cameras, so it takes 200 high-speed photos at 10,000 frames per second. So basically we can know everything that's going on with that club and how we need to build the best set for you to improve your game. I got my friend Chase here. I'm going to have him hit a ball so that we can show you just a little bit of the technology we offer here at Heatherwood. Go ahead, Chase. Pretty good one. Okay folks, if you look on the screen, what's going to come up is basically going to show us everything that's going on with that golf club. So as you can see here, It's even able to give us the point of contact, which is the red dot on the face. It's giving us the path where the face was and tells us the lie angle of that club, which is extremely important. Anytime the lie angle of that club is too far down, the toe's gonna grab the ground and flip open, so you're gonna miss more shots to the right. And there's a lot of golfers out there that miss a lot of shots to the right. So anytime, just come in, give us a call. We'll set you up with a fitting appointment. Find out why we're one of the best fitters in the state of Ohio.
So I first got interested into golf mainly through my brothers, actually. So I have a middle brother, Josh. He also played at Kent State. He's 4 years older than me, and then my oldest brother, Jake, also played at University of Dayton, and he's 6 years older than me. So I got into golf. I was really into all sports growing up. I played soccer, baseball, basketball, and golf. I think I started playing when I was 4. And, you know, we live out here. We're pretty much out here every day, so just being around Jake and Josh, my 2 brothers, watching them hit, it got me into the game. And it seemed like as I got older, I realized that I was pretty good at it. So yeah, just learning from them, learning from my dad too. He was big into golf. He played in college. We're just a big golfing family, so that's kind of how I got into the game. The state championship's a big tournament. Definitely a lot of preparation that goes into every tournament I play in, but definitely more focus was put into that one. The course they play it at's pretty long, and you got to hit it straight off the tee, so definitely put a lot of emphasis on kind of like the driver and stuff like that. But then you also got to be good around the greens, so pretty much all the facilities they have here help to prep me. That's where I prepare for all my tournaments. Yeah, just play as much golf as you can is how I like to prepare. Playing in the state championship was definitely a great experience. I would say it's probably one of the best experiences I've had, just playing against all my peers. I know a lot of the guys just from other high school tournaments, and it's definitely pretty nerve-wracking, especially like I knew I had a pretty good chance to win, so kind of everyone's rooting for you. And I had a lot of my friends from high school came up to watch me. That was just, it was awesome. My parents were there, people from Heatherwood. It was great. Yeah, winning the state tournament actually kind of jump-started my college career, because at the time I think I committed to Kent State earlier that year, so I kind of played my whole senior year knowing where I was going to college. But I mean, I had a pretty good high school season. It's just like the competition at the state tournament's obviously really good, and knowing that I could win that tournament against the players that were in it just like gives you a ton of confidence, which is what you need on the golf course, because it's as much a mental game as it is a physical sport. So yeah, winning the state tournament was a huge boost of confidence for me, mentally and physically. Tips I would give for the players who are looking to make it to the state championship. I know a lot of the guys on the Springboro team, but just in general, I would say stick with it. Like I said earlier, golf's as much mental as it is physical, so being able to get your mind right and know that you have the game to make it there is a big part of it. And then kind of just trusting the training you put in, because obviously you got to put the time in, but just a lot of trust goes into golf, I think, and being able to commit to your shots under pressure and kind of knowing what is the best part of your game and kind of using that to help you succeed. Heatherwood's definitely, it's a challenge tee to green. There's some intimidating tee shots out here, like I know 2's pretty intimidating, and then coming down the stretch 16 through 18, you got to hit some good shots. So figuring out what your option is off the tee that's going to give you the most success, committing to that. And then around the greens, I feel like you can make a lot of putts out here. The greens are always good, so as long as you're reading the greens right, you can definitely play well here. This summer at least, I played a lot of amateur golf tournaments. This is my first summer as an amateur instead of a junior golfer, so it's been a bit of a change with like the type of tournaments I play in and the competition, because some tournaments I'm playing against like 30 and 40-year-olds now, which is kind of cool actually. But during my school season, I'm playing for Kent State. We had a pretty good season my freshman year. I think we got up to 30th in the country at one point, which is obviously pretty good. And then just I work here this summer actually, and that's kind of been most of what I'm doing now, just working and golfing. Next week, actually, I'm going to play the U.S. Amateur, which is pretty much known as like the biggest amateur event in the world, I guess. It's kind of like the U.S. Open, but for amateurs. So that'll be, I'm looking forward to that. That's a huge accomplishment in my career, probably the biggest tournament I've ever played in. It'll be a long week. Hopefully I can get my game right and everything will be going well with that. So yeah, I'm excited. So after graduation, as of right now, my plans are to turn professional, play professional golf. My brother actually, Josh, he just graduated college and he's turning professional. He'll probably be playing somewhere on one of the tours in the spring. He's battling a shoulder issue right now, but yeah, that's my plan, to play professional golf and see where it can take me. My parents grew them just as much as the people around here, you know, Neil, Tom, Matt. I've known them for a long time and they've helped me grow my game, and just everyone at Heatherwood has helped me, my parents, my brothers, just practicing a lot, and my parents come watch me in every tournament, which is nice, and just have learned a lot. Yeah, I would say if you're preparing for the district tournament, definitely been there. It's nerve-wracking. You want to make it as a team. That's the most fun part, but in terms of your own game, because that's all you can control, I would say to just stick to your routine, visualize your shots, and just, like I said earlier, commit to everything and let the chips fall how they may. If I were to describe Heatherwood, I would say it's probably like, it's just my happy place. Like, I come here if I'm bored, I come hit balls, I practice, or I can even, like, all the people I met out here that I play golf with, just come talk with them because they're always here. Heatherwood's such a good spot. Great golf course, great practice facilities, great people. All around, just 10 out of 10.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Steve Jurek. I'm with Miami Valley Golf, and I have the honor of presenting this afternoon's awards. Before we start our awards, I would like to thank the City of Springboro and Heatherwoode Golf Club for their commitment to our next generation of golfers and their hospitality in hosting today's Division I Boys Championship. Additionally, our thanks go out to the City Manager of Springboro, Chris Pizzuto, Golf Course Superintendent Dan Walther, General Manager Tom West, and all their staffs for making these district championships a reality. We would like to also recognize all of you, our players, coaches, volunteers, and just as importantly, those support teams and individuals, you mom and dads, you grandma and grandpas, you know who you are, for all of your efforts and their energy in supporting our next generation. Thank you for what you're doing for our game. Now, for those representing our Southwest District in this year's state championship next Friday and Saturday on the Scarlet Course at OSU Golf Club. Our low 3 individuals not on a qualifying team are Garrett Hogan from Kings High School, Jake Wittenhauer from Little Miami Valley High School, Little Miami High School, and CJ Scully from Bellbrook High School. Congratulations. We have a 3-way tie for a runner-up award, and that goes to Jake Wittenhauer from Little Miami, Eric Braun from St. Xavier, and Timmy Hollenbeck from Mason. Gentlemen, if you could come forward. Break them out of here. Yeah. All right, so if you could, Coach, let's let's have one of them hold it in the middle, and we'll take a picture over here. Yeah. All right. And our medalist from Bellbrook High School with a score of 70 is CJ Scoey. Now, on to our team awards. Our third place team from Springboro High School, Bradley Hinkle, Gavin Augustine, Jack Rott, Kyler Alvey, Ian Cambrella, and they are coached by Justin Martin. If you could please come forward, we'll get your team picture right over here. How bad I butchered some of those names. Okay, our second place team from St. Xavier High School, Eric Braun, Charlie Fish, Luke Krall, Robert Gerwin, Luke Calvin, and they are coached by Alex Kepley. Gentlemen, if you could come forward, please. Sure thing. And our first place team from Mason High School. They are represented by Timmy Hollenbeck, Daniel Heister, Nate Vanderhaar, Luke Attell, AJ Wilhelm, and they are coached by Tim Lambert. Gentlemen, if you could come forward. Yep, right over here, wherever Ron's putting you together. You're welcome. You're welcome. Good, chubby. Okay. In conclusion, I would like to thank Tim Tilton, who's already walked away from the podium, for his over 40 years of running these postseason high school events. And I want to thank you very much for your support in this transition. Thank you very much, Tim.
Thanks for saying
All right.
so.
Good luck to all those at state next week, and best of luck with your golf futures. Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Where do you want us? Right here? We are talking with Tim Tilton. You've had 40 years experience with these tournaments. Tell us how about it.
Yeah, what a run. I started being a coach in 1973. Golf was a spring sport. It was sort of nothing. And then through the 70s, I always complained about the tournaments not being very good. And then in 1980, they said, well, quit complaining, you can run them. And so I've been doing that since. But what Heatherwoode did and Steve Jurek, I couldn't match this at all. The tournaments were good. Weatherwax was a good place back in the day, but this was amazing, and everybody made me feel so good. It's nice. People have been patting me on the back all week, so it's nice.
What's your favorite memory or best memory from all of your time doing these tournaments?
Yeah, probably my best memory was when my two sons played on my team. I was still coaching and running tournaments, and they made it to district, and yeah, those are the best memories by far. Yeah, them and their same age friends.
So you're wrapping up 40 years. What's next for you?
Yep, I'll still run sectionals in Cincinnati, but I can't do anything with the district. I just hope I get to come up and do something. But the sectionals in Cincinnati are good. I am retirement boy, so I got time to mess around doing that.
Thank you for your many contributions and all that you've done for the sport of golf. We appreciate it.
Thanks. It's been a joy for me, my passion.
Wonderful. Next, thank you so much and all the best in retirement. Next, we're going to talk with all of the winning teams. So first up is going to be Springboro, so hang with us and we'll get them lined up. Okay, guys, this is the third place team from Springboro, and where are you going next week?
State.
Pretty exciting. I want you each to introduce yourselves as you go down the line.
I'm Jack Rott, and I'm a junior.
Take the microphone.
I'm Gavin Augenstein, and I'm a junior.
My name's Ian Cambria, and I'm a junior.
Bradley Hinkle, and I'm a junior.
My name's Kyler Alvey, and I'm a senior.
Yeah. I'm Coach Justin Martin. I wish I was a senior.
So, what clicked for you guys today?
I mean, I played pretty good on the putting green. I didn't do so well off of the fairways, but I was able to make up for a little bit on the putting greens today.
Anybody else want to take that? What was challenging today?
Everything.
The wind was very hard to play in.
Coach, what do you have to say about these boys?
Well, this is quite a great group of young men. They've worked really hard. I know that, like many of the other teams here have. They made a huge commitment this offseason to just really be here at Heatherwood and in the simulator, and they just have done a great job, and they are fully committed to improving themselves as golfers and just growing young men. They've been a pleasure to coach.
Thanks so much, Phyllis. All the best to you next week in Columbus.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, once again, we've got now our second place winners. And where are you guys going next week?
We're going to state.
All right, and introduce yourselves. We'll start here with this young man.
I'm Coach Kepley. I've been the head coach for 13 years and with the program for 19.
Pass the microphone down.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Eric Braun. I'm a senior. Just really glad to do it one more time with these great guys over here.
I'm Charlie Fish. I'm a junior, and I'm looking forward to next week.
I'm Luke Calvert, also a senior, just excited for next week.
I'm Luke Colley. I'm a junior, and I'm excited to spend next week with these guys.
I'm Robert Gerwin, and I'm a junior.
So you obviously did well today. What was working for you?
I felt like I was pretty good with checking on my nerves. I thought I'd be more nervous at the start, but I really hung in there. Had a really good finish on the front nine and just hung in on there on the back, and I'm glad to make it through. So
I just want to keep a steady head the entire round, not get too high, not get too low, and I felt like that worked for me today.
I just think that we all hung in there during the day. I think it got harder and harder as the day went on, and we all just battled at the end.
I was really proud of how I started. I thought I'd have a lot of nerves, but I was really pleased with how I started, and I was happy with my putting.
I was scrambling a lot all day, but we just grinded it out. So
Everybody seems to be grinding it out. So what great advice did your coach give you about today? I'll have one guy answer if you could.
He asked us what we were doing today, and the answer was simple. We're just playing golf.
All right. Coach, what do you have to say about these fellas?
You know, it's the entire team behind us there, and these guys, great group of guys. We have finished now second 18 times this season across our 6 squads. So we're pretty comfortable with being second, but but more importantly, we're very glad we're going back to Columbus. Last year we missed by 1 shot, and we had a streak of 8 years in a row of going to the state, and that got broken. So that weighed on these guys quite a bit. They knew that monkey was on their back a little bit, and they played great today. They got off to a good start. We had a great front nine, and then it continued to get windier and colder on the back, and they just dug it out, and we had a couple guys make birdies on the last hole, which was fantastic. So very proud of them.
Well, congratulations to all of you for starting a new streak. All the best of you in Columbus.
Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll have our first place team. Yep. You got it? Okay, we've got our champions today here at Heatherwood Golf Club. And where are you guys going next week?
Columbus State Championship.
Okay, Columbus, and we got it all. All right. We're going to have everybody introduce themselves, including you, young man. You look like a freshman.
Yeah. Coach Tim Lambert, very proud of these boys.
Timmy Hollenbeck, senior.
I'm Luca Tal. I'm also a senior.
I'm Nate Vonderhaar, and I'm also a senior.
I'm Daniel Heister. I'm also a senior.
I'm AJ Wilhelm. I'm also a senior.
Coach, you got all seniors here.
Rebuild next year, huh?
What's that mean for you?
I'm very proud of them. They worked hard to get here. I'm looking for the rest of the season to be solid as well. Nervous about next year. We got to start all over again, but they'll leave a good legacy, I'm sure.
What went really well for you today? Go ahead.
I think just keeping it in play. It definitely with like the wind and stuff, and making sure you keep the ball in play and hitting greens, and making sure you make pars is the most important.
Sure. Yeah, I mean the wind always makes things tougher, so I think staying patient and knowing that you're not going to have, maybe a round that you're used to in normal conditions, and just kind of staying patient with what how you're playing.
I can go. Yeah, I think with the difficult conditions, kind of like our team's a bunch of grinders, and we just kind of stay in it no matter what. So I feel like that definitely helped us today.
One thing I've learned the past couple weeks is if you're a grinder, you're a dog. This is correct? Are you all dogs? Who's the dog on the? Everybody's a dog?
They're big dogs, all right.
What good advice did your coach give you before you played today? He's worried.
I mean, before the round, he told me just to not worry about what other people are doing and just play your own game, and make sure you take note of the wind, but just kind of keep your head in your own game and not worry about what other people are doing.
Coach, what will the strategy be next week in Columbus?
Well, first of all, we're going to go up there and have a little fun, but obviously the key is to make pars at state. So if we can get out there, keep the ball under control, they have a good chance to do well. That's about it.
Well, congratulations to you all. All the best to you as seniors. I'm assuming you're all going to want to play golf as you go into college?
Yeah, they got 2 Wright States, 1 Miami, and 1 Xavier, and then 1, I think, maybe Texas. I don't know, but he's just going for school.
Well, congratulations. Thanks so much for being here today. Good seeing you, Tim.
Good seeing you.
talking with Steve Jurek. You may have seen him buzzing around. You had a busy couple of weeks here. Yeah. You're the executive director of Miami Valley Golf. Tell us what your responsibilities here were.
Well, I didn't wash any bottles.
Okay,
but to be honest with you, it takes a team, right? So we're more the championship side of stuff. So we kind of manage all of the championship side. And the city of Springboro does a wonderful job with just about everything else. They provide the golf course, obviously the wonderful facility, the partnership involvement with the TV, folks like yourself, folks like Miami Valley Cable Council. So we just have a small part of that, but we kind of help orchestrate putting it together, and then we run the championship itself.
Yeah, I would say a very important part. So you had to be official scorekeeper.
Well, so we have 6 volunteer scorers that take scores every 3 holes. Then we had 12 rules officials today, and then we obviously man the scoring area inside, which is the official scoring, because anything on the golf course isn't official until they get a paper signed, right, in the scoring area. And then there's spotters and other things that are out there, and then all the infrastructure that needs to go in the IT for that we support.
Could you give us an idea of how these golfers got here to districts?
Sure. So there's about 2,000 kids that probably start high school golf in early August. The sectionals, depending on the division, are the preceding 2 weeks. Yes, okay. And so there's basically probably those 2,000 kids played a sectional. There's 16 sectionals. And then of that, 430 or so qualify for districts, which were here. So it's all about, the cream rising to the top.
Overall, how do you think the last 2 weeks went? How can we improve?
Well, we will try to improve because we're committed to continual improvement. But I think compared to years past, I think it's hard to compare. So we've had a lot of success there.
All the kids have really seemed to enjoy this video board. Sure. Parents too. What do you think?
Well, I think that we're seeing people from California watching, right?
That's crazy.
And I think we're seeing a few thousand people even per day looking at this. I can tell you that it's helping our game because we're making it popular and we're making our community tighter. So everybody's going to be more interested in trying to watch a little Johnny or a little Janie play a little bit of golf. And I didn't mean that as a derogatory comment, but it's all about trying to create everybody to support this network. Because once getting into golf's hard, but once you get in, then we got you for life. And it's one of the only 3 sports you can do your whole life, which is walking, swimming, and playing golf. And you can't talk to anybody when you're swimming. And walking, the malls get a little old because it's the same thing. So at least this way you have a little bit of social, and it's very healthy. It's a healthy sport.
Well, thanks for all that you did to make this couple weeks be so fantastic and so terrific, not only for the players, but also their parents. Appreciate it.
Very kind of you to say.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks. Okay, now we're talking with CJ Scoey, and he's kind of a big deal right now. Tell us what you did today.
I was medalist here at the district.
That's enthusiastic. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So, did you come here this morning thinking, I'm taking this thing home?
That was the goal.
Okay, so you felt very confident about today.
Yeah, I know that I'm a good player, and I just needed to go out there and play my own game.
Is that what was your strategy for today, just play your own game?
Yep.
Did you find anything challenging?
On the front 9, I wasn't hitting it that great, but I was making my 5-foot putts for par.
Have you been to districts before?
Yep, I was here last year as a freshman.
Okay, so what is your strategy for Columbus?
Just play my own game just like I did today.
And did your coach give you any great advice for today or for Columbus?
On the last hole, he said to aim left so I didn't go in the right woods, and I did because I pushed a little bit back into the fairway.
So you got some good advice from your coach?
Yeah.
All right, well, all the best to you in Columbus. We hope you bring home a big trophy. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you.
All right. I think that's going to do it for us here at Heatherwoode Golf Club. For all of us who have been here, for all the volunteers, Miami Valley Communications Council, Miami Valley Golf, the outstanding staff here at Heatherwoode. We really appreciate that you supported us and watched the show, and we hope you continue to watch our YouTube channel. Thanks so much and have a great evening.